Hello, everybody. Greetings. We're live at 5 here. It's actually 11 where I am. Welcome. It's a pleasure to see you, everybody. My name's Dustin Cormier. This is another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Today, we are going to be discussing the great and powerful lagna, Sagittarius Rising. I am, of course, a tropical Vedic astrologer. I'm somebody who uses typical Western measurements, but I apply Vedic philosophy and astrological practice to those Western measurements. That's what kind of tropical means. I don't turn the signs back 23 degrees like the sidereal Vedic people. It's a little bit of a mix. So that is what I'm going to be going through today as we discuss the subject of Sagittarius Rising. That being said, whether you're sidereal or tropical, you'll be able to get something out of this video. We're really, one of the key things of Vedic astrology is that they combine cusps with the whole sign house system. And the whole sign house system is really more central to the Vedic reckoning of astrology. So that's why we see here, for example, regardless of wherever the cusp falls, Aries is the 5th sign from Sagittarius. So it's the 5th lord, and Mars is the 5th lord. And combining these is also a relevant thing. For example, we see Aries rules the 5th house for Sagittarius, and Scorpio rules the 12th house, regardless of what cusps are falling in there. So there's a mix of 5th house energy and 12th house energy in the application of Mars for a Sagittarius. This is a key part of Vedic philosophy. This shows a whole difference of what each planet means to each rising sign. And that's what we're going through here today. Hello, my friend Susie Underwood, as well as Sempress. Nice to have you here, Sempress, who has Sagittarius Rising, as well as Sun, Mercury, Mars, and Ceres. Very good. So, folks, this is a live stream. Feel free to say hello, make a comment, do the thing. It is always welcome here. We are live, and now we may begin. Tones. We are going to be going through my rendition of what Sagittarius Rising is all about. And this is going to include talking a lot about Jupiter. Because Jupiter is, of course, the presiding lord of Sagittarius Rising. Hello, Irene. Nice to see you. So let's start moving through this, folks. And as we go along, feel free to ask me any questions. I'll try to field them as best suits the conversation being had. Hola, Ana Isabelle Maison. Nice to see you. I'm going to try to say a few names. I'm sure I'm going to bung some of them, but it's nice to see you guys popping up on my comments. So, for all of these rising sign videos, I've got like a presentation. We're going to go through the presentation, talk about a few things, and then eventually we're going to start reading from some books just to give us a little extra stuff to bite on our journey to understanding what is Sagittarius and what is Jupiter. Jupiter is the great guru of the zodiac. It is guru. Guru meaning heavy or dense. It's considered to be the ruler. Similarly, it's really almost, it's even conveyed as we're going to learn, Jupiter is what causes the sun to spin at its barycenter. The sun is spinning a little bit because of the influence of Jupiter. Scientists will look for a Jupiter in a galaxy to see if there might possibly be life there, because Jupiter is like the galactic liver of the galaxy. So Jupiter is very important, and that's why Sagittarius people can be so larger than life in a lot of ways. Jupiter being this guru, this factor of self-realization through experience, is going to be very important to what we discuss, as Sagittarius is the mula tricona of Jupiter. Sagittarius is really the true essence of what Jupiter's all about. Pisces is the feminine, receptive backside of Jupiter. But Jupiter being a masculine planet, it would make sense that Sagittarius is more of a depiction of what Jupiter is and what it's doing. Hello, Teria. Hello, everybody. I'm glad Sempress has been enjoying the knowledge that we share on this channel. Jupiter is a fun planet to talk about because this is one of the reasons why I've been doing a series discussing Jupiter and its signs. Partly because Vedic astrology has a lot to say about the importance of Jupiter, whereas in a lot of, it's so outer planet-ish, and yet like Saturn is very outer planet compared to all the other inner planets. And Saturn, everyone recognizes Saturn's activity. I think it's probably because people acknowledge pain more readily than they do natural gifts and talents, often. Unless somebody's got a really loaded Jupiter. But even still, it can be hard for people to see Jupiter. Its influence as a marker of abundance, of having what you need to prepare in order to go towards what you want to get in life. So Western people don't often see Jupiter. So it's hard to see what you've got. But Saturn, everyone recognizes, oh yeah, I have that limitation for sure, right? So that's why it's nice to be able to be talking about Jupiter. It being critical as it is. So let's start moving through our experience of what Jupiter is all about. By the way, before we start, I'm going to start making a little thing about this. For everybody who's interested, I'm going to be writing a book soon. Eventually, I'd like to write a book about like astrology, but that's going to be a bit. But my next book that I'm writing right now, I'm going to try to have it out by next year, if I can help it. It's going to be poetry. It's going to be a psychedelic novella. It's going to talk about me going down to the river, doing mushrooms by myself, meditating, doing yoga, and then writing ecstatic poetry, and my whole process involved with that. That's going to be coming out next year. I'm going to start making a thing that I can put out at every video. Get ready for this thing, because I'm pretty excited about it. So, thanks, folks, for letting me yank my own chain on here. I'm going to try to do it as, as is appropriate in every video. I'm going to make a little intro saying, check out my book. You can read about all of it in my new book. So, anyway, let's get rocking and rolling here, folks. Let's start talking about Jupiter. Now, here are the symbols of the planetary glyphs. And this is from Isabelle M. Hickey's Astrology, A Cosmic Science, which is this great book right here for anybody who would ever be interested in getting into the Western idea of like esoteric, psychologically driven Western psychology. Astrology, A Cosmic Science is a great place to start. Thank you, Susie and Irene. I'm glad to hear that you guys are excited for the book. So this is where these ideas of these glyphs came from, especially because in Vedic astrology, there are Sanskrit glyphs for the grahas, for the planets, and they have their own ideology there. But I like to describe the Western symbols because I'm such a blend of both, So these are the basic building blocks that we use to create the planetary glyphs that we use in astrology. The circle, like the sun, it's spirit. The crescent is the bridge between spirit and matter. It's the personality, the Jivatman. And then the cross is earth living. It's the circumstance that you find yourself in. The soul has eternal prospects of evolutionary growth that it always has to move through. The cross is our present moment in time. If you can bridge the evolution of what you are in the present moment with what you are eternally, you are enacting the crescent, and you are opening up the bridge of Rahu and Ketu. That is the evolutionary goal for us all, ladies and gentlemen. So we can see the use of all these symbols in all of our planetary glyphs. So what's Jupiter all about? Jupiter is the cross, and it's got a half circle exalted on top of the cross. So what's that all about? You'll notice I've written here that Jupiter is like an upside down Saturn, right? Let's see, let's take a little peek at what Saturn looks like. Right? Saturn is the cross on top, and it's like this downward going sickle. And everybody knows the sickle metaphor with relation to Saturn. But with Saturn, the cross is on top and the sickle is on the bottom. I wish I had a less wonky Saturn to use here, and I guess I don't. Oh well, that's okay. Really, Saturn and Jupiter are the same symbol, just flipped. Saturn is an upside down Jupiter, the crescent of the personality. Half the circle, the outer aspect of being, the Jivatman, the soul, is being held underneath the present circumstances and conditions of the material world at present in the incarnation. Saturn is the narrow gate of responsibility. It's our limits. It's what we need to narrow ourselves to in order to do anything worth doing in this life. Now, how do we remain in the narrow gate of Saturnian responsibility while still expanding ourselves? Can we have both? Can we have our cake and eat it too? Just ask an astrologer, and they will point to the fact that Jupiter and Saturn both exist as chakras, as equal points in the living, evolving spider web of human energy. You can't get away from Jupiter. And a lot of people with an afflicted Jupiter still can't get away from Jupiter, but what they're feeling is the acute lack of the experience of evolving and growing through what they are supposed to be growing through, through the life that they're living. All of us have responsibilities. We have things that we need to do. That's Saturn. In order to be able to move forward, to sustain ourselves, really to survive and stay alive. It's interesting that Jupiter is conveyed as being kind of rather, it's conveyed as the second chakra, the Svadhisthana chakra. It's very systemic to our capacity to grow, to evolve, because evolving is very close to surviving. We survive better if we evolve through the situation that we're in. So while Saturn, as we've saw, did I just get rid of it? I sure did. Saturn is the moon, the Jivatman, that's underneath the cross. With Jupiter, we see the crescent moon is above the cross. It's above the personality is exalted above the material circumstances. Why is Jupiter considered as so faithful? What is faith really? Well, there's something inside the eternal personality, the Jivatman, the soul, that if we have faith in what's internal to the self, the eternal self, the Atman, the Jivatman, the inherent parts of the ancestral genetic material that has been passed on from generation to generation that equals out to the best inside the self. If we have faith in that, what happens is that the world starts to spin to us. We fit our world and circumstances to the inherent talents and potentials within us. And this is what creates abundance. Because there's only so much abundance in the external world, the world of our senses. When we get involved with Jupiter, ironically, what actually happens with Jupiter is that we have less external desires. We accept whatever we're given with the wisdom that what we truly are is what's inside of us. Then what happens is that we can drop our need for sensational, materialistic things, and space is made for what is within us to be carved into our reality. Because you can't, it's tough to allow the self to be carved into reality if you depend on external circumstances first. That's why Jupiter is debilitated in Capricorn, and it's exalted in Cancer, in the heart, in the self, in the moon, in the Jivatman. Jupiter, the guru, is where the crescent, the self, is exalted above the cross. Jupiter is definitely in cahoots with the moon and with the sun more than Saturn and those externalized planets. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. It's exalted at the heart, where the self inherently seeks the joy in the soul and where the soul wants to grow from within itself, not through circumstances. Here, with Jupiter, the personality, the crescent, is risen above the cross and is no longer confined by it. Jupiter, therefore, has rulership over the superconscious self in each and every earth child. It's the unconscious. It's the libidinal true will in a lot of ways. Nothing can truly confine, restrict, or limit that connection to the superconscious self, or that self. This is the self that was supposed to be in command, for that self is eternally one with the divine. What happened is that the personality took over, and no longer was this Jupiter, this connection to the superconscious, a connection to the will of the Father in heaven, which is spirit, which is Brahman. But so began the difficulties on this planet of the sorrowful star. This is the idea that there was once a time when everyone was Jupiter. Everyone was looking to embody the self within, which is connected to Brahman, through Veda, through Dharma, through sacrifice, through living for your true, deepest purpose. What happened is that on planet Earth, because of the way planet Earth is, we fell out of the Garden of Eden, of paradise, of the Indriyas, of what's inside ourselves, and moved out into external reality, into hopeful conditioning of the world of nature, of grain, of material, of politics, of Saturn. But Jupiter is our internal connection that is always there. Jupiter represents the principle of expansion, it's aspiration and inspiration, the superconscious self, understanding, prosperity and abundance, friendliness, religion and philosophy, faith and optimism, judgment. Very interesting. Now, it's considered to rule cell growth, the arterial blood, the blood in the arteries, and the liver in the physical body. And by house, whichever house Jupiter is in, shows where your fulfillment lies. Jupiter is the ruler of Sagittarius and Pisces. So wherever Jupiter falls in your house, whatever house Jupiter falls in, is going to tell us something about where your fulfillment lies. And, you know, each one of us can, Leo rising, that's supposed to say Sagittarius. Each one of us can really tap into Jupiter's placement to see where you might not, again, you don't think about it too much, but that placement of Jupiter shows that there is some unfoldment of prosperity that's supposed to be happening. If you have any afflictions to Jupiter, you might find that that space can actually give you a sweet tooth, a craving, a desire for prosperity there. And you'll put a lot of effort and energy into it. And you might not get the return that you put into it. But if you align yourself with the Bhagavad Gita and you recognize that we are not entitled to the fruits of our actions, we're only entitled to our actions themselves, you can find that you can keep chipping away at that Jupiter, gain an internal joy of purpose and of alignment with the desires in the soul, regardless of whether it makes you material abundance or not. We find as we get into the mythology of Jupiter that the less you want the results that could be pictured by Jupiter's house placement, but still do it, the more that Jupiter unfolds as an internal fulfillment. Because once you've got your dharma, once you've got your place, once you're doing the thing you're supposed to be doing, there's a satisfaction there. There's a release of tension. It's just one of those things that humans don't realize they have. Anyone with a bad Jupiter who's a gambler or who feels like there's nothing that they're really living for, it has a leak in their energy field. You might be getting good sex. You might even have a family. You might be able to eat good food. You might be a wealthy person. You might have all of the material fixins, a lot of the Venus stuff. But if you don't have Jupiter in your life, if you're not living for something deeper than all those in-betweens, there's a hole in the bucket. And you get stressed. You get depressed. Why? I've got everything I need. Why is there a hole? Jupiter is that thing for most people having that experience. This is why Jupiter's so important. You could have a lot of things trash in your chart, but if you've got a good Jupiter, you've got the basic plug of activity that's going to keep you moving. And you'll suffer in all the different ways for all the other different afflictions going on with other planets. But if you got a good Jupiter, it's like having a good ascendant sign. It's really the savior of a lot. And it's a fulcrum of basic prosperity in the chart. If you've got an affliction to Jupiter or Sagittarius or Pisces, you can expect that you've got some very basic energy entanglements to work out before you can expect prosperity in this life. Now, let's read, before we do the Leo, the Leo thing, blah. Before we get into that, before we get into Sagittarius rising, there's two quick little stories I want to speak to with regard to Jupiter. Hello, Holly Norris. Nice to see you. Hello, Kate Altum. I would say, Kate, that even if your Jupiter is debilitated, you could have, there's many things that could be giving you a good experience of Jupiter. Jupiter could be delighted by its friends Mars or the Sun or the Moon. You can have it good in Shadbala, good Vimshopak. There's many other ways, just Jupiter in its sign is not really going to convey what's happening with Jupiter. And even if you do have an affliction to Jupiter, this is karma that is working out in this present incarnation. And the beautiful thing about Jupiter is that if you don't have it in a ready supply, you can always imbibe it through wisdom. You can always find the wisdom of the Vedas, of the Bhagavad Gita. You can read and you can meditate. You can find, it can be tough to make space for these things if you don't have a good Jupiter in your chart. But, what we learn when we get into astrology is that even though you don't have something in your astral makeup, you can always use remedies. And Jupiter is the one remedy that is useful for everybody, whether you got a good Jupiter or not. Remedies for Jupiter include, it would basically be all about Ishvara Pranidhana, which is, it's the Zen figure of, just sit. You've got to make space for a waste of what might feel like a waste of time in your life. By which I mean going and down, walking by the river, listening to the water, letting space-time pass by you, and accepting that you don't need to be doing anything right now. Give it as a gesture to the divine, because you got to make space for that internal hole in your bucket that once had that has a potential intention for your life. The only way you're going to find it, Jupiter's kind of related to Neptune in a way. And I just did a video on Neptune and Saturn conjunction. And what we talk about in that video is this kind of like this cosmic tour guide. With Jupiter, you've got to pay the cosmic tour guide in order to feel like you are being guided through the tour of human life and existence. You got to pay the tour guide. You got to tip your tour guide, because they are the people who are making sure that you are completing your itinerary and your intentions in this life. That's why Jupiter's the guru. Give a tip to your tour guide by praying, by making space for the divine, and asking, tuning into it, developing a conscious rapport between your conscious mind and your unconscious mind. The only way to do this is to just find the ways that religious people and spiritual people and mystics tap into it. Read about it. Explore all you can. These are all things that could be like remedies for you developing your relationship with Jupiter. It can be a very creative planet. It's a fifth house. The fifth house has Jupiter for its karaka. So find something that you've always enjoyed doing, tune into it, and makes time and space to do that, hopefully in not too addictive of a way. You know, like somebody with Venus and Jupiter conjunct, for example, can be a little bit too addicted to the things that they enjoy in a way that's taking them from the deeper purpose of Jupiter. That's usually if Jupiter's starved. So you got to discern. If playing video games makes you have this Jupiter experience, then give yourself to it a little bit. But also make time to reflect on what you enjoy in the video games. What does that say about who you most deeply and truly are? And can you make space for the evolution of that impulse in a mature way in your life? It's nice to see you guys are chatting here. Susie says that walking in the nature as a remedy for Jupiter makes sense to her. She's gotten some intense Jupiter downloads when walking in the woods. That's such a very good poetic way to put it, Susie. Very good. Anna Isabelle Mazon says astrologers usually see Mars as a malefic, and you are right that Mars is a malefic. What happens in Vedic astrology is that the planets have relationships with each other, even though they can be malefic. For example, if Jupiter and Mars are in the same sign, Mars is harming Jupiter a little bit, but it's delighting it much more than it's harming it. Unless, for example, if Jupiter and Mars, let's say, are in sign of Cancer, Jupiter is exalted, which is good for both of them, but Mars would be debilitated. So Mars can't give the delight that it would typically give to Jupiter, but Mars is still malefic, and it would harm the Jupiter. So consider that wherever the conjunction is happening. But either way, Mars is malefic, and it is going to do a bit of damage to whatever's there. It's just if whatever it's with has strength, it doesn't harm it that bad, but it's going to hurt it a bit either way. Malefic and benefic aspects are underneath the friendship and enemy dynamics between planets. They both occur at the same time. So, now there's two pictures or stories here that I want to convey. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but Ernst Wilhelm gives us some great insights in his book, Graha Sutras, the Planets of Vedic Astrology. This book mainly takes its information from Parashara, Brihat Parashara Horashastra, but it also takes information from various things, stories from the Vedas, the Srimad Bhagavatam. No worries, Anna Isabelle. I'm glad that worked for you. Now, Katie's noting something here, and I just want to tell you, Kate, that at least your Mars and Jupiter are opposite each other. They can only give so much strength because they both have habilitation, but they're still opposite each other. And Jupiter's going to do good for whatever it's involved with. So that opposition is at least some goodness there. But again, anybody can move through afflictions in the chart. Especially with Jupiter, all it takes is surrender to whatever suffering you have. And we're going to kind of talk about that a little bit here. Now, I've told this story a million times, but Ernst gives this story in the true way that it's really intended. And so we're talking about the avatar of Jupiter here. The avatar of Jupiter is given as this character known as Vamana. Vamana means short stature. So there's this interesting thing where, so there was a great powerful asura by the name of Bali. Bali grew to such strength that he chased Indra, the king of the Devas, out of the heavens. Bali is like this overblown ego. And Bali began to rule the heavens and the world from what had been Indra's city. Now, Bali's fame spread over the world, and though he was an asura, he was famous not only for his might, but he was of unusually good character, fairness, and generosity. Bali was just like a little bit, Jupiter is one of the 7 chakras, and if any of the chakras are overemphasized, it can be too much of a good thing. Each one of the planets have the capacity to be good, but too much of anything is too much even of a good thing. So this is painting that picture of Jupiter, this in the character of Bali, which is interesting because Bali is this character who grabs for too much, grabs for all of it. This is what you have to understand Jupiter is. It's the selfless self-interest. It's becoming the best or enjoying what is deserving of yourself in a detached way, ideally. And we'll see that this character, Bali, who is the archetypal figure of Jupiter, has the humbleness to see its own lust to evolve in context. Because that's what Jupiter's doing. It's looking to nurture and evolve the inherent spirit, to grow the spirit, which can be painful, but also abundance attracting. So this Jupiter wants to grow, and it wants to grow so bad that it completely overtakes everything. Now, the mother of Indra gives birth to a son who would provide help to the Devas, because all the Devas, all the planets were worried that this Bali character was taking over. So this boy was born named Vamana, and the boy approached Bali during a spiritual rite that Bali was doing in order to gain more power, more prestige. And Vamana was so brilliant that it almost appeared like a bright light coming over to the horizon towards Bali, the demon, and the onlookers. Bali saw who came in, that there was this glorious Brahmin boy named Vamana, this short-statured little boy. So Bali instinctively felt the importance of this child. Little did he know that the mantra that created this boy was Indra's mother, who wanted to settle things. So she prayed and did a mantra to Vishnu. So this boy, Vamana, was secretly Vishnu. And Vishnu is the transcendental container of all existence, who has a reflective beingness that reflects the beginning of time as the end of time. It's moksha reflected in the initiating seed of a soul that is moving through the completion towards moksha. Vishnu is all. So Vishnu has to teach this fledgling soul a lesson on how to see itself in context in the now as it progresses towards the growth of moksha and what it seeks to become. So Vishnu comes as this little boy named Vamana, a small child. Now Bali sees the child, and the child is glowing with the luster of Vishnu himself. So Bali has a sense that this kid's important. So he comes, he honors the boy. Welcome. By your coming, I have been blessed. Tell me what I can do for you. And you've probably heard this story. Vamana says, I want from you 3 paces of ground, measured by my stride, my feet. And Bali says, young boy, I rule this world. I can give you whatever you want. I could see you're important. So why don't you ask me something that's bigger? Why don't you, I can give you a country. There are islands that I could give you. There'd be much more than your 3 paces of ground, measured by your tiny feet. Please ask again. Come on. Give me something better. Ask me for enough land to make you comfortable all your life. Vamana, the Brahmin boy, says, if a man has not conquered desire, all things in this world will not be enough to satisfy him. One who is not satisfied with 3 paces of ground will not be satisfied with the 7 continents and all their wealth. I only want 3 paces of ground, please. And Bali was like, okay. And he was just about to grant Vamana's request. At this time, however, Shukra, Venus, who was Bali's guru, stepped in and said, hey, hold on. Don't give in to this boy. This boy is deceiving you in order to help the devas. We have to understand, this is the funny thing about Venus. Venus is divine, but Venus and Jupiter are always in this back and forth between each other. Venus, the guru of Bali, the demon. If you understand the metaphor, Venus is the guru of the asuras, of personal power, of the enjoyment and regeneration of vitality that allows us to sustain any effort comfortably, for better or worse. Sometimes the desire for comfort in Venus overtakes what Jupiter truly wants to do. So Venus, the guru, says, hold on, this is Vishnu in disguise. I recognize that luster. With 1 pace of his foot, he will cover the whole world. With a second, he will cover the heavens. And with his 3rd step, he will take on your head. You do not have to keep your promise of a gift to him, for he is deceiving you, and he intends to take all that you have. Bali, the demon, listened to his guru and said, I believe what you say. I do not have to honor my promise, as all my possessions and security are at stake here. But I do not fear losing all that I have. I only fear the infamy of speaking an untruth, because this is the nature of Bali, who is actually an auspicious character. Now Shukra, Venus, was angry with him for this, and he cursed him to fall from grace and lose all. You're going to lose all your shit. You're going to lose it all. And Venus was pissed about losing it all. But Bali was not perturbed by his guru's curse, and he granted Vamana's request. So Vamana, the small boy, Vishnu in disguise, grew to huge proportions. With one step he covered the world, with another he covered the heavens. He then resumed the form of Vamana. Bali was tied up, but Bali smiled, for he knew why the Lord Vishnu had done this to him, to rid him of the two sins of I and mine. By taking away the world and all he had, the Lord rid him of the sin of mine. Now the Lord wanted to show the world and everybody that only by surrender could one rid oneself of the sin of I, the ego, growing too far out of context with the rest of divinity that is all afoot. The true bodhisattvic urge. So Vamana says, hey, you promised me 3 spaces. I've only taken 2. I got 1 space. I got 1 pace left. Where shall I place my 3rd step? You have not kept your word. Bali was not frightened. I do not consider my words to be lies. There is still a place for your 3rd pace. Please put your foot on my head. Upon which Vishnu in the form of Vamana stepped on his head. It's at this point that Brahma said to Vishnu, okay, I think he's got it. He's under your foot, Vishnu. This fella should be rewarded. So Vishnu says, when I want to destroy a man, I grant him all the wealth and power in the world. Jupiter in Capricorn. At least that would give him the desire for all the things in the world. The person then gets involved in them and forgets his true nature within. When I want to save a man from this delusion, I take away his all that he presently has. Becoming rid of all his faults, he will become mine. Bali has never swerved from the path of truth. Blessed by me, he will become Indra until during the next Manvantara, the next cycle of creation. So Bali actually turns out to be Indra in the end. After Bali surrendered to Vishnu, he blessed him to be the next Indra. In the same way, Jupiter may take away in order to allow for greater blessings to follow. If Jupiter is well disposed, upon loss, one looks with hope for a better future and sees the loss not as punishment but as an opportunity. And this is part of Sagittarius Rising's thing, is that they're often transforming, often going towards the next opportunity, always looking and feeling like there might be a better opportunity. And if Jupiter is afflicted, the individual is not able to see past a loss or appreciate the benefits of a loss, which makes it hard to transform, hard to let go of what you presently have. That's almost like Venus drowning out the Jupiter. Come on, I've got to at least enjoy something. Ideally, if Venus is well placed, then it can support Jupiter, and it shouldn't be in trine or opposite or close to Jupiter. Shouldn't be in any of Jupiter's signs other than Pisces, obviously. Venus doesn't mind being in Sagittarius or Pisces, I should say that, but especially if Jupiter is in a Venus sign or if it's wrapped up in Venus in any way, there will be this inability to see past losses or to let go of comforts, because you need a Jupiter that's not strong. When it has an opportunity, a material item, it grips it for dear life, because it doesn't realize that what got that thing in the first place was the evolutionary process that's occurring inside the soul, the leaning from within yourself to move towards that which you've gained in the first place. Vamana graced Bali, a mere asura, to become the next Indra. In the same manner, Jupiter turns all that's gross into the most favorable. So a strong, favorable Jupiter is always an asset to the horoscope. It's always a plus. It's always a good thing, no matter what is indicated there. Even if it's wrapped up and entangled in some trash, there will be abundance littered amongst the trash. Bali never swerved from the truth, and when he was ready to grow, Vishnu freed Bali from his attachments so that he could grow. Jupiter, when we're ready to grow, may free us from things preventing our growth. So this is partly what Jupiter's all about, and as well as the character of Indra really paints the same picture. In the Graha Sutras book, when we move towards the next part of the reading, which is Indra, we read something similar. Now, an interesting thing to kind of move through here is that Jupiter is one of the most important deities. Indra, which rules Jupiter, Indra is conveyed as Jupiter. And Indra is one of the most important deities in the Vedas, ranked in importance with Agni, who's the presiding deity of the sun. It's an interesting fact, since Jupiter, being the heaviest of all the grahas, the planets, has a significant impact on the motion of the sun in the solar system. Jupiter's large gravitation causes gravitational force upon the sun, and the sun, therefore the solar system revolves around a point in space called the barycenter. The sun rotates around the barycenter in approximately 12 years. It's the time it takes for Jupiter to make one revolution around the sun. So it's Jupiter and the sun who have the largest impact upon the solar system and who are presided by the two all-important Vedic deities, Agni and Indra. It's very deep if you understand the Vedic literature. What's being conveyed there is amazing. Now I want to give a bit more because Ernst's thing is so good here, but we've got to rock and roll. Indra is the lord of thunder and lightning and the resulting rains. And there's a psychedelic metaphor there if you understand it. Esoterically, so what happens is that Indra gives succor to the people through providing the all-essential rain, which falls upon the earth following the clash of Indra's lightning bolt that shatters the dark clouds, allowing the rain to fall. The dark clouds of ignorance. They have these big bursting things, and the lightning bolt flashes through and lives within the experience. And esoterically, a symbolically similar event takes place through self-realization. The lightning bolt of the spinal energies is brought upward through spiritual practices and thus shatters the dark clouds of ignorance, watering the perceptions with the rain of higher consciousness. That's Ernst Wilhelm, everybody. That's like, there's little nuggets in Ernst's writing that just go poof in my brain. So Jupiter is conveyed as being the lord of the senses. In the Indriyas, if you understand what the senses are, the Indriyas, the senses, are this internal organ of perception. And Jupiter is the reigning master of all of that. And it's when we apply ourselves to spiritual practice, we literally are withdrawing our outgoing currents of prana and life energy from the senses, bringing them upwards within through the spine, and allowing that to be the main investment of our energy. That's Jupiter put to its best use and effect. And it's these things that allow energy to be internalized so that we can, again, more faithfully spend energy discerning what's within our unconscious mind, which is our immediate connection to the superconscious, to the higher mind, to the soul, to the spirit, to what's naturally good and inherent inside of us. So I wanted to kind of give that as an important understanding of what Jupiter is all about, because Jupiter is such an important center. Now, as befits Sagittarius, we have to understand that Sagittarius is a zodiac sign. It's not Jupiter. Sagittarius, really, in a way, it's the embodied aspect of Jupiter. But, you know, just because somebody's a Sagittarius rising doesn't mean that they're going to convey everything that we've just described related to the benefic centrality of Jupiter for all of us. Jupiter as an agent of spiritual evolution is the same in all of us. Sagittarius is a rising sign, and it's going to fluctuate and move according to the basic themes related to Jupiter as we've just described it. It rules the second chakra, the Svadhisthana chakra. So the Sagittarius rising person can fluctuate, can be willing to transform, especially though if they've got a good Jupiter, then they're going to have a lot of strength and power to transform, to move towards what's good for them, especially because we're going to talk about how Jupiter rules the first house of Sagittarius as well as the fourth house of Pisces for Sagittarius. Pisces is the fourth sign from Sagittarius. Jupiter rules the two of them. So Jupiter plods itself along and makes a home wherever it goes. That's part of the reason why it can travel the way it does. It sustains itself. Its vehicle of the first house is its home in the fourth house. The only other sign that's like that is Gemini. You know, when we hear that Gemini and Sagittarius are movers and travelers, the rising sign lords are going to give us clues as to why that is, as to why is it that we hear Sagittarius, their lover often can give us insight into the career of Sagittarius. The lover and the career are blended together. It's because for Sagittarius, Gemini rules the 7th and Virgo rules the 10th. So Mercury rules the 7th and the 10th house at the same time, right? And Jupiter rules the first house and the fourth house. Gemini is the only other sign it's set up exactly the same way. They're reflections of each other. So Sagittarius is going to shake and jive to the tune of everything that we have just described here. Now, let's start chipping into what we can expect from Sagittarius rising. I have people asking about me doing a video on Ophiuchius. Ophucious. Do you mean like the 13th sign in the zodiac? Is that what you guys mean by Ophiuchius? Just so I'm clear, because I could do a video about that. It would be from my tropical Vedic perspective, and I would pretty well be leaning towards how Vic DeCara has described not being into the idea of the 13th sign. For me, it has a lot to do with the fact that the zodiac conveys the planets, and the planets are very harmonically split into 12. That relates to the chakras of the energy field. So if that is what you guys are talking about, I feel like I should write it down, because I should do a video on it since you guys asked. So we'll see about that, and I thank you guys, Holly Norris and Anna Isabelle Maison, for asking about it. The 13th sign. Cool. All right. I'll work towards doing it. It'll probably be more of a debunking than anything. But always feel free to ask. Good. Okay. Especially because I'm a tropical astrologer. That would tie into my sidereal tropical debate consciousness. If you would want more information on that, I would check out my tropical sidereal debate videos. But I'll speak to Ophiuchius since you guys are asking at some point. Now let's keep to our conversation going on here for the moment, ladies and gentlemen. That's supposed to say Sagittarius rising. Next, we're going to read a little bit about what Sagittarius Rising or Sagittarius Ascendant is going to vibe like. So this is coming from a Western book. We're just getting a little bit of a gumball of what is typically seen with Sagittarius on the Ascendant. We read that this is a breezy, outgoing, extroverted sign, but it's lacking in concentrative power. It's because a dual sign, the dual signs are actually not as bad in terms of the scatteredness as the cardinal signs. It's Aries, Cancer, Capricorn, and Libra. There's a real scatteredness that the Vedic people say you can get by having cardinal signs on all four axes. Sagittarius on the rising sign is a dual sign. It's a sign of improvement. Mutable is the Western word, right? Like Virgo, Pisces, Gemini, Sagittarius are the mutable signs. And these resonate with the number 3. Cardinal signs are the number 1, which is changing and transforming. Fixed signs are number 2, which is fixing, identifying with a certain thing. After having gone through the experience of, let's see, Libra, Scorpio fixates on the good in that, and then Sagittarius bridges the gap between what Scorpio wants and what the world can ultimately realistically convey, and that leads to Capricorn. Sagittarius is therefore a sign of improvement. The mutable signs are called dual signs in Vedic astrology because they're both a little bit movable but also a little bit fixed. And this tells us something about Sagittarius. Now, Sagittarius rising has a love of horses and of the out of doors. They have many acquaintances but few friends, especially depending on where Jupiter is placed. It's interesting that the second house for Sagittarius is Capricorn, and the third house is Aquarius. So Saturn rules the second and third house. The third house brings a hunger, a lack of stability. And so since Saturn rules a fixed sign, the second house, and a mutable sign, the third house, the second house is always kind of looking to improve and change. It's part of one of the reasons that Saturn can be so difficult is because it always will be blending the two houses that it owns. In this case, it's the second with the unwieldy third house. So the second house, which can be friendship, the people close to you. You know, there's an improvement quality and desire in Sagittarius. Like they desire to get more out of the friends that they keep close to them. And so they can fluctuate in order to establish an environment, second house resources, that can further them, third house. They often have casual contacts rather than in-depth relationships sometimes, especially immutable Mercury on the 7th house as well. But really, you know, this all depends on other things. If you have a lot of fixed signs in your chart, fixed houses, you know, there's a million different things that can convey this differently. This can be a superficial sign unless Jupiter is well placed by sign and house and there's no afflictions. Hopefully there's no afflictions to Sagittarius or Pisces or Jupiter in the chart. The Sagittarius rising person loves to travel and does travel extensively. It's interesting to think about the fact that Leo rules the 9th house for Sagittarius. There's an aspect of the identity, the fixed part of the identity is blending with 9th house themes of exploring oneself further. Whatever Leo rules shows a deep intrinsic aspect of the identity. Isn't it interesting that the 9th sign, Sagittarius, has for its solar identity Leo, which is in the 9th house. Sagittarius is the 9th sign, and it has Leo on the 9th house. Again, this is more of astrology teaching us about itself. These people can have a great restlessness. They love to be on the move. There's an inclination towards philosophy and religion. They can be very talkative. They can be direct and to the point, but they're often blunt and lack in diplomacy. Although we love them for that. You know, Sagittarius can be, you know, when left to its own devices, it can be one of the one people in the room who are willing to just like, sorry if this kind of hurts or offends anybody, but facts. Although sometimes those facts can be bloated. You know, if the Sagittarius person doesn't have a good Jupiter and a good Mercury, Sagittarius people need a good Mercury and really even a good Saturn in order to have an integrity in what they say. Because they can just get excited about seeing the cracks in a situation and just speak to the, you know, I often think of Jupiter as like you're in an enclosed room and there's like a hole in the ceiling that's letting the air out, and like the Sagittarius person can hear it, and just it's like ether. They can just hear where the crack is in a situation and just sense it, and they just have to talk about that thing there, this thing that's happening right now. Doesn't everybody realize that this is going to end up this way? And if they lack a good second house, a good Saturn, a good Mercury too, their sensations of the situation can get a hold of them and sort of take over their attunement to the moment. You know, they got to learn to read the room sometimes. Sagittarius rising is an executive type. They are positive and masculine in expression, outward and outgoing. Now, if this is in a feminine chart, this person can lack femininity and quietness. The person is tall in body, as a rule, small shoulders and big hips, like the centaur, like a horse, which is the symbol of Sagittarius. And Sagittarius has to be careful about the reality of possibly putting on weight in their middle years. It's all Sagittarius rising stuff. So this is all very Sagittarius rising. The general qualities. Now, if we want to find out more about the general qualities, what we want to start doing is looking at the blueprint of Sagittarius. Now let's start getting into some very how to rock astrology stuff here, folks. The next little bit is an important thing that I go through in every video here. Some of you who are watching live, who have watched me do my thing, might recognize it. But we got to go through it for anybody who comes to this video and hasn't seen this yet. There are two groupings of the planets. Have you ever noticed this? This is a way, you know, many people group the elements in different ways. And usually what happens is that they group it by density, where earth is on the bottom, then water is second because it's denser, and then fire is sometimes third and air is sometimes fourth. Although sometimes fire and air can be switched in terms of density. But usually earth and water are on the bottom and then fire and air at the top. And this is also because all the odd numbered signs are fire and air. And all the even numbered signs are earth and water. This tends to be especially how the planets are conveyed in the West. Vedic astrology has a different split, and it's so obvious, it's right under our noses. Now, both of these, what I've just conveyed, are important. What I've just said is its own thing. But there's a critical way of dividing the planets in Vedic astrology that is not often, it's never conveyed in the West. But this has deep roots in the Vedic astrology because it has a lot to do with the friendships and the auspicious and inauspicious planets from the lagna. This is the following split. have you ever noticed that there's a split between the planets that rule the fire and water signs versus the planets that rule earth and air signs? What do I mean by this? Consider, what signs does Venus rule? Libra and Taurus, it's air and earth. What signs does Mercury rule? Gemini and Virgo, air and earth. What signs does Saturn rule? Aquarius and Capricorn, air and earth. Saturn anciently rules Aquarius primarily. Uranus is a secondary sub-rulership that's more recently given. So that's one side of the zodiac. These are the material embodied dimensions of the soul that give us communication, that give us fair trade between other people, value, and persistence and development in present circumstances. Saturn, where the personality is underneath the cross. Now for the other planets, we have the sun and moon, Mars and Jupiter. Notice that the sun rules Leo, the moon rules Cancer, Mars rules Aries and Scorpio, it's fire and water, and Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces, it's fire and water. Again, it's anciently conveyed that Pisces is primarily a limb of Jupiter first. Neptune is given a sub-rulership in Western astrology, although personally, the way I convey things, I don't even necessarily say that Pisces necessarily resonates with Neptune or that Aquarius necessarily resonates with Uranus. I think those planets are outer planets and they've got their own shit going on. But that's my own personal thing. So there's a real split between these two, this duality that we see here. The fire sign lords are Jupiter, Mars, and the sun. And then the water sign lords are Jupiter, Mars, and the moon, as opposed to the earth and air trine. So the planets that are in trine with Sagittarius are, of course, going to be most important to Sagittarius. The fire signs are part of what makes up Sagittarius and part of what makes up what Sagittarius and Jupiter are. So this is a key part of what creates the friendships and enmity or enemies between Jupiter. Now, this is something, if you want to know, I wonder if I have it here, I don't. If you want to know where does this come from? Where exactly does this friendship stem from? You can see it. It's pretty obvious at some level with what we're talking about here. Like, for example, the sun and Mars, we can see why those would be friends to Jupiter. The moon is technically also a friend to Jupiter as well. Meaning, if if Jupiter falls into any of these signs, Leo, Cancer, Aries, or Scorpio, it's in the sign of a friend and it's granted some good dignity. Jupiter, one of the most powerful placements you can have is Jupiter in Cancer, because Jupiter is not only exalted, exaltation brings out power, but it's exalted in a friendly sign. Jupiter is friends with the moon. It's not always the case. You know, when we take, for example, when Mars is in the sign of Cancer, Mars has the moon for a friend. So when Mars is in Cancer, it's debilitated, but it's delighted by its friend, the moon. So Mars in Cancer is internally not that bad. It's like happily dreaming, but it's inactive because it's debilitated, but it's delighted by its friend, the moon. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer and it's delighted. So not only does it act properly, but it has the strength to do good things with that proper action. So Jupiter exalted can be very powerful for that reason. But I digress. When Jupiter falls into the sign of Saturn, it's in a neutral sign. That's kind of a nice thing for Jupiter, that when it falls into Capricorn, it's not in the sign of an enemy. Jupiter has a tough time, and it really gets sapped out and it experiences difficulty when it's in Gemini or Virgo or Taurus or Libra, because then it's in the sign of its enemies, the Rajasic planets Mercury and Venus. If you want to know more about where these friendships come from, I did a video on RYAN KURCZAK'S channel. It's the Mula Tricona. Where do these friendships come from? It's a mathematical thing. And the Vedic people are very just blunt about it. When you understand the mathematics about it, it has to do with the signs of the enemies and friends. What signs do they rule from the Mula Tricona? For example, we could look at, let's say, Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona. It's the root of Jupiter. Saturn rules the second house, which is, I think, considered neutral, and the third house, which is evil from Sagittarius. So that's why Saturn is not considered a good planet for Sagittarius. It's inauspicious. We could say the same thing about Mercury and the same things about Venus. Now, they've got their own sort of whole system for conveying that. But this is why, sorry, I should clarify. The auspicious planets is a different thing that we're going to get to soon. Saturn, it has the second house is not a bad position from the Mula Tricona, but the third is. So from Sagittarius, Aquarius rules the third house, which is negative, but Capricorn rules the second house, which is neutral or positive. So that's why Saturn's a neutral. That's why Saturn is given neutral friendship to Jupiter. Now, I don't want to spend all my time talking about this. Like I said, you can find more about that in my Mula Tricona's video that I did for RYAN, if you want to know where this friendship stuff comes from. But if you want to just take my word for it and rock and roll, this is how the ancients have always agreed it is done. So that's why we're going to just rock and roll and take them at their sacred word. So how do we understand planetary lords? This is a huge part of Vedic astrology, and I said this is like what this graph, this picture is talking about. So let's explain it before we look at it, because it takes explanation to understand it. Every ascendant has auspicious and inauspicious house lords. For every light, every natural and talent or skill that we direct our attention towards, there must be a shadow. There must be things that aren't as natural for us to look at. Every rising sign naturally, easily lends itself to the planets that are friendly to the rising sign. As well, it naturally lends itself to planets that rule good houses from the rising sign. And that's what we're talking about here. So, this dude is like a picture of all of us. We've all got strengths and weaknesses somewhere along the line. So don't fret or feel defeated when you're learning about your inauspicious planets, because everybody deals with the same cards in the deck, the same number of points in the deck. It's like, if you've ever played like the original Pokemon cards, there were certain cards that were OP. Like if you had a Charizard, you could just go and just wreck a Pokemon card game. They didn't want to keep doing that because Charizard was too strong. And if you had Charizard, you could just win everything. So then they started making everything more equal. So there's nobody who could really have technically more points in the deck. It's all about how you use the cards. Every rising sign ultimately adds up to the same amount of positive potential or negative potential. And all sages consider their worst karmas as the most satisfying and necessary to release. So what do planetary lords mean to the ascendant? The Vedic word for the ascendant is the lagna, the lasagna. What do the planetary lords mean to the lasagna? To the ascendant. The ascendant, the rising sign, is the life path, numero uno, the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. It's the first cosmic glimmer of light in the chart. So really everything, like the rising sign, all the planets are where they are. I'm born at this date and I have this rising sign. I'm a Leo rising. All the planets are in a certain place in the sky, and the Earth is turning on its axis. The Earth's filter of those planets is turning on its own individual axis. So somebody born on the same day as me, but 5 hours ahead, might have all the planets in the same place, but the rising sign is like a filter for the situation of the planets. So even though the planets are all in the same place, very like the embodied contents of our souls are similar, but how we perceive those contents completely changes the meaning of those contents, right? So this is what the rising sign is. It's the first filter for what the planets are and how we perceive them, what they mean to us. And each planet is going to mean something different to each rising sign. So we're talking about auspicious and inauspicious and neutral. The auspiciousness or the goodness of a planet depends on the nature of the soul intention of the consciousness using it. Even cruel or malefic planets are useful in their own ways, right? So for example, we could look at Mars. Mars rules the 5th house for Sagittarius. Even though Mars is a malefic planet, wherever it's placed, it's going to do the malefic thing. It's going to cause a bit of destruction and damage. But for Sagittarius, this is part of the personality of Sagittarius as the arbiter of Jupiter, who is someone who instigates positive transformation and upliftment. You got to kind of drill into the world a little bit if you want to convey Jupiter, especially if you want to express it outwardly and materially. This is why Aries is the 5th sign from Sagittarius. It has Mars for its 5th house. It digs into its creative life path. Can you guys see me? Yep. So the planets themselves don't change. Mars is malefic for all of us. But each person's nature wields it differently and expands their life force through it differently according to the instincts of the ascendant, the rising sign. So what defines the relationship of the ascendant to these houses? What defines these positive relationships with one house over another? It all comes down to the intention of the rising sign. So these are general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. Every ascendant modifies these rules slightly. So what we read here is, these are the general rules. So for example, the lords of the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th houses, these are called tricona. These guys are basically always auspicious. These are houses of purpose, inspiration, and grace. For Sagittarius, Sagittarius rules the 1st house, Aries rules the 5th house, Leo rules the 9th house. These are a trine of fire signs who are all of the same nature, so they all kind of have that blistering, transformative quality. But Sagittarius likes that because Sagittarius is of that nature, right? So those lords are always auspicious, meaning good. They give purpose, inspiration, and grace. Now, the lords of the cardinal houses are auspicious, depending on the gentle or cruel nature of the planet. What exactly do we mean by that? Well, what we read. These are the rules for defining the auspiciousness of angles. And of course, for everybody watching this, all this information you're seeing, I'm picking it all up from my teacher's teaching course, which was Asheville Vedic Astrology. You can see the link in the description at the bottom where you can become a person who uses the platform known as Teachable, where you can be self-taught in all the ways of this tropical Vedic astrology stuff that I'm teaching here today. So we know that the 1st and the 5th and the 9th are always auspicious and lucky. Now the angles can be lucky and auspicious too. How do we know whether it's auspicious or not? It's not what you think. It's actually the opposite of what you might think. This is the angles, the 1st house, the 4th house, the 7th house, and the 10th house. Now, what we read is that a benefic that owns an angle is usually considered to be inauspicious. There are exceptions, but this is usually the case. These planets are not discerning about the opportunism represented by the angles. They don't deal with confrontation opportunity in a strong, rigid fashion. So this is a quick thrift of what's being conveyed here. How do you know if the fourth house is going to be auspicious or not? If it's ruled by a benefic, it's not a good thing. Benefics are easygoing. They let things in. They, there are exceptions to these rules, as we're going to see, because Jupiter is the great benefic, and Jupiter rules the first and the fourth house, but it's still a benefic because it's the Lord. Sagittarius ruling Jupiter, is the fourth house is bound to be positive to Jupiter because Jupiter rules Jupiter. Pisces rules Jupiter. So generally, though, when you're looking at the cardinal houses, there is the general idea that a benefic sign is not a good goalie. Like if Venus rules one of the angles, you have Taurus on the fourth house. Venus is just easygoing, wants to bring in good things. It gets attached to whatever is going on in the fourth house. The cardinal angle is supposed to be one that's moving. Taurus will hold on to it. But even Libra ruling the fourth house is Venus, and that's not a good thing. That would be for Cancer rising. Venus is a gentle planet ruling the fourth house. The fourth house is one of the pillars of your life. Venus is lackadaisical about that because the cardinal houses are moving. They're opportunistic. They're opening us to things in the world constantly. And if we're not paying attention, which most of us usually aren't, because it's hard to pay attention to the right thing at any time, if you have Venus or Jupiter, and oftentimes Mercury, ruling an angle, it's going to be a bad thing because they're going to let in junk. They're going to let in everything wholesale. But if you have the Sun or Mars or Saturn ruling an angle, it's a good thing because they are a good goalie. They're making sure that you're not letting any bullshit in through the cardinal gate. That's why it's better typically to have a tough planet, a malefic planet, a Krura planet ruling an angle. And this is essentially what this is saying. A malefic that owns an angle is considered auspicious. These planets have learned the hard way to maintain whatever comes through the gate of the angle, which brings, again, the angle brings confrontation and opportunity. Now, you'll find with the mutable signs, Sagittarius, Gemini, Virgo, and Pisces, that there's they kind of got their own rules going on for the angles generally. It's usually the planet that rules the sign, in this case is Jupiter, it's Sagittarius, is going to be friendly to its partner, which is Pisces, and antagonistic to the Mercury-ruled signs, which is Gemini and Virgo. It's the same thing for Gemini and Virgo. Usually Jupiter will be holding inauspicious houses. I digress. Now, the lords of the 2nd, 8th, and 12th houses are considered neutral. And the lords of the 3rd, 6th, and 11th are always particularly difficult. Now, you'll notice that the neutral houses often get tied in to a positive or a negative house. We can see, for example, with Sagittarius, we know that Capricorn is neutral. It's the 2nd house. But since Saturn also rules the 3rd house, it's like in electrical wiring. You're painting the white wire. You're painting the black wire white. You're making a neutral wire into a live wire. You're taking the neutrality of the 2nd house and tying it into the hunger of the 3rd house, because the 3rd house is one of the difficult houses. The 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th are particularly difficult. These houses cause us to lose our inspiration, our wealth, and or our enjoyment. They cause us to waste power and activity in the world. And these are known as yoga breakers. If you have a yoga for wealth or desire or purpose, etc., that is wrapped up in the 3rd, the 6th, the 11th Lord, then one of these could break it. You know, Jupiter's funny because Venus rules 2 of these houses, the 6th and the 11th, which means Venus can be very destructive to Jupiter. As we've already heard in the literature of the Vedas, we learned that Venus is a very limiting influence on Jupiter. And this is reflected in for that fact for Sagittarius, that Venus rules the 6th house of Taurus and the evil 11th house of Libra. The 11th house is the most inauspicious house. The 6th house is the second most inauspicious, and the 3rd house is the least inauspicious. Still destructive, but not as bad as the 6th or the 11th. The 11th house is the worst, even though it's also an important house of Dharma. That's a whole thing to explain in its own way. But essentially, the 11th house is our goals and our desires. And if we over-obsess about getting the results we seek in the 11th house, it causes us suffering. I don't have that thing yet. I haven't attained my purpose yet. If you have good placements in the 11th house, you'll still feel the pain of not having attained those things yet, but you'll know that they're coming. If you have good things happening with Venus in your chart, it doesn't have any obstructions, it's not messing with Jupiter and as a Sagittarius, you'll find that you just naturally work hard, 6th house, to develop on your attainments in the 11th house, and you do it without needing it right now. I know it's coming, so I can wait. I'll do what I have to do. An obstruction happens, 6th house, that's okay. I got a good Venus. This is all part of the flow of being in the flow with the divine in order to get what I need. So these evil houses can actually be one of the great saving graces if they're well placed in the chart, because then you don't have any problems. You know, to have a well-placed inauspicious house like Venus, to have a well-placed Venus in a Sagittarius rising chart is about as good as having a well-placed Mars in a way, although having a well-placed Mars is better. But the point is that these inauspicious planets like Venus, for example, is still very important to Sagittarius. If you're a Sagittarius and you've got Venus as your Atmakaraka, you're going to be very much entangled and involved in the evil that's associated with Venus as the Lord of Sagittarius, but it could create great self-realization that would allow you to deal with Venus in a way that stops the bad of Venus from happening. And then you're a Sagittarius with no limits, with no sandbags, and you can float to the sky. You know? So these inauspicious lords are also important in this way. All of the planets are important in order to have a balanced experience of life on Earth. So each rising sign brings different modified results to the expression of this general formula that we're given here. Check out more at Asheville Vedic Astrology's website and YouTube channel to see more of each ascendant and how these specific results play out in a chart. So, now, oh my gosh, I was supposed to be showing you guys that. Oh well, you guys pretty much see what's going on here. Yeah. Now, Sagittarius rising. These are the inauspicious and auspicious houses from the rising sign, and it looks a little something like this, right? We have Sagittarius, the 1st house, and Pisces as the 4th house are auspicious. Mars is the 5th house, and Scorpio is the 12th house are auspicious. And then Leo by itself is auspicious in the 9th house. Cancer, ruling the 8th house, even though the moon is a friend to Jupiter, it's more friendly than not, obviously, especially because that's where Sagittarius' lord, Jupiter, is exalted. But Parashara gives it to us as neutral, mainly because it rules the unstable 8th house. The 8th house always has an instability. It's a lucky thing that, you know, this shows some of the luck that Sagittarius can have with the 8th house. because everybody's got an eighth house, and everyone has a certain relationship with the riskiness and luck associated with the instability and power of the eighth house. It just so happens that Sagittarius is not only exalted in that eighth house, but it has the moon, which rules Cancer, for a friend. So this is why it's called neutral. It's technically, usually for most people, the eighth house is even a neutral house, and it's usually tied in with some other house. But Cancer, the moon only rules one sign. So there's no other sign pulling the nature of the moon, you got to dig. Like, for example, let's take a look at the fifth house for Sagittarius. The fifth house is a very auspicious house, as we know, because it's one of the trines. But there is a stain to the fifth house. There's the experience of loss with the fifth house, because the fifth house also rules the 12th house for Sagittarius. It's a little bit of a stain of loss. There's a mix of fifth house and 12th house energy for Mars. For the moon, that's not the case. The moon only rules one sign. So the moon is focused on this unstable, destabilizing eighth house energy. But what happens with Sagittarius is that its very basic personality predicates itself on being able to move and fluctuate and adapt with opportunities. This is why Sagittarius goes up and down. If you read the Jaimini Sutra on Sagittarius, Jaimini is a very important part of Vedic astrology. And he has these sutras for each of the signs. And it gives a deep, deep glimpse into the essence of what that sign's all about. And when you read the Jaimini Sutra of Sagittarius, what you read is a fall from a great height. That's the enigmatic phrase. Of course, what this means is that you got to a great height in the first place, and then you fell. And it's a continual perennial thing for Sagittarius. They are continually falling from great heights. Why? Because they continually get to great heights. When you get to a great height, you're doing the trapeze act that Sagittarius does. They're doing great risky things to get up there because it's a part of their personality, because the moon rules the eighth house. So how it works for Sagittarius is that if the moon's well placed, you're going to get a lot of good out of it. If the moon's not well placed, it's going to probably drag you down a lot with risky things that are more risky than good. This is just how this stuff can be expected to kind of work, So let's start getting into a little bit more about Sagittarius. We have one key book that we're going to read. But first, I think I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick here, folks. Okay, folks. I'm going to go to the bathroom for a moment, and then when we come back, we're going to start getting into the goods. Thanks for your patience. Chocolate. Hello, folks. Thank you for your patience. Now, our next reading is going to be coming from one of my favorite Vedic astrology books. It's Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. This is Hart de Fauw and Robert E. Svoboda. So this book is great. It's got a great it's a great dissertation, like a first bite into what Vedic astrology is all about. And it's got this great section talking about the rising sign, just giving an essence of what a rising sign is all about. And as well, these guys discuss how the house placement of the signs affects the psyche of the rising sign, right? And that's what we're going to be moving through here. We've got Sagittarius lagna. Let's start moving through what can be expected as character quality attributes of Sagittarius lagna through the signs that the houses rule. Sagittarius appears in Jyotish. Jyotish meaning Jyotir is light. So Jyotisha is the sign of light, is the science of light, the astral lights inside the soul, which make up the inner light of self-realization. Really, the inner light is actually the deepest transpermeable sense of awareness that goes even beyond the astral karmas and spheres. There's this Atman, then there's the causal body, then there's the astral body, then there's the emotional, mental, physical body. But the transcendental light is always beyond even the astral karmas, as I often like to say. The true Jyotir. Now, Sagittarius in the study of Jyotish appears in the form of a bow. And this suggests an ability to prevail over enemies. For Sagittarians, aim high. This competitiveness of Sagittarius is often displayed in the sports arena. Since the rising sign lord, Jupiter, has no enemies, it's the enemy of no graha. Sorry, I've got to put that the right way. Jupiter does have enemies. Jupiter's enemies are Venus and Mercury. But Jupiter is an enemy to no one. If you look at all these videos, you look at Saturn's enemies, Jupiter's not one of them. Venus's enemies, Jupiter's not one of them. Jupiter's neutral to Venus. Jupiter's neutral to Mercury. Jupiter is neutral to Saturn, and then it's a friend of the Moon, Sun, and Mars. Remember, there's a difference between a planet as a friend and the friends that a planet has. Jupiter is an enemy to nobody, though it has enemies. So, since the rising sign lord Jupiter is the enemy of no one, of no planet, natives of Sagittarius tend to be able to prevail over their enemies by winning them over in an active way, since Sagittarius is a fierce, action-oriented masculine sign. Sagittarians win people over. This tendency is reinforced because Venus is simultaneously lord of the 6th house of enemies and the 11th house of friends. Because Venus is Jupiter's enemy, friends may become enemies and enemies may become friends in a Sagittarian's life. You know, it's like friends of Sagittarius are often involved in helping them out, helping them get through debts, obstacles, and quarries, and things like this. Jupiter will hold on to people almost as in a way like we could say that they will very strongly have a sense of the friends that can help them out and get them out of tough situations. And then it can become business sometimes. If you have a good Venus as a Sagittarian, you can do business with friends, and even when you're doing business, sometimes you will have to do things that are fair, regardless of friendship bias, and you might keep the person as a friend at the end after doing business with them if you have a good Venus. If not, sometimes things can go south in the friendship when you have to be straight in a business-oriented way with people. And this is part of Venus being an enemy to Sagittarius, to Jupiter, and ruling the 6th and 11th house. Sagittarians are often blunt speakers because Capricorn, which is ruled by blunt Saturn, is the ruler of the 2nd house of speech, where Jupiter is debilitated. The 2nd house also rules finances. So this may indicate problems with Jupiter controlling money, their personal wealth in particular, because of being inappropriately generous. Jupiter represents money, and as a rule, as ruler of the rising sign, makes the native charitable. So this is a charitable person who will often sell themselves upriver in order to help out the situation. That's why Jupiter is exalted in the 8th house. I wonder if they're going to mention that. Yeah, it mentions a little bit about that at the end, but we can see that Jupiter does well sacrificing for the interests of a group of wealthy people that they associate with. There's something pokey on this vest that's driving me nuts. Oh well. Now, Mercury as the lord of both the 7th and 10th houses, right? Mercury rules the 7th house as well as the 10th house of Sagittarius, often makes for a intellectual or a mental-driven career, and this suggests the possibility of dual careers, since the intellectual dualistic Mercury is, like Jupiter, a 10th house significator. Jupiter is one of the karakas of the 10th house, but so is Mercury, and Mercury can be dualist. Mercury is not a karaka for everybody. A karaka means a planet that is signified as resonating with the house for everybody. Jupiter has 10th house energy for everybody. Jupiter is the planet with the most karaka significations. Jupiter is involved with the 2nd house as a karaka, and is an abundance-producing planet. The 5th house as a creative and children-producing planet. The 9th house as a dharma-producing planet. And the 10th house as the planet of karma and action that gets you farther in life. That's true for all of us. But for Sagittarius in particular, Mercury is very much involved with the 10th house and the 7th house. So there's a mutability, there's a dualism, there's a changeability in career, and they might actually have two of them. Their bread might be buttered in two different places for Sagittarius. You know, for example, you'll often have one job where you do one skill that you're pretty good at, and then another separate thing, an artistic, creative thing that you use the routine job to develop money so you can put it into your creative job. That's often a Sagittarius thing. Mars here for Sagittarius is the lord of both Aries, the 5th house of children, and Scorpio, the 12th house of loss. But this situation does not necessarily prevent progeny, because Aries is Mars's Mula Tricona. And this is a cool thing that I would talk about in my Mula Tricona video. Every planet has a Mula Tricona, which is a deeper essence. So whenever, for example, when you're looking at Sagittarius' chart, and you think, oh, so Aries rules the 5th house, which is a good house, but the 12th house has significations of loss, of wastefulness. So what's going to be the stronger reading? You look to the Mula Tricona. In this case, Aries will always be more central to what a planet provides for a rising sign, rather than Scorpio. So there's more of an emphasis of the 5th house here, which means that 12th house energy can usually often for Sagittarius is applied to positive creative pursuits. Sagittarius can waste time devoting itself to its life path. If Sagittarius is a martial arts person, they could be hanging out. They could be hanging out with their wife, enjoying the bed pleasures of their wife, but they'll oftentimes say, you know, honey, I think I'm just going to train today. You know, I don't really necessarily feel like just hanging out and being ooey gooey and doing nothing. I want to put some metal to the grindstone. So that sacrifices some of the 12th house energy, some relaxation that the Sagittarius could do for the sake of improving on its life path, its 5th house creative desires and pursuits. So the 5th house indications supersede those of the 12th house here because Aries is a deeper root of Mars. It's the Mula Tricona. So many factors give Sagittarians a strong interest in spiritual matters. Sagittarius is the natural 9th house of the natural zodiac. And the sun, which represents the soul, is both lord and significator of the 9th house in a Sagittarius ascendant, meaning it's a karaka. The sun is a karaka for the 9th house. Now, Jupiter, being a karaka for spirituality, rules the rising sign. And the sun and Jupiter, the 1st lord and the 9th lord, are mutual friends. Also, Jupiter is lord of the 4th house of happiness, Pisces, which implies that Sagittarians can derive happiness from the Sagittarian spiritual pursuits that they convey. Sagittarius is considered a lucky rising sign because the sun rules the 9th house of good fortune, and the rising sign Lord Jupiter is exalted in the 8th house, which protects against the loss of its good luck. This is often conveyed as such. Sagittarius is considered a lucky rising sign in Vedic astrology for the reasons we've discussed, although their faults are as big as their gains, really. And ultimately, I'm mostly inclined to say that there's no such thing as a lucky sign, but this is given in Vedic reckoning, and I do have to, we do have to contend with what the sages have said, which is that for all the reasons we've discussed, oftentimes Sagittarius can have an easy time figuring it out, what it is that they're doing, and getting on with it. But that's a general, very subtle, positive handicap, if we were to call it that. You know, a person with Sagittarius rising can still have things that'll gum them and give them a difficult life experience. There's probably plenty of people who have had hard times in life who are Sagittarius rising. Still useful to read, to understand, and to have conveyed to us. So that was rock and roll. It's beauty to read this stuff as we kind of go through here, you know? And I hope you guys enjoyed that. Now, we are just now getting into the main guts of what I will often convey when I am doing these readings of this series of mine, the Rising Sign series. The next reading is going to be the big one, the guts of what I do here. Now, strap yourselves in, folks. At some point, I'm going to drink some of my peanut punch. This shit's fucking delicious. You know, I sometimes have people, like, asking me on my email, like, talk about this camera and we'll give you some money. And I just, my channel's not about cameras and tech, so I don't often take things like that. But if Peanut Punch ever asked me to do a commercial for them and they gave me some peanut punch for that, they wouldn't even have to pay me. Just hook it to my veins. I will be the promotional donkey. Give me the peanut punch, please. I love that stuff. Now, it looks like I got everything I need here, folks. So, feel free to ask me any questions as we go along. We're getting into the guts here, folks. This is really what it's all been adding up to. So let's get started. From this point now, we are discussing Sagittarius Rising and the lords of Sagittarius Rising. Let's first start off. If you guys understand how Ernst Wilhelm conveys the planets, you'll notice he starts off with the Sun, then goes to the Moon, then Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn in that order. There's a reason for it. What it comes down to is that this is an ancient schema that Ernst always capitalizes on in this planetary arrangement because there's a numerology associated with it. Sun is number 1 on Sunday. The days of the week are your clue. Sun is the number 1 on Sunday. Moon is number 2 on Monday. Mars, which in French is called Tuesday is called mardi in French. That's Mars, number 3. That's partly why Mars is a karaka for the 3rd house. It's pushy. 4 is mercredi, Mercury, Wednesday. 5 is jeudi, Jupiter. That's why Jupiter is partly a creative planet that is a karaka for the 5th house. 6, vendredi, is Venus. And then Saturn Day is 7th. And that is the number, it resonates with the numerology of 7, of relationships. It resonates even with Libra and these sorts of things. It's partly why Saturn is exalted in Libra. So this is a schema that everybody ought to know is permeating anything that they do with astrology, whether they realize it or not. And this is why Ernst puts it in this order. So as we are starting our journey here, we're going to first begin talking about the Sun as the 9th lord of Sagittarius. Now, I have 2 sources for the information that we're about to read. One comes from my teacher, RYAN KURCZAK'S. I took notes when I did Asheville Vedic Astrology, and we're going to be reading from my notes, which is what all these are. Once we're done reading from my notes, the next we're going to read is an article given by Ernst Wilhelm. Now, you can find these articles yourself by looking it up on Kala. What you do is you go to Kala, and whenever you see any rising sign, whatever it might be, whatever rising sign you're working through when you're using Kala. Let's bring up my own chart. This is my chart here. You guys can see me naked. My naked bare soul. And what you do is you go to the print, you set batch printing, and you include up at the yogas, you look for the nature of the house lords. Because all of this is a printout. These are little printouts that Ernst provides when you look up, that are in your chart. So, you know, he's got great stuff on here. There's the basic printout. You can print out your Shadbala, your Shodasha Vargas, and it prints it into a little PDF, which you can print later for your own purposes. And this, what we're looking at here, is one of the PDFs that Ernst gives. He gives a little article. Oh, come on. He gives a little article describing the nature of each planet as it resonates, as it relates to the rising sign. And there's great information in there that he hasn't written anywhere else but in the Kala software. I highly recommend you take advantage of it. Thank you, Anna Isabelle. Uh, Anna's thanking, says that my French pronunciation is cute, and I'm glad to hear that. It's not really my native tongue, but I've heard a lot of it because I'm Canadian. I live close to Montreal, so it's got that Montreal little bit of spice on it, you know. Susie is asking, so if a Sagittarius rising person describes a difficult childhood or tough experience of their mother, how can we see this reflected in the chart? Childhood experiences typically are often a Saturn thing for Sagittarius. That being, the first house is like your ultimately who you are and your personality. The second and third house often are conveyors of childhood in a lot of ways. The moon, obviously, is the planet that is going to resonate with your childhood and upbringing as well, your parents, etc. There's an important emphasis of Jupiter and its afflictions, especially afflictions to Pisces in the fourth house, that are going to convey some difficulties with mother in childhood as well. Typically, those are your best bets. The moon, Jupiter, Saturn, second house, fourth house, and even the first house. These are things that are going to convey possible difficulties with one's mother. Even the ninth house can as well. The ninth house is family relationship, your relationship with some kind of guiding force in your family. A lot of times for women, the ninth house can resonate with a father figure, which sometimes will be the mother as the purveyor of the culture. So there's a lot of factors to consider, Susie, when you're trying to see what could cause difficult, tough childhood experiences for any rising sign. Because there's things that permeate the nature of your childhood beyond just the rising sign, the moon being the big one. Things happening to the moon would be the best place to look, really, for childhood difficulty, especially with the mother. It's been raining and lightning for a while. Do people struck by lightning personality change reflects in birth chart? So I wonder if you're being metaphorical here, Teria Fields, or do you really mean someone struck by lightning? Can we see that reflected in the birth chart? That one's a tough one to say. When it comes to things like events like that, very specific events such as someone getting hit by lightning, I don't know. I don't know how I would see that in the chart. But you would definitely look for happenings related to a certain time, related to alignments that could show a specific devastating thing. Like I would see that being a tough, devastating reality, which I could see you seeing in the chart, but I wouldn't know. That wouldn't be my forte. I wouldn't know exactly how to see that myself, at least not at this present time. So I hope that answers a little bit more clearly there, Teria. Now let's stick to where we're at here, folks. The first planet we're going to be looking up is the sun. What does the sun mean to Sagittarius rising? Thank you, guys. Good. Sagittarius lagna. Venus. So when we read, this comes from Brihat Parashara Horashastra. And Parashara is really the bones that many Jyotish rules and laws kind of come from in a lot of ways. And Parashara especially delineates for us what we could consider as auspicious and inauspicious house lords, depending on the lagna. So this little box here is essentially what we're reading here. Venus is the one evil. This is particularly because Venus rules the sixth. Let's see if I can make this happen. Venus rules the 6th house of Taurus as well as the 11th house of Libra. So Venus is the one evil. Auspicious, particularly, are Mars and the Sun. Now, also a very auspicious union is the union of the Sun and Mercury. And this makes sense if you understand it. This is a very special thing in Sagittarius charts when it happens. Obviously, where the signs fall, the sign that this conjunction falls in is important. And it's important that the Sun's not combusting Mercury within about 10 degrees, usually what I go for. But we have to understand that Mercury rules 2 angles and the Sun that's right. Mercury rules 2 angles and the Sun rules a cardinal. A trine. My brain just totally skipped a beat there. I'm going to say it one more time. Mercury rules 2 cardinal angles and the Sun rules one of the trines. When you combine a trine with an angle, what happens, the luck of the trine, which is inherent in the self, is blended and permeated into the opportunism represented by the angle. So Mercury is this angular lord that has to be playful and open to what it brings in its reality. And for Sagittarius, often this playfulness at an angle makes them usually take things wholesale, kind of like we were talking about. Mercury is kind of like a benefic that's playfully letting things in through the 7th house and through the 10th house. The 9th house of the Sun being combined with Mercury for a Sagittarius rising, what happens is that the 9th house, which is just inherently deeply embedded in the pure nature of the self, allows us to operate the open doors of the 7th and 10th houses with integrity. So we're not going to take that on unless it's deeply enmeshed in what I'm ultimately going for in my life through the Sun. So if the Sun and Mercury are together and the Sun isn't combust Mercury, then the Sun, like how this would often happen is if the Sun, if this happens, let's say in the sign of anything, let's say it happens in the sign of Gemini, you would want Mercury, let's say Mercury is at about 5 degrees, and then let's say the Sun is at about 20 degrees of Gemini. They're in the same sign, so they have a sign conjunction, which is very important in Vedic. You can have 2 planets in the same sign, even though they're not within 8 degrees of orb or whatever, that's still a conjunction. They're still working through the same dispositor. So if the Sun and Mercury, which is an angular lord and a trinal lord, are together in the same sign, the Sun will pull Mercury and its openness to opportunities in love, 7th house, as well as career, 10th house. It aligns them with the deeper eternal purpose of the Sun in the 9th house. And this is called a Raj Yoga. And Sagittarius is one of the best Raj Yogas out there. It happens a lot all the time for Sagittarius risings because the Sun and Mercury are so close to each other. And as long as it's not defeated, as long as there's nothing staining it, there is no staining here. The 7th and 10th house, even though they're inauspicious houses, they're not intrinsically inauspicious per se. So the Sun pulls them into being more auspicious. And that's taking away 2 out of 6 inauspicious houses for the Sagittarius and painting them auspicious. That's a very positive thing because every rising sign has usually 6 inauspicious and 6 auspicious lords. So if you have 8 auspicious lords and only 4 inauspicious lords, we could see why that would be so lucky for a Sagittarius. It's a great and powerful yoga. But auspicious are Mars and the Sun in general. So we see that Mars rules the 5th house and the Sun rules the 9th house, and that's where this auspiciousness comes from. Now Saturn is a killer because it's a Marika. Venus is also given Marika characteristics. A Marika is considered to be a killer. in Vedic astrology. And how it's often conveyed is that it could be the planet, when you run a dasha of a Marika, which is the second lord or the seventh lord, it can take you so out of your sorts that if you are in a weak place, if you're in the dasha, the Mahadasha of a Marika, and a certain other planet, like, you go through the subdasha of Ketu, and your Ketu's not well placed, or Rahu, and it's not well placed, or any planet that's got strong affliction. All of this adding up, if you're like in your old age, if you're like 80 years old, that might be the dasha that kills you. It's the same thing with the seventh house. It's because the seventh house is the furthest thing from what we are. The second house is a funny one as a Marika, because the second house is close to what we are, but it's so intrinsic to what we are, it has so much to do with our resources, that if you run a Mahadasha, or if an important transit happens in the second house and you've got planets there that are afflicted, big events happening to afflictions in the second house could kill you, because the second house has so much to do with your health, with your resources, with the things that you need in order to get past difficulties in life. So the second house can be difficult in that way. So that's why Saturn can be a killer for Sagittarius. Jupiter causes neutral effects, interestingly, and Venus has Marika characteristics. Thus, the effects caused by Sagittarius lagna, the learned know. Venus itself, even though it doesn't rule the seventh or the second house, Parashara tells us that Venus has Marika qualities. And if you run a Venus dasha in dire times for a Sagittarius, it could end up being the thing that kills you in that same way. Anna's asking a question, and I'll just give it short thrift here, just since it does relate to what we've talked about. The sun, Anna's asking about the particular position of the sun and Mercury combust in Virgo for a Sagittarius rising. It's nice because it's in the 10th house. Mercury is in its own sign. It's exalted. So that's not such a bad thing for the Mercury there. Even though it's combust, it will have a little bit of strength being in its own sign, and dignity and even exaltation. If this is close to the 10th house cusp, it's especially going to have an easier time. But generally, the sun combusting it has to wreck a little bit of the 7th and the 10th house, in which case the sun is going to eclipse the 10th and the 7th house. There's going to be a little bit of a sacrifice of the best of the 7th and a sacrifice of the best of the 10th. You might be a little bit willy-nilly and blind to your true needs of what's a good career for you and who's a good lover for you, who's a good marriage partner, because you're so just focused on being blunt and sticking to rigid ideas about your life path, which would not be a good thing. The sun would be, as the 9th lord, the aspect of dharma that wants to do the right thing can become too Sagittarian blunt by not allowing Mercury to be truly playful in what the Sagittarius could do with its career and who it can associate with especially. It's the associations in the 7th house that bring career opportunities for Sagittarius in the 10th house. So the sun combusting Mercury will have someone who has an idea of the type of people they want to associate with. They can be judgmental, unconsciously even, if that's the case. Unconsciously feeling whether a person's rightness and morals are good, when in reality, what another person's doing with their morality is really none of your business. Ultimately, Sagittarius is going to look to work for a company that's morally aligned with, typically, especially if the sun is well placed. And if you're working for a boss and you know the company is ultimately in alignment with your principles, but this particular boss is a dick, you don't like how they run things, in their personal life that they are abusive to their wife or their husband, or they're emotionally manipulative, or they're bad people, a Sagittarius that doesn't combust Mercury will just be like, well, that's just a separate thing. That's their life. If they're not my boss, someone else could be my boss, and they might very well also have shitty shit going on. I don't care. Your role is being my boss for this larger mission in my life. I don't take it personally. But a Sagittarius where the sun is combust Mercury will take it personally that this person does these bad things and won't be able to work with that person because of the mental judgment that the Sagittarius sun is not, it's not playful. It's not allowing the Mercury to be playful and to not take things personally. And so that would stop them from opening up to just anybody in a true way of who could be a potential positive business partner. Because Sagittarius knows if it does business with somebody who's a seedy, this is to a point. If they're very seedy, if they're bad people on the bottom to the top, a Sagittarius with positive sun and Mercury probably won't work with them. But if they're a good enough person, they just have their own personal messed up complexes at home, Sagittarius doesn't care about that. I'll still do business with you. We'll make a bunch of money, and I'll take my money and help provide the world with generous charity and abundance. Even though you made money, even though you have a bad personal life, I'm going to fluctuate the balance of working with you by taking our money that I make and doing good things with it. If this is an opportunity for me to do that, rock and roll. I won't take it personally that you're a piece of crap in your personal life. And that's how a Sagittarius should be. It should be open to just what's right there. But the Sagittarius rising with Mercury combust is going to be a bit, have preconceptions of the type of people they want to associate with, which can be to their undoing if they're not objective about what ultimately people can bring them. Because that's how Sagittarius thinks. It sounds evil to other people, but it's not evil from the Sagittarius who knows that their creative energy is what makes the world move, and they perpetuate goodness through the resources that they gain, the abundance that they have, and the integrity that they purvey, no matter who they work with. We love them for it. Sagittarius can be very powerful for this reason. We need good-minded people in power. You know, if there were no Sagittariuses in the power structures of our world, it would be a much worse place. Let's just say that. Now, that's just me. I hope that answers your question, Anna Isabelle. So, yeah. We've talked about the general qualities of Sagittarius lagna. Let's start digging into the individual planets. And this first one is going to be the Sun as the auspicious ruler of the 9th house. Awesome, Anna Isabelle. I'm glad to hear that was good for you. So, folks, let's get into what the Sun means as the 9th lord of Sagittarius rising. What we read is that the Sun is the auspicious ruler of the 9th house. These notes are from my work done with Asheville Vedic Astrology. So the 9th house is our spiritual, religious, ethical, philosophical nature. The Sun is wonderful to rule the 9th house because the Sun deals with law and consistency. The Sun is a square. It has to do with doing one's duty and staying true to the course in every moment of integrity. When a Sagittarius has a bad sun and they can't maintain their integrity, their whole world starts to melt because Sagittarius is the 9th sign. So having a good sun is very important for Sagittarius to have a basic alignment with their complete purpose in life and what they want to do here. Sagittarians just love being honest, just like Bali. Remember the story of the character of Bali, who said, no matter what, I just have to act with honesty and integrity. So when Vishnu came along and said, I want 3 paces of land, Venus said, I don't know, this might not be good for your personal interests, but Bali said, as long as I can be honest and truthful, and I know that this is my dharma is to give a boon to somebody when I said that I would, So I'm just going to follow through. And this is part of the integrity principle that is so important for Sagittarius. It's their energy. It's when you talk to them and you see them, the reason that they can go forward is because they live by principles which are not amenable to the deterioration of the material world, right? So the combinations of the sun and moon especially give a sticking to principles until death, described in the moon's description for Sagittarius. So we're going to read the moon when we get there. And when the sun and moon are together in a chart, there can be like this sticking to principles until death mentality. And of course, the death might actually happen where the person finally finds that they were not right about a certain idea of themselves, and then the whole identity of the person can change. This is when the sun, Leo, ruler of the 9th, is with the moon, the 8th house. The person's whole alignment, purpose, ethic in life comes to a transformative research capacity, which can be very cool. It can make for a very well-established spiritual person when the sun and moon are together, especially because they're friends with each other. The sun gives a higher principle, a higher inspiration, order, and a sense of needing to take care of other people and improve one's culture. The sun will work very well. The difficulty will be that it can make a person overly fixated on ideals, which may make them come to an egotistical sense of pride in their religious systems and beliefs, their ethics, and the authority they represent. And this may turn other religious views into a minority in their minds, which they don't respect. Fixation on a pet dogmatic religious institute for sake of fixating the ego can bring about an attitude that's not conducive to the benefits of healthy religiousness. For Sagittarius, the sun is part of the karma that they have to work out in terms of sacrificing for it, and the world will not always provide a complete and easy slot for your conveyance of your fervor for your religious idea, for your religious ideation. You gotta kind of push through it. It's a malefic lord ruling the 9th house, but it's that malefic energy that also allows the Sagittarius to perpetuate it, to perpetuate what their beliefs and truths are, and to move forward with it despite obstructions to it, which is why they can seem blunt. It's a double-edged sword. Some people are allowed to be blunt, especially if you've got a good sun and it's got good aspects to friends. I often will, if you read somebody's chart, somebody is very blunt and they're kind of pushing around things for an agenda. I used to work in stagehand. You're working with a bunch of people at a concert who are all together, the lackeys, the road guys, putting up the speakers, making sure all the amps and the lights are all plugged in so people can have that experience. And sometimes you got a whole sea of people all trying to say what's the most priority, what needs to be done right now. It's like, oh, we don't have enough time. Production is going to be coming to the show's coming on soon. The show must go on. So what are the most important things we need to do? I find there are times when I've seen people who come in and be like, okay, guys, fuck. All right, we need some direction here. Okay, you go and do that. You need to go and do that. Okay, guys, let's just pull it together here. Nope, we got too many chiefs and not enough Indians here. I'm in charge now. Now, what we need is for this person to do this because this reason. This is why it's most important. Then you guys can go and do that. Then you guys can go and do that. When you see somebody grabbing the handle like that, if you look in their chart and you find that they're a Sagittarius rising and they have a very good, strong sun, you recognize, I've done that before and recognized that, like, wow, the energy that's allowing that person to pull these things together is like a dad confronting their son with the need to grow and evolve. The kid says, I don't want to do it anymore. And the dad says, you're going to do it. Come on. It's okay. Take your time. You can wallow. You can just be sad and cry and moan. But when you're done crying, I'm going to be here to push you to do your best, to get past your limits, to grow. Of course, afflictions to the 5th house, afflictions to the moon might cause a Sagittarius person to push people beyond their comfortable boundaries that are there for proper purposes. Raising a kid's tough for everybody. The kid's going to say, no, I don't like this, I don't want this. But the parent has to choose. Am I going to listen to this immature boundary that the child is laying out, or am I going to help them grow through it to realize that the boundary they're conveying is actually limiting them? They just have to see beyond it. Being a parent is tricky for everybody, especially these days. But this is one of the axes that Sagittarius has to deal with. Ultimately, it comes down to integrity, and it's always a good thing. Maintain your sun, have good integrity first. Then you can worry about, it's better for a Sagittarius to have a good sun and to be a little bit tough like that and to call hard shots, and for them to be a bit mean, for them to lack empathy and compassion. It's better for a Sagittarius to do that than the other way around. If you've got a Sagittarius that's very empathic, very meek, and very nice, but they've got a messed up sun, they might seem empathic and nice, but what's really happening is that they are hiding their deeper desire to lead, to call shots. And the sun is going to go for whole. It's going to come out in this moment, I'm Mr. Nice, but it's going to come out in dark ways where they compensate with anger in unconscious ways that can cause great harm for everybody involved. A victimization complex, a feeling like it's because of everybody else that I can't move forward with what I want to do with my life. That's like the sun, if it's debilitated in the 11th house and it's got, its enemies. That'd be like Sagittarius with Saturn in the 11th house and the sun in Libra in the 11th house. That's it painted to an extreme, where all of a sudden it feels like I've got responsibilities that force me to not run by my own instinct, to establish my own kingdom, to feel my creative essence. And that's because Saturn would be exalted in Libra and the sun would be debilitated in Libra. Saturn's an enemy of the sun. So that person's 9th house is really getting strained. And that's the identity. It's the full integrity. I've got to be integral first, and the circumstances will fit themselves to my integrity. When Sagittarius loses that, it loses a huge key part of everything. Bless you, Holly Norris. Thanks for coming, my friend. I'm glad you were hanging out with us. So this is a key part of Sagittarius mentality. And they have to be, ultimately, this instigation is very important for them. The self-authenticity, the speaking of their truth and living their truth. What usually happens is that if the person has a weak sun, then they will find themselves leaning on, like a true Sagittarius just permeates their strength and integrity from within themselves for the sake of it. Because Dharma is a liquidy thing that changes to fit each moment in each situation. But if you're listening within yourself for what constitutes the path forward for you, then you're going to lean into this integrity. Because what often happens is if the sun is weak for a Sagittarius, they become super dogmatic. Christian zealots, Muslim zealots, people who are so leaning on their ethics because they don't have an internal guidance principle that comes from within themselves. They were never taught by their father to push beyond your limits towards what's good for you. If the sun is weak, which this is what the sun is, if the sun's a square that establishes its kingdom in a masculine way, it takes it. And if a Sagittarius can't do that, what happens is that they will lean on some external religiosity, some religious idea, and say, this is the reason why I've got so much energy going towards it, because I'm a good person. I'm a good person. The path of evil is always paved with good intentions, isn't it? Good intentions in the conscious mind at the expense of neglecting the unconscious libidinal impulses. A Sagittarius with a good sun knows that it wants to grow, it wants to be a leader, and so it's willing to fall as many times as it climbs. It's looking for the fall, because that's good. Oh, good, right on, I'm back on the ground again. It's going to be easy for me to start climbing again. Because I'm ultimately, whether I'm up, whether I'm down, wherever I am on the hierarchy, I am here, centered in my Dharma now. I don't care how high on the ladder I get, as long as I'm climbing in the name of what's most important to me. Being my truth, like Bali did. I don't care if I lose it all. What matters is that I'm centered in my Dharma. This is very important for Sagittarius. And again, if the sun is not strong, they're going to find external ways of gripping things that aren't intrinsic to themselves. That's when the dogma comes in. That's when the religious zealotry comes in. Now, Susie Underwood is asking, in Vedic astrology, how is combustion defined? Is it by degree? Does it matter which planet is at the higher degree? No, it doesn't matter what planet is at the higher degree. What matters, Susie's asking about how combustion is defined. Different texts say it in different ways, but generally there's a conveyed, each planet has different combustion distances. You know, I think that most of them are between 8 and like 15. So the sun can be within 15 degrees of a certain planets and combust it. And I think that's Mercury and Venus especially, because they're actually closer to the sun, whereas Mars and the rest are less. I haven't looked at that for a while, so don't quote me on that. But it's something along those lines. So each planet has a different orb of combustion, but the orb, of course, gets stronger the closer to the sun that you get. I generally will say that like closer than 10 degrees of orb is just a full combustion. After about 10 or 12 degrees, I will usually say that there's a bit of combustion. Between 10 and 15, there's a bit of combustion no matter what. After 15, I'd say you're good. There's no combustion. And since Mercury has the sun for a friend, Mercury can be very well helped by the sun if it's 15 degrees or more away from the sun in the same sign. Sagittarius rising, along with Mercury, Jupiter in the first house. Sorry, Amain Jamari, you're asking for a very specific planetary situation there. If anybody is ever interested in getting my specific take on their specific chart, feel free to email me at astrology@dustincormier.net, and I could give you more information there. I'll often try to speak to very specific planetary alignments. Okay, so let's continue moving forward here, folks. Now, we've talked a lot about the sun in my own way. Let's hear it from Ernst Wilhelm. Ernst tells us that the sun is the centaur's bow, his noble weapon that is his namesake, Dhanus. The little italics is like, Ernst Wilhelm has given us a picture of the various aspects of the symbology of a sign, and he gives us, they're almost a poetic depiction of something there. I just want to quickly, Teria Fields is asking, so if somebody has a debilitated or afflicted sun in any way, then they've got to find a way to feed or nourish the sun ego. Yeah, nourish is the right word. to nourish your masculine capacity, whether you're a woman or a man. The divine masculine is a principle that permeates everybody. If your sun is debilitated or afflicted for a Sagittarius, look to your Jupiter as a, especially if you've got a good Jupiter, that'll help out your sun. Just like how if you've got an ill Jupiter in your chart, if you've got a good sun, you've still got good hope. Especially look for the Jupiter and the sun sign placement in the Navamsha. That should give more information there. And if it's all trash, if it's all bad in terms of Jupiter and the sun, what it does mean, Teria, you're correct, is that you would need to develop through some external agency other than yourself, like a guru, and then you've got to follow that guru. And it might not be the right guru for you if you've got a bad Jupiter and a bad sun. But find something to align yourself with. Learn to have faith in it. Learn to trust it. Learn to develop a rapport between your conscious mind and your unconscious mind that seeks higher realization through teachers, through finding the right people on YouTube. It might be evasive if you have a tough sun in Jupiter, but ultimately meditation is the best way to get you to see your pure awareness beyond the astral sheaths. If you meditate, if you surrender, you find a proper lineage of people who conveys these things in an organic way that you can understand and relate with, then you are going to permeate beyond your astral spheres anyway. I recommend Yogananda, the Bhagavad Gita, Kriya Yoga. Those are my go-tos for permeating beyond the astral spheres. Feel free to ask me about more of that if anybody ever is interested in it. But also doing masculine things like martial arts, anything that's tough, that pushes you, that you have to feel and believe in yourself that this is a part of me, regardless of how painful it is. That's you developing a relationship with the sun and sacrifice and dharma. So the sun as the ninth lord is the Sagittarius's, it's his bow. It's the Sagittarius's identification, the sun, with their beliefs and ideals, the ninth house. The Sagittarius identifies with their beliefs and ideals. The sun indicates a virtuous, lawful, spiritual, or religious nature. The sun gives a natural inspiration towards truth, knowledge, and teaching, as well as an independence in searching for the same. It's making these people natural self-teachers. They can be self-taught. They can just dig into what's good for their own path. Now, ruling the ninth house, the sun becomes a great temporal benefic and is specifically a planet of inspired dharma. Wherever the sun is in your chart, by house, by sign, whatever it's involved with, it's going to show indications of beneficness through sacrificing towards an inspired dharma. And that inspiration is the gift. By doing something towards that inspiration, there's a gift. And that gift is displayed by whatever house and sign the sun is in, and again, whatever it's entangled with. As a natural malefic, the sun may separate the native from those things it influences as a sacrifice to the pursuit of their dharma. And remember from all the stories we've read, it's ironic that the sun, wherever it is, it sets up the body of a kingdom that the person has to sacrifice for. And it's often the case that in order to experience the best of that house, you have to establish enough of it to be established and give up pretty well most of the fruit involved with it. It's like if you want to be a good musician, you have to throw them the bread. You have to go on stage, and you can't do what you do at home when you're smoking your weed by yourself and craft original pieces as befits your inspiration, because you are in front of a stage of people where you have to establish something that is going to always be sacrificed for the other people instead of yourself. So you're not playing music necessarily for yourself. You're doing it for the other people, although it's inspiring to you. When you narrow it for the sake of living for the purpose of those other people, it's you doing it on stage that allows you to not just be some bum noodling on your guitar by yourself at home and going nowhere with it. It's a sacrifice to make it something more than just a personal passion by displaying it as a service to the world around you. It's painful because it's out of your hands at that point, but that's what makes you, that's what greatness is. That's any great musician is doing it that way. So the sacrifice principle is important in this way. If you've got the sun in the second house, you are going to sacrifice for Capricorn, for second house things. And since the sun especially is a bit afflicted in Capricorn, has Saturn for an enemy, you are going to have to sacrifice a lot of your own principles even in order to develop a family. You could have been a great musician. You could have done a million things, but what you did, since the sun was in the second house, what was more important is to develop a family that you can grow and nourish through that second house sort of way. That's like an example of the sun sacrificing for the second house. And it's even possible that in order to develop a family, to money and friends and all these things, you actually have to work. And that work takes you away from the very kingdom you're trying to build. But you will be seen as the one who provides for a family if the sun is in the second house, typically. Or for your friends, or whatever it is that the second house means to you, right? That is the sun. The sun is, again, very important for Sagittarius rising. Next up, next on our chopping block for today, we're going to be talking about the moon. Now, the moon rules the 8th house for a Sagittarius lagna rising, and it is considered situationally neutral. And we see Cancer is considered a neutral. It's not necessarily auspicious or inauspicious. And this is kind of what we're getting into here on this part of the reading. Thank you, Anna Isabelle. I'm glad you're enjoying the chat. Now, I'll answer a quick question here asked by Kate. Before we go on to the moon, we have one question about the sun. The sun rules the 9th house. So Kate asks, what would you sacrifice if the sun is strong in the 9th house? Usually what that would mean is that the sun is identifying with its own kingdom in Leo in the 9th house. So what this would be kind of conveyed is like this would be a Sagittarius who has the capacity to be an enterprising person, to be a leader for people, and to be seen in the light of being a leader, because that's what they identify with. Now, ironically, you have to understand that the sun is well placed in Leo, so the best scenario here is if you get to be a leader, but you lose a bit of the freedom of what you could be as a creative leader, because you are leading the people for the people, not for yourself. This is like somebody who works for the government, somebody who works for an important community or community thing, somebody who works for a company that is doing great things for the world. You might want to run your company a certain way, but at some point, you're probably going to be someone who hires the right advisors to help lead you through the narrow gate which your specific slot in life as that leader for a specific purpose appoints you to. And so once what you create is out of your hands and into a field that provides a specific use or service or product for people, you're at the service of the customer, you're at the service of the people. The king is at the service of his subjects. You are still the king, though, and you will get the respect, you will get the feeling of being in your power, but your power is channeling something greater than yourself. That's the sun doing right. That's the sun in Leo for Sagittarius rising, and that's a good thing. But this is the type of sacrifice. You'll find there's a heaviness because people are depending on you. You are doing something not just for yourself, but for the slot that you have taken on as your obligation to fill a role for something needed. So this is the nature of the sacrifice in the 9th house, but it's a good sacrifice. Sagittarius will eat that up. The sun in Leo is going to eat up being needed, filling a role, playing the king. The sun is like, yeah, totally, duh. That's exactly what's happening here. Enjoying all that's associated with that. So that is the nature of the sacrifice, is that your kingdom is going to be a channel for something greater than yourself, which means it's not all you. That's the sacrifice. But this is just like Bali, the demon, saying, oh yeah, take it, take the freedom. That way I just need to sit in my cell, in my role for Vishnu, and do what I need to do for Vishnu, and I get to be a king. I just get to slide on the rails of this role that's my creative baby, felt easy and natural, but it is still for other people, and that blending is something easy in that position. I hope that makes sense, Kate. I hope that describes a little bit of, we talked about a difficult type of sacrifice, and I'm glad that you asked for an example of a positive sacrifice, right? That ultimately leads to good things. So let me know if that hit the note for you, Kate. As for now, the next thing we're going to go to, let's stick now, folks. Let's stick to our reading on the moon for Sagittarius. Again, the moon rules the 8th house, and it's considered situationally neutral. So, because the moon as the 8th lord has a neutrality here, although the moon still is friends with is a friend to Jupiter. Jupiter has the moon for a friend. Jupiter's delighted and exalted in Cancer. So what all this says is that the moon ruling the 8th house causes Sagittarius Ascendant to do very well with counseling situations, talking people through changes, through sudden breaks and changes and tragedies. The moon as the 8th lord gives Sagittarius Ascendant a capacity to be emotionally attuned to emergencies in other people. And they have a capacity to connect with others on a very deep emotional level. This also gives the capacity to do the deeper emotional work needed for greater psychological health. And having a cardinal sign, Cancer, on the 8th house shows that there will be an instinct to just move through 8th house psychological transformation. So the more that we as Sagittarius can focus on our own psychological health, I guess this is everybody, right? The more we can focus on our own psychological health, the more our identity can shine through, so long as we aren't pushed around by other influences. Here, the moon is neutral because it rules the 12th from the 9th. And that's an interesting little tidbit there. A lot of the times, something that rules strictly the 8th house would be almost like a negative placement. But not only is the moon in good cahoots with Jupiter in Sagittarius, but it's the 12th from the 9th. It's an important foundation to the 9th. That's what we're kind of reading here. So some say it is the moon that gives Sagittarius the capacity to follow their principles through death and beyond. Sagittarius is someone who will die for their principles. And this is admirable to a point. The moon, when it's not rightly placed, can be a martyr planet for Sagittarius Ascendant. This is the Sagittarius who, again, we know the sun has a lot to do with this martyrdom. If there's no masculine channel, There's no output for the masculine divine energy of transformation and self-kingdom creation that Sagittarius is made for. The sun will cause these sorts of difficulties. But with the moon, we see it's a part of it. It's the moon that rules the 8th house and therefore can cause a Sagittarius to follow their principles until death. The 8th house is a death place that leads to it can almost even be the death of the 9th house. This is why the 9th house, like how it works is that Sagittarius needs to realize and affirm its ethics from within. If you've got a good sun, you've got the desire for ethics. Half the battle. Now, if you're going to be, that's a good thing. If you got a weak sun, then you're already getting into compensation things that cause you to hold on to rigid dogmas and be blunt in gross ways. But if you got a good sun, you've got half the battle done. The next thing is having a good moon, because the moon is going to allow you to adapt your ethics and principles to the immediate situation, to the people around you, and to build a life that allows you to have the forgiveness to support your ethical desires. The 8th house is this martyr planet for Sagittarius Ascendant because you can follow your principles to the nth degree. And Sagittarius does. Even when they've got a good moon early in their lives, they'll follow their principles to the nth degree, and it'll get them into trouble. But it'll be the kind of trouble that Bali got into, where they're just expanding too much, believing like this is what I am, this is what I do. And it takes someone like Vishnu to come along and say, hey, it's cool that you're following your truth, but you're taking up at your, I'm walking here. You're taking up everybody else's airspace, and you need to cool it. And if you have a good moon, you will face positive teachers in your life who will curtail this in wise ways for you and with you, so that you can experience your desire, the desire to stick by your principles, that you can see how the humanity that you can express while still holding and being integral to those principles. It's the moon that allows you to be adaptable in this way, to adapt your inner principles to immediate, compassionate circumstances for those around you. Without the moon, you probably won't explore your ethics to the nth degree. When you've got a crappy moon for a Sagittarius rising, you don't fully embody and explore the reality of the ethics and principles that you want to explore. And so you instead channel them unconsciously, similar to the sun. You don't see the limits to your ethics because you haven't explored them. You can't adapt. You can't chase the need to adapt them. And so you can get into, you just stick to them rigidly because the moon is about adapting. And the moon learns more about its religious epithets if it can adapt to people around them. Because then, what's a true preacher except one who can sit with a bunch of non-believers and convince them? And you could say that about anything. What's a true political scientist mind? A political scientist who has a perfect idea for helping the economy, but then they can't go and convey it to the people. That's why the moon is very important in politics. It's the planet of the masses in a lot of ways, as people have conveyed it, right? So, now let's look at the moon as the 8th lord. This is again coming from Ernst Wilhelm. The moon is the centaur's incompleteness of being half human and half horse, half intelligence and half animal, as well as his warrior mentality that accepts the necessity of death and transformation. Very important for Sagittarius. So, what we read from Ernst Wilhelm about the moon for Sagittarius is that the moon is the Sagittarius native's unsettled mentality and inner discomfort that provokes them to look into the depth of things. It's almost like the night, again, this is the 12th from the 9th. Sagittarius has an instinctive lunar sense at the lunar level that the world is incomplete. The world does not follow the rules. The world does not follow ethics that are seen through the sun sign. And it develops a bitterness, an unconscious bitterness and antagonism towards enemies. This is more of the enemies principle that we learned through Sagittarius is nobody's perfect. Nobody is going to completely conform to your ethic and your idea, because even your ethic and idea will change within yourself. So it's important not to take things personally for a Sagittarius, because they experience unsettled mental, because the moon is the mind in Vedic astrology. It has a lot to do with the emotional contents we take in and the feelings we have about them. And the moon provokes Sagittarius to look into the depth of things, to experience it fully for what it is, even if it doesn't align with your principles. Even if the thing is not perfect. The moon gives an innate ability for psychological analysis for Sagittarius rising, because the moon, the personality, is the 8th lord of psychological analysis. The moon also gives the ability for the native to be at home in a world of change, difficulties, and death, as they have some sense of the underlying need and harmony. Sagittarius recognizes that letting go and moving past things are an essential part of gaining fortune, knowledge, and truth. Ruling the 8th house, the moon is a temporal neutral. The gentle moon, so this is the difference between a gentle and a dark malefic moon. So just to give this quick short thrift, we know the moon can be like a positive placed moon or a negative placed moon. A positive, there's really 3 ways of conveying it. The closer to exaltation is, the better. The closer it is to full, meaning, there's the new moon, and after the new moon, the moon moves towards being opposite the sun. When it's on the way to being opposite, it's waxing, and that's considered auspicious, a gentle moon. And the third way is simply when the moon is, there's a degree of 20 degrees. It's after the full moon, you want to be, it's actually 10 degrees. It's getting wrapped up and entangled in my head. But I believe how it works is that if you are, once the moon is in the new moon, if you're 5 degrees ahead of where the sun was during the new moon, then you have got 20 degrees from that point onward to be in the good space of the moon. So the worst places for the moon is 5 degrees behind the sun and 5 degrees ahead of the sun. Those are considered inauspicious moon placements. And then after that 5 degrees is good stuff. So there's lots of different ways of conveying the positive moon in this way, but this is what we talk about with a gentle moon. What we read is that the gentle moon, waxing closer to full, the gentle moon is unable to bring about as much crisis as other planets ruling the 8th house. And so Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra states that the moon as the 8th house lord is not harmful. You know what? I've just got to backtrack here, because this is a statement generally for all Sagittariuses. It's saying the moon is gentle, and so it doesn't bring as much crisis as other planets ruling the 8th. So Parashara states that the moon as the 8th lord is not harmful, regardless if it's benefic or malefic. Now, it's especially not harmful, generally, in the event that the moon is bright and thereby a benefic, in which case the moon gives growth after changes. The moon is what causes Sagittarius to change and to be able to change. And it's through the changes that the moon brings that the Sagittarius learns how to be able to be in the flux of things, you know what I'm saying? And that's very critical, especially if the moon is well placed, then you will go through transformation with grace and aplomb, because transformation will always come for Sagittarius, who is always falling from a great height. In fact, it's your ability to let go of a great height, to transform, to come to a new state, you know? It's like when you graduate elementary school, you're in grade 8, and you're the king of the roost, you're the king of the top in grade 8. You could stay a small fish in a large pond by staying in grade 8 forever, but life doesn't allow you to do that. Life instead pushes you into high school. And once you're in high school, at least this is how the Canadian system works or whatever. Once you're in high school, you've got 4 years of being grade 9, grade 10, grade 11, grade 12. You got 4 years of being underneath everybody. And then all of a sudden you're at the bottom again. But that is what's going to allow you to be not only on top again, but on top of where you were previously. This is very much Sagittarius, and the moon will allow you to have good friends, good associations, good people around you who will support you as you endeavor to pull your bowstring back and shoot your arrow towards higher objectives. If you've got a good sun, you'll always be aiming for those higher objectives. That's half the battle. That's a very good thing. But if you don't have a good moon, you are going to shake and spill and have a problem adapting to to high school. You know, now you're in high school, it's a whole different world, whole different jungle, and you'll waste a lot of time remaining an elementary school student as you go into high school because you're not thinking with the tools of the next higher arena. You're not adapting to new friends and new people who will support what you're becoming in this next higher arena. A good moon can do that, and a good moon can also keep its necessary friends, keep its family, keep in tune with everybody as it climbs the ladder. If the moon is ill-placed for a Sagittarius, as they grow and become new people, better people, if the moon's not well placed, you might find yourself losing a lot of friends as you climb to different echelons of your own development, which can be a bad thing. You want to be able to adapt your emotional world that you have to the growth that you're pursuing. Because if you always drop the people who love you and who are your scene, the queen that supports the king, that's the moon, that's the people who truly love you. If you can't adapt them to where you're going as well by talking to them and saying, this is where I'm going, but I still love you, then you'll lose them. And you don't want your friends to bring you down, but it might not be their fault that they can't come with you. Sometimes you got to let them go. Sometimes you just got to explain to them that I'm going here, but I still love you. This is very classic, important stuff for the moon, for Sagittarius. Now, what we read is that in the event that the moon is bright and a benefic, she can give growth after changes. This is why saying that when the moon is bright, that means when it's after the new moon, like I said. Now, if the moon is dark and therefore malefic, the moon may cause difficult and painful breaks and unexpected losses, but ones that are still generally easy to let go of, since the moon is quick to renew and to heal. This is part of Sagittarius's personality. You know, what does it mean that the moon rules the 8th house? It runs perfectly in a line with Gemini, who says that Sagittarius is always falling from a high height. That's just those are the same statement, if you understand it properly. Thank you, Robin Evans. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it, and lots of love back to you as well, my friend. Thanks for hanging out with us here. So that was the moon and the sun, the royal couple of astrology, which is very important for Sagittarius for sure. These two planets are two of the friends of the sun and very important parts of what Jupiter, very important friends of Jupiter. which rules Sagittarius. Now, the third friend, this group of friends is all in the first three of the numerology. Sunday, Sun; Monday, Moon; Mardi, Mars; Tuesday. So these first three planets are very internal to us, and this is part of the reason why they rule the fire and water signs. Jupiter is the only one that is like on the latter part of the numerological schema. So Mars is a part of the internal world that gives Sagittarius its luminosity, its depth, and its power. So let's start talking about Mars as the ruler of the 5th and the 12th house. And we're starting to move towards the romantic capacity of Sagittarius. But even, everything we've talked about so far, the 9th lord, the sun, the 8th lord, the moon, even the 9th lord has a lot to do with romance, because the 9th house is the true marriage house. It's what the marriage is doing. 8th house is our emotional connections to people around us. And so Mars is going to be the lord of the 5th house. Sagittarius, in a way, surrenders to its passions, to its creative life path. And so Mars as the 5th lord is bound to be very important for Sagittarius. What we read when we start digging into Mars is that Mars is the auspicious ruler of the 5th and 12th houses for Sagittarius rising. So what's that all about? Mars is one of the best planets for a Sagittarius ascendant. The 5th and 12th rulership shows a great focus and dedication towards creativity. Once the arrow is loosed, the arrow is loosed for Sagittarius. Once they pull it, they can think about it, they want to make sure they've got the right thing. Once that arrow goes, boing, that's where Sagittarius is headed. They got a string attached to their arrow, and they surrender themselves into it. It's the strings attached imagery that makes me almost feel like that's not even I'm not even going to put it that way. It's like once it's gone, they have to let it go. But they commit themselves fully to whatever arrow that they're shooting at the time. And of course, it's the slinging of the arrow, not this specific, I'm going on this adventure with these people. Whatever happens there, I might not even go and catch that deer. I'm here and I'm shooting my arrows, and I might not even find any deer. But what's important is that I am the archer, and that I am always looking from within my own dharma. That's the important thing to be cultivating. So Mars is going to dedicate itself to some kind of, through Mars, Sagittarius will dedicate itself in a surrendering 12th house way to whatever creative passion path or life pursuit it starts to chase. Right? Mars is one of the best planets for a Sagittarius ascendant. The 5th and 12th house rulership shows a great focus towards creativity. However, they can also lose themselves in that creativity, which can be a type of liberation, but is not necessarily a knowledge-based liberation or moksha unless it's well supported. If there are afflictions happening to the 5th house or to the 12th house of Scorpio, then this feeling of needing to be liberated through action can actually be the opposite of liberating. It's like someone who gets addicted to yoga, somebody who gets addicted to some kind of positive passion path, to martial arts, to, this is Sagittarius who can't put it down after they've been playing with something. Which is beautiful in its own way, but this is like, a method actor who goes so far into their character that they can't drop it, and they become annoying to other people. That's like a little bit of an afflicted Mars could be happening. Mars ruling the 5th and the 12th demands looking at other factors in the chart of what's going on with Mars, with Scorpio, with Aries especially. But this begs the question, is this a passionate, creative, romantic type of energy that Mars gives? Or is it a more mind-related, contemplation and psychological growth-centered 12th house energy? Because the passion, the creative romance of the energy is more important than the contemplative 12th house nature. You got to look to the rest of the chart to say how you would ultimately define the Mars energy. But either way, Mars does have this capacity to give spiritual, religious, philosophical insights. This is supported by the fact that this is the natural 9th sign of the zodiac, which we mean Sagittarius, since we're talking about a Sagittarius rising chart. What, the 12th house religiousness is less an idea that you can explore and more a very deep personal relationship with your own energy field. Because, everybody has to follow Jesus and Buddha and Muhammad through their own path, through their own way. You have your own way, my own way of how I would convey Jesus' message is, don't follow me, follow the way I follow the Christ archetype within myself in a way that fits me. Everybody has to find their own way to embody the Dharma. And Sagittarius having Mars as the 5th lord, the creative spiritual bank book, as well as the 12th lord, which is a dedication, and it's leaning towards moksha. The 12th house can be a house of material loss for the sake of spiritual gain. Right? So oftentimes, if the 12th house is well placed, the 12th house is there for everybody, whether we realize it or not. In some ways, it's kind of like your ashram in a way, but it's what you dedicate yourself to. If you find yourself in a shitty situation in life, you're smoking weed and drinking all day, watching Netflix, watching YouTube, that's where your 12th house energy is going. That's what you're sacrificing for. That's what you're living for. You're an abysmal sop bucket of bed pleasure like 12th house qualities. You're isolating yourself from the world. You're losing material things that you could be creatively pursuing in that instance. Because your 12th house energy, it has to give some of it away. It's a release. It's the ability to let go. It's shunyata. It's fuck it. Fuck it. Whatever's going on in your life, there's a great meditation out there that can be very cathartic, where you listen to it, and it says, the things that when people come to you and they can't understand what you're doing, but you know that the path that you're on is the right path for you. Breathe in and say, fuck it. And then exhale and let that shit go. There's a great meditation on it. It sounds silly, but when you say fuck it internally, because it's a swear word, it's an ancient practice that people use where they would use a gritty curse word because it's cathartic in a way. So the 12th house energy has this fuck it energy of, it's okay that I'm losing a bit by developing on this. It's okay that other people might convey that I'm wasting time. I'm losing time by moving through whatever Mars is showing in the chart. Look at Mars in your chart as a Sagittarius rising, whatever sign it's in, whatever house it's in, and if there's any afflictions happening in Scorpio or Aries, to see where you might be involved in activities that can have wasteful qualities. But these wasteful qualities are necessarily slow on baking out the tension of the Sagittarius who desires to constantly be growing and developing. The 12th house is a release valve for all of us. It's a necessary release valve. So wherever Mars is in your chart is going to show one of the ways that you release tension. The tension of wanting to grow. The tension of wanting to evolve. Because you need to let go of the desire to evolve, because, this is the classic thing. When you get into meditation, when you get into self-realization, you're trying to release yourself of all desires. That's often how it's conveyed. And what you'll see is that what happens when you get to the bottom and you realize you have a desire to release your desires. How do you let that go? That's when you develop into shunyata. You are willing to just move through whatever is happening with regards to the karma that you're experiencing, to just sit with it, let go, relax your desire for it to be a certain way, and move through the pace of not being necessarily where you want to be on the rungs of your attainments just yet. Let it go. Let go of the attainments that you might realize at some point that you'll never get. The 11th house is the 12th from the 12th house. It's the 11th house that instigates the 12th house feeling of, oh, I lost it. I lost that gain. I didn't make that gain. I didn't win that competition. This is one of the reasons why when Mars is well placed for a Sagittarius, they do like to win. But if they don't win, they're very good sports, because it doesn't feel like a waste. It felt like that was necessary. It's like a bad archer is one that's afraid to fling their arrows because they don't want to waste arrows. A good archer says, I'm going to practice, I'm going to dedicate myself to archery, so that when I go out there, I could be thinking in my head, I've only got so many arrows, but it doesn't matter. My dharma is in front of me. I can waste them. It's going to keep coming, especially because I know I've been dedicating myself so much to this task and practice. My people are depending on me. The people in my tribe have depended on me to go out and catch the food, to catch the deer. So I've been practicing, and now because I've been practicing, I can surrender and waste some arrows, put in some intention, put in some effort, put in some money, put in some time to dedicating myself to this practice. And even when I do my practice, I'm pissing away some time and energy. But it's this letting go that pacifies the 12th house, so that you feel like there's not this buildup of the feeling that I want to control my flow of energy towards a certain way of attaining it. When Mars is not well placed, then the person fears wasting their precious energy, where Mars is just supposed to act instinctively on the right thing. This is why if Mars is, Mars has difficulty in Gemini or Virgo. If you're a Sagittarius rising with Mars in Gemini or Virgo, there's going to be trouble releasing the arrow from the bowstring, because you're going to always wait and plan and try to make it perfect before you just develop the instinct to rock and roll with your creative pursuit. If there's afflictions in Aries or Scorpio, there's also going to be problems. If you're a Sagittarius rising and you've got Saturn in Scorpio, Saturn doesn't do well in Scorpio. Saturn has Mars for an enemy. And when you have a Lajatadya Vashta like that, it's going to harm the sign as well as the planet. So you've got Saturn in Scorpio for a Sagittarius rising. You've got somebody who has difficulty experiencing and exploring their emotional vulnerabilities, especially erotic ones, because Saturn rules the second house. So if Saturn is in Scorpio, what's happening there is that because of your emotional vulnerability, because of the feeling that I don't know if I would ever be accepted for this, it's your weaknesses. Saturn, a good Saturn allows us all to just abide by our weaknesses, to not bite off more than we can chew, so that we can align ourselves with what we can do properly and not get butthurt about it. A Sagittarius with, let's say, Saturn in Scorpio is going to be really messed up and mixed up on the devotional principle, because they are going to have this antagonism with a seeming feeling that everything is a waste. Everything is bound to be a waste. And everything is a drain on my resources. Everything makes me feel constrained, because the third house is expansive. Everything feels constraining. And whenever I expand, whenever I develop on my second house, whenever I start building anything, I feel like it's a waste. Like I can't really get anywhere. This is the kind of thing that can happen with afflictions in the 12th house, and ultimately that stops you from just carving into the action of what Mars is supposed to be doing. But if you've got a good Mars, if Mars is in its own sign, if it's exalted in Capricorn, you will be able to keep doing the action. It's just Saturn in Scorpio in the 12th is always going to be a bugger for anyone who's got it. It's an internal bugger, but that doesn't mean you can't still practice the action. If Mars and Saturn had some difficult things going on, then that would be tough. So don't be afraid to fling the arrows, as our friend Robin Evans is saying. So let's start digging into what else we can hear about Mars. Let's read what Ernst Wilhelm has to say about Mars for Sagittarius rising. Mars is the centaur's arrows. Would you look at that? I didn't even think that it was going to land exactly that way. So Mars is the 5th and 12th lord. And that is the centaur's arrows. Mars as the 5th and 12th lord provides a natural capacity for self-learning. Can you guys see me here? Yep. The mentality is active and imaginative, but also logical, 5th house logical. There's a great poetic capacity. When I was doing my Asheville Vedic Astrology apprenticeship, Ryan got us to write essays on certain people, and I chose Bob Dylan, who had a Sagittarius rising. And Bob Dylan is this poet. He's this very poetic person who can be imaginative, lean into his own individual experience, because the self in one is the self in all. And he would just lean into very personal, emotional gunk that he's going through, 12th house, and apply creative creation to it through Aries as the 5th house lord, right? Using your own emotional difficulties and vulnerabilities to your advantage through the inner strength of Mars, of building on the inner strength to get through such difficulties in a imaginative but logical way. So Mars ruling the 5th and 12th gives great tactical and mechanical abilities. Ruling the house of spiritual practices, and that's the 5th house, as well as the house of liberation, the 12th house. Mars is commonly a planet of asceticism and secluded spiritual efforts. Again, it's like you're just playing guitar by yourself. I believe that Jimi Hendrix was a Sagittarius. He might not have been a Sagittarius rising, though. Not sure about that. But there's probably many examples of musicians who just play their instrument by themselves. No one sees them doing it because it's an emotional release as well as a constant thing that they can develop on to get them farther internally in their energy, conquering themselves, doing some kind of passion practice through which you can channel a desire to conquer your own limits, but in the privacy and seclusion of your own little 12th house cloister. That's what Mars has got going on for Sagittarius. Mars gives mental power and the knowledge of how to resolve an issue. Due to ruling the 5th house, Mars is a temporary benefic for Sagittarius native and gives intelligence. That's because it rules the 5th house, and that's one of the more benefic houses, like we said. It gives the Sagittarius intelligence, especially if Mars is at least well or neutrally placed. And when Mars has difficulty in the chart, we could see that it can bring out the nasty sides of the 12th house energy. As well, Mars is a malefic planet, but it also carries that 12th house energy, which ultimately is served to good purposes if Mars is associated with friends, that being Jupiter, the moon, or the sun. Mars will draw out, through the 12th house energy, it'll be part of the sacrifice of the Sagittarius mentality as a whole, where Mars will draw out the negative qualities of whatever that planet is because they're friends. If the moon is conjunct Mars, that's a powerful yoga and gives good positive things typically, for the most part, for anybody. If the moon and Mars are conjunct for a Sagittarius, we have the 12th lord. Mars is a 12th lord and a malefic. So it's going to cause some separation from whatever it is that the person's developing on, or separation through whatever it is that Mars is entangled with and moving through. If Mars is with the moon, we see that the person might have a little bit less of the risky opportunities, but because the 8th house thing, they might not even be able to transform in the way that they would like, because the 12th house is taking away some quality of the 8th lord of the moon. The 12th house capacity of Mars, because wherever the 12th lord, whatever planets it's touching, is a negative thing. It destabilizes that thing. And so this would destabilize your ability to adapt freely at some level because of the moon, and it would harm the moon a little bit. But since the moon is a friend to Mars, this is how you got to read these things, There's so many nuances. The Mars and the moon delighting each other would ultimately find an ability to desire to transform. The transformation would be part of Mars's energy at that point, because the moon is mixing in its delight to the Mars. So the Mars is looking to be a combustive, transformative purveyor with its arrows, with its 5th house energy, and is willing to lose things and drop things in the 12th house way in order to experience that transformation for itself and other people. Yogis, that'd be a good sign for a yogi, is a Sagittarius with the moon and Mars conjunct, because then the yogi is purveying Mars's discipline to remain mentally, intellectually, creatively, spiritually stable in the heat of the alchemy of the oven of transformation of the 8th house of the moon, and teaching it to other people, sitting with other people through it. It's an example of just the Mars energy in general. Mars blending with anything for a Sagittarius is going to carry some of that 12th house energy. It's going to add a creativity to it, but it's also going to make you have to let go of some of your expectations of how you thought that planet would be and go. This is how Mars is going to work with anything it touches in a Sagittarius chart. As a natural malefic, Mars may cause some conflicts with regards to what they know due to a lack of tact or patience. Patience would be the great way to put it for sure. So Mars may cause some conflicts with regards to what they know due to a lack of tact or patience. The knowledge is really, in some ways, it's a 5th house thing. That's a Mars thing. Mars is really a knowledge-gaining planet because it gains knowledge through the action of the 5th house. But they might be so moving through in a transformative way, whatever they're going through, that they might not have as much tact or diplomacy. They've given themselves so much to it. If this is a Sagittarius, they are a yoga teacher, they've got a yoga studio, and they're teaching everybody how to do yoga. Depending on how Mars is placed, they might be rigid in how they, if they have to let go of that spot, that yoga spot, in order to go somewhere else in the city, the Mars is frustrated and unforgiving in that sort of way with regards to that thing. Because it's let go and devoted itself. It's not diplomatic about how it can share its idea for conveying its creative intelligence. And it can lose some of how it would like to explain it, how it would like to teach, how it would like to convey its creative intelligence, because it's got the 12th house association with it. But again, this allows them to adapt. That's what the 12th house is all about, really. once they tap into the 12th house, especially if there's good things happening in their 12th house, if Mars is delighted by friends, this need to blend and to let go of their own idea of the creative process, they're into developing it with and through people so that the creative process that they share with others becomes greater than what they could ever do themselves. They lose their grip on it by introducing others into it, but they surrender to helping others grow through their shared creative process. They help other people be in their creative energy that they perpetuate. So they don't get to have a full grip on it, but it's not having that full grip that allows that 12th house energy to help them release their grip, their control. It releases the tension, releases the desire to control everything that Sagittarius can sometimes have. Which is very good. Mars is necessary for helping Sagittarius to feel like it doesn't need to control things all the time. Because as a fire sign, that can be an unconscious energy. That is how I read it. I think it's time for some peanut punch here, folks. Nice and grounding. So Indigo Iris says she's a Sagittarius rising with Mars in Pisces. Now you have mentioned that it's a 5th house energy, but you're probably saying that because the 5th house cusp is in Pisces. How the Vedic people generally convey it is that your Mars in Pisces as more of a 4th house energy more than anything. And the 5th house cusp is intermingled with Mars in the 4th sign, Mars in the 4th house of Pisces. Mars loses a bit of digbolic because it doesn't like being on the bottom of the chart. It prefers to be on top of the chart. But Mars here is in the sign of its friend, Jupiter. So it's delighted. That would show typically that the Mars spends a lot of creative time developing connections with developing on its root, its home, the people around it, its property, probably getting into real estate. And they will surrender a lot of energy to making a home, making things nice. And at the same time, they might have to actually let go of the desire for their home to be a certain way, because they will probably be using it for creative purposes. So that's like having a dojo in your house. That's like having some kind of creative workshop, some kind of garage inside your house. And you probably don't even enjoy your time at home as much as you would like to because you've got so much personal spiritual cultivation practices, 5th house and 12th house, that you drill into your personal private life in your actual physical home, the 4th house. So I hope that, that's like a nice little example of, since it's ultimately delighted by being in the sign of Pisces, which is ruled by Jupiter, which is Mars's friend, that Mars is going to have something set up for it to be delighted in its experience of building its spiritual creative capacities at home by especially sharing it with loved ones, by sharing it with the people who you call home in your private life. Using it to protect the people in your private life in that 4th house sort of way. This is an example of how we can kind of read into the placements of these planets in their houses and signs. Damn, that's good. let's keep on trucking here, folks. Might go to the bathroom after this next one. Next up, we are 3.5 hours in, and we're making pretty good time on this here lesson today, folks. I feel like there's times where I lollygag, and right now I'm feeling pretty tight. Feeling like we've been making good progress here today. So next up on the docket will be Mercury, which rules the 7th and 10th houses for Sagittarius. Now, we've spent a lot of time talking about things that are positive, especially the Sun, Moon, and Mars are all positive planets for Sagittarius, where there won't usually be typically too much trouble going on there. So now Mercury is the first introduction of a planet that is technically, it's an enemy. It's an enemy to Jupiter. Mercury being an enemy to Jupiter. So there is a difficult association with the 7th house and the 10th house for Sagittarius. Sagittarius feels much more comfortable in its own home. It's interesting that Jupiter is exalted in Cancer and is delighted by the moon. Jupiter loves growing into itself, but it does much better with the sun, with an aligned sacrificial purpose that fits what's coming from within. That's what Sagittarius tends to do better with. Now, when it comes to Mercury, which rules the 7th and the 10th house, that is business associations with enemy strangers, with acquaintances who are powerful, who can help them get higher up in the whatever narrow gate of an occupation the Sagittarius has chosen. And Mercury is a needs management. It's an analytical planet. It's a stabilizing, sustaining planet. And we know that Sagittarius, the key note for Sagittarius is that they're always falling from a high height, which means they move towards an adaptation. But the adaptation of Sagittarius comes from emotional things within itself. Emotional inspiration coming from the luminous inner depths of the superconscious. That's all fun and cute in your internal world. But having a good Mercury is very key for Sagittarius to be able to playfully still manage the things that it's dealing with, its wife, its people, its close associations, because Sagittarius can just change and say, oh my God, you know what, guys? All of this is now beneath me. None of this matters to me because I got to go to India and do a pilgrimage and do this. I got to go. Someone has given me opportunity to be a great artist down in Hollywood or New York, and I've got to go. I got to do it. This is what's happening to me right now. So Sagittarius is so opportunistic in this way that it often... even Mercury can be a playful thing. Some Sagittariuses will say, I need to focus on building what I can in my reality. And then someone will come along and say, hey, I could take you to New York and you could be a great creator. That could be an expansion, a playful expansion for Jupiter through Mercury. A certain business association that they could be playful with, interact with, be friends with, not necessarily be an enemy with, and do business with them accordingly. Sagittarius has a way of deafeningly taking up too much space in business because it's paying more attention to its own emotional feelings through Jupiter ruling the 1st house and the 4th house than it is in listening playfully to the business associations and people who they are dealing with, whom they do business through. Because Sagittarius can be a great business enterprising energy, but Mercury really needs to be well placed in order for them to be amenable to business. Because even wherever Sagittarius goes, it says, okay, I hear what the group is doing, and here's my brilliant idea for what we should all be doing here. Everybody recognize that I brought an idea to the table. It's my idea, and I want everybody to know that I'm the one who started this idea, which means as we go forward with it, If anybody wants to talk with us, as we all talk about it, I should be the central arbiter because it was my idea. This is like a not so well-placed Mercury coming through Sagittarius, which would be, it's also partly, that could be many things. That could be a sun and a moon thing, whatever. An internal compensation complex that the Sagittarius has to deal with. But when it comes to Mercury, when it comes to being playful in business, listening to everyone's ideas on the table, humbly submitting ideas and not taking it personally when they are used, or listening to what the company and the business associates want you to aim your original, unique insights into, your arrows. Someone else is telling you where to shoot your arrows because it could possibly, playfully, in a fun way, give us some education, some entertainment, some inspiration, some abundance and growth. The team thinks it might be good for us and for you to focus your original ideas over there. And of course, what does Sagittarius say? Let go of my bow. No, I'm going to shoot my arrows where I'm here because I've been shooting my arrows my way at my targets my whole life. I know what I'm good at. That's all great and cute. You can be okay with what you're good at. But if you have a good Mercury, putting your bow and your arrows at the service of a powerful team with people who you interact with, you intermingle with, is not going to denature your ability to shoot the arrows. It's when you go into you're in a bow competition. You're in a competition with a bunch of other people, and they are putting your efforts to the test. They're putting them to use. They're going through some kind of government, corporate, organizational use, So when you are moving with other people, when you're dealing with other people, big companies, they are going to want to put your infinite potentials and adaptability to specific narrow gate purposes. And the only way for you to do that is to be playful. Playful enough that you can maintain your integrity while throwing them the bread, and playful enough that you can even let go of yourself. See where they're going with your thoughts and ideas. See where they're going with their thoughts and ideas, and meeting them in the middle. That is a Mercury that can hold, this is my principles and what I'm good at, but this is what you're asking me for and what you guys need. Let's find a workable medium. This is a lot of what Mercury is all about for Sagittarius, and it's one of the communication planets. It's the planet of marriage, and usually this shows that if Mercury is well placed, the partner will find a marriage partner. The person will find a marriage partner who supports their goals. And this is a problem for Sagittarius because this is one of those signs where you've got what we could call an enemy. You're in bed with the enemy. And what is the enemy? The enemy is that which you have not yet conquered. That which you have not yet conquered is something you need to conquer in time. And Sagittarius wants to conquer it all right away, all the time. But you need to conquer it through your own limitation, your own specific pattern and way of knowing yourself, knowing your patterns, knowing your emotional patterns, and moving towards that confrontation with your limitations and conquering them. So you have a lover in the 7th house who is going to encourage you and push you to be your best. This is like being in bed with your father. Your father is your love partner, and in this situation, it sounds incestuous, and it would be if that was the actual case, but I'm trying to make you consider how you've got somebody who's pushing you to be your best in your bed. You're lying beside them, and it's 11 at night, you got to go to work tomorrow, and your partner is just kind of just chatting with you about how, you know what, honey, I think that these things that you're doing here, what you should do is this would be the best way for you to go and do that. You should take what your money, you should take, I know you go out with your friends, you go drinking on Friday nights, and yeah, I don't really care about that. That's okay. But consider if you took your money and the time that you did there and spent it on that creative passion that you have. Because you tell me all the time that you want to use your creative passion in your career. You should be going and doing it there. And then you're in bed with your partner. It's like, honey, it's 11 p.m. Let's not talk about it right now. You can tell me this like another time. Like, maybe at the dinner table tomorrow. And then, tomorrow happens. You go to work, you come home, and there's your partner. Hey, honey, how's it going? Oh, good. I've had a hard day. Well, that's okay. That's cool. Now, would you like to talk about that thing that we were supposed to talk about last night that you just kind of pushed away? Oh, honey, I just got off work. Well, when's going to be the right time for me to push you and encourage you to be your best? This is having the 10th Lord as an antagonistic agent, also ruling your 7th house for Sagittarius. Your partner is going to constantly be pushing you, and you got to, if you're playful enough with Mercury, then you can play with the constant push to be your best and do your best. And this will be the same for men and women. You could have, as a woman, with Mercury ruling your 7th and 10th house, it'll be the same thing. You'll have a man who's kind of pushing you to do what you convey yourself as wanting to do. Especially if you've got a good Mercury, then you're going to be playful about saying, this is what I want to do. And your partner will say, well, we can. You just got to, I can support you. When you move towards it, I'm going to do this with you. And how does that feel? Feels good? Like we're going there? Good. How does this feel? No, doesn't feel like we're going there? Okay, all right. Well, thank you for communicating. Let's move forward to the best situation for your growth in your career. And so a Sagittarius rising with a powerful Mercury can be playful with this, will enjoy it, and will attract a partner who will push you to be your best, who will see your talents and skills, who will see what you can realistically take. And you'll say, I was thinking about doing this and with the boss. Him and the boys have got something going on, or it's extra work for me. And your lover will say, where is this going to take you? Is this going to make you put your skills to the best? Or are you just helping the boss out because he's the boss? Like, the boss could be taking advantage of you here. Is that the case? I don't know. You've got a partner who's going to be moving through those things with you, and you'll be glad to talk about it because that's your Mercury. Mercury is the axis of development for Sagittarius. If you like to recreationally talk with your private people in a joyful way, in a way that does bring you farther, you've probably got a good Mercury. But if you prefer to talk with your friends about things that keep you stuck in the present state of your career, and they don't encourage you to go farther and be your best, you've probably got a bad Mercury. But you'll still talk, and you'll talk and talk and talk, and you'll probably be a windbag if you've got a bad Mercury. And you'll talk all of your potential alignment away, leaving you only holding the bag of the present state that you are, just talking and talking and talking and talking about it, talking about everything that's going on with you, and not acting with integrity towards what your throat chakra is conveying as the manifesting principle of your word. So a partner, if you've got a good Mercury, your partner will allow you to align with your word. If you don't have a good Mercury, then your partner you'll feel antagonized in your word, in your voice, towards how your partner conveys things to you. And in the end, if you feel that's the case, it's probably actually not your partner. It's probably just you not communicating properly as the Sagittarius with the weak Mercury. But there is something to be said about if you've got a really bad Mercury, and if you've got bad Lagna happening in Virgo or Gemini, then there will be mix-ups. You know, having Mars in the 7th house for Sagittarius rising, having Mars in Gemini is an ugly thing. Mars does not do well. When you have a Lagittatya Vashta like that, you would have Mars, the 5th lord and the 12th lord, in Gemini in the 7th house. There would be a desire to get your creative and even 12th house deep emotional needs met through the partner, but it's going to be coming from this confusion of like, you know, you're going to say to your partner, like, I want these needs to be met through you. And the partner's like reading you, hearing it through Gemini and being like, okay, so is that this? But they'll never have the right answer because your 5th house energy comes from within you. It's an intrinsic part of who you are. So when you're trying to get your 5th house needs met through the 7th house, they're always going to reflect things to you that come from their perspective, that are never going to fully fit you. But if your 5th lord is dependent on your partner in the 7th house, this, with different rising signs, this might work differently. But Mars has Mercury for an enemy. This is how we have to understand these things. Mars has Mercury for an enemy. So Mars being an instinctive planet in the chatty sign of Gemini means it pisses away its primal energy by talking about what could be instead of just acting on what it is, what it thinks. You know, your partner then would be telling you, like, so you kind of lean on me to talk about what you should do with your creative practice. Well, I think what you should do is you could take your guitar and you could teach kids with it. You know, it's like, say your partner just decides, you know, you should teach kids with it. And then you're like, well, I was thinking of like being a musician and teaching everybody. But through whatever reason, your partner convinces you that this is something you haven't tried. Instead of you just instinctively leaning on the thing you should be doing, you listen to your partner and you piss away a lot of energy with the scattering of Mars in the 7th house, through the 7th house. So this is important stuff for Sagittarius. You know, this is the one of the axles that could make or break Sagittarius. It's one of the red planets, right? So let's start getting into what Ryan has taught me about Mercury for a Sagittarius rising. Now, what we read is that Parashara really says that Mercury is actually really neutral as the ruler of the 10th and the 7th. Excuse me. Parashara sometimes will say one thing in one way, and then you'll read it differently in another way somewhere down the line. It's not that they're contradictory, it's that they are overlapping in a way. So, Mercury is neutral as the ruler of the 10th and the 7th. It is auspicious in some degree, although this is damaged due to its rulership of 2 angles and being a benefic. That's part of the reason why it's not considered great. As we can see here, it's ruling 2 angles and being technically a benefic. It lets more in through the gates than it technically probably should. That's not to say you've got playful Mercury on a cardinal point. So does that mean that you let too much in because it's a benefic? Well, not necessarily. Opportunities will come to you through your partner, through people who could be good, positive opportunities for you, which you should be playful with, because that's the nature of Mercury. The question is this playfulness ultimately, it's not the external thing that Mercury wants to be playful with. It's your inner voice that Mercury wants to be playful with. If you're with a partner and your inner voice, you've got something deep inside you that says, you know, I just don't see this going with the right place with this person. Your inner voice is telling you, especially as the 7th house lord, I don't think that this person is ultimately going to help me progress in my life. If you've got a bad Mercury, you're going to be playful and say, well, what if my intuition isn't correct? What if this person's got lots of good qualities? They got money. They are connected to my field. We're in the same field. I feel internally that my inner voice says that there's something about them that just feels off, but why don't I be playful? And maybe my inner voice is wrong. That's a Mercury that's in a bad habit. A Mercury that's in a good habit is playful with the inner voice. What if my inner voice is right? What if this person, I'm going to follow my instinct and playfully go away from them and find somebody else who might be a worthy partner for me? So this is just the thing, is that it's hard to pinpoint. You can't just say, because Mercury is a benefic ruling cardinal angles, that means that it's undiscerning about what it lets in terms of career and partners. That means that you should be more, like, put a filter or live in fear of opportunities that come through in your career, or live in fearful ways regarding partners that come along. No. You have to learn to be playful in the right way, and the only way to do that is to listen to your unconscious, listen to your intuition, listen to your inner voice. That's what you're supposed to be playful with. It's often hard to hear it in the moment, but this is just the nature of it. You know, there's times where you see there's a person at a bar, and they could have all green flags, but they've got a tattoo on their arm that shows like teardrops, and that they've obviously had some trauma and some difficulty in their life. And there's a part of your inner voice that says, ooh, I don't know, that could be a person who's been through pain, and maybe I have to help them deal with that pain. Oh, wow, wow. Maybe that's my inner voice is telling me in this moment that I shouldn't pursue this person. But your inner voice could be telling you that everything else is green, and that you can even help that person move through the trauma they've experienced. You have to listen to all the final inner voice, which can be hard. Believe me, this is just classic tricky stuff of being in love. There ain't no formula for it. You just got to feel it out, and feel out what it feels as a resonance and resonance with what you inherently are. There's no formula for love, that's for sure. But this is the kind of playfulness that you need to apply with Mercury, and I hope that that's clear in the way that I've conveyed it there. So, what we read is that Mercury can be related to sexuality, the 7th house. Business is a 7th house thing, and as well Mercury is a theme confluence here with sexuality and business. Which is just part and parcel of Mercury and what Sagittarius is all about too. Thank you, Robin Evans. I'm glad that you're resonating with this. So Mercury can be related to sexuality and business, which are both Mercury confluence with 7th house themes. Sexuality and business, yes, are Mercury things. The intermingling of the subtlest dimensions of the raw primal energy field. Mercury is playing a game whenever it has sex with anybody, or when it has sexual connections with anybody. And as well, it's a business thing. You know, business partners can have, you know, when they shuttle energy and money and investment, you know, two business partners coming together and trusting each other that an investment of the energy in a mutual place will be beneficial to them in the long run. It's almost like seed and sperm coming together, mingling in a shared spot and creating more than the individual seed and sperm coming together. That's like a creative sexual energy. So that's where that Mercury association is kind of related to sexuality in this way. A 7th house sort of like, you know, I bet we would come together and make good kids, you know, or I bet we would do well together enjoying each other's time in business. Right? So Mercury is very much a people person. So this makes Sagittarius types tend to be somewhat gregarious. They've got this people person charm energy on the 7th house, which is connected to the 10th house. This is a wheeler and dealer. And this puts a focus on having status for their knowledge, their capacity to communicate that knowledge and to share philosophical information playfully. Mercury can make Sagittarius suffer from dry polemics rather than actually knowing something. Sagittarius can often look the part, act the part, and talk the part, but can actually have very little understanding of what they're getting into. It's because they're being reflective in the Mercury sense. They're feeling out what the person's talking about. They can feel out the bones of the conversation and say, yeah, I think that this is what, I can speak to this. But in reality, they actually haven't had the depth of experience. Sagittarius can be kind of funny and tricky in that way. You can't tell how much they really know about things until you really get into the depth, in which point they're learning about it. Anyway, Sagittarius can argue a point very well, but sometimes they have no realization of their own. Mercury is inauspicious to a degree because there's too much focus on partnerships, on being seen as intelligent and philosophical. There can be too much focus on status, really. But these can be used constructively under the right auspices. This is a Mercury that will be playful about a partner who, again, Sagittarius is future-oriented in a way. It's not enough to just enjoy this person. I have to feel like the two of us could be in service to each other, and that ultimately that you can be in service to me and in what I'm doing with my career. Because this is the nature of Jupiter. Do you remember how we're always having this conversation of Jupiter being in conversation with Venus, which is the planet of relationships? When it comes to any relationship, Mercury is a way that kind of keeps it like equal and playful and fun so that we're both win-win situation. Mercury will always make sure it'll only be win-win if I am getting furthered here, which means I've just got to wait until I find a partner who is furthered by furthering me. And that sounds selfish, but it's really not. This is part of the integrity principle of Jupiter. Jupiter wants to sacrifice its comfort for the sake of Dharma. This is why Shukracharya, Venus, and Brihaspati, Jupiter, are always coming into conflict in the Vedas. And Brihaspati, this one, Brihaspati always wins. Jupiter always wins. Because Jupiter delights Venus, but Venus starves Jupiter. Jupiter gives, this is the bottom line of the human reality, is Venus is water, and that water is in service to the fire that gives credence to the air, and the air helps to materialize us in movement towards ether, which is the deteriorating letting go of self. Jupiter is the Dharma. Jupiter is more primal and primary in the human consciousness evolution schema. So part of Sagittarius's Dharma is to live for its Dharma, and any partner that comes along for Sagittarius is going to have to be, again, in service to what Sagittarius is doing, not just to their livelihood. Although ultimately, if really you want to look at the fourth house, you want to look at Jupiter, and you want to look at the moon, if you really want to see what Jupiter's actual personality, its emotion, how it can relate to its emotions of its partners, and Saturn too, the second house lord. Those planets are going to show how Jupiter attends to the private life that it creates with its partner. But the first thing, before it's what kind of movies do you like? What kind of ice cream do you like? Do we like the same type of wine? Do we listen to the same type of music? All that comes second to, are you going to advance me in my life? If you're going to advance me in your life, then we'll think about whether we have a connection. Which is, it's not that terribly unwise if you understand it. And there is a focus on status in a way. There's always, Sagittarius, again, will look at brass tacks of a person. Are you is there anything you've got going on? Do you have like can I do a criminal record check? Are you on any drugs? Are you addicted to heroin? No matter how, a Jupiter, especially a Sagittarius with a strong sun and a strong Jupiter, would be hard pressed to be with a lover who's like into drugs or doing things that they know could possibly find falter down the line. Unless the Sagittarius has a really messed up Mercury, in which case that's when even weird things can happen, especially if the Sagittarius rising has afflictions, like I said, with Mars and Gemini. Then if the partner conveys to the Jupiter person that you're going to help, that the partner's going to give you and support your Mars thing, the Mars is going to say, okay, great, good. Because I have certain ideas for what I want to do with my creative energy and that I want to dedicate myself to. Things I want to do for my kids, 5th house. So having Mars in Gemini, I'm going to check very sternly if all those boxes are checked. Can you help me with this? Are you going to be able to help me with my kids? Good enough. I don't need to ask for anything else. Meanwhile, the partner that the Sagittarius is taking on could be addicted to heroin, could have like a dead-end job with no real desire to move forward from it, could have traumatic relationship with their father or their mother that the Sagittarius didn't bother to look for because all they cared about was the urgent Mars on the 7th house of Gemini. That's again more of that example, Any afflictions to Gemini, even Jupiter in Gemini would be a rough go. Jupiter in Gemini would be a rough go for the Sagittarius because the Jupiter will then be looking for a partner in order to fulfill their 1st house and 4th house things. And they'll get, that will be the main scorecard. Are you going to make me happy? Are you going to give me a good personal life? Great, good enough. That's all I care about. And then the partner could be, again, addicted to drugs or, something where they enjoy a very rich, emotional private life that actually gets the Sagittarius attached to the private life. Then the partner will have emotional neediness, all this stuff that takes the Sagittarius away from its primal desire to be creative and constructive and to climb higher heights than where they're presently at. These are the kind of afflictions that can happen from planets that aren't doing well because Jupiter is starved by Mercury in Gemini, right? Like we said. It doesn't do well in the 7th house either. So this is an example of how Mercury can cause problems for Sagittarius. But if you've got Venus there, if you've got Saturn in Gemini is a wonderful placement for Sagittarius because Saturn is delighted by Mercury and Saturn loves the 7th house. So that'd be an example where Mercury is being forced out of necessity, out of a childhood sort of programming of familiarity, where if the Saturn is in the 7th, in Gemini, Saturn has been talking from the cradle about the type of friendships that it needs, about the basic bottom line things that it needs, so that the person can learn to actually be playful with people in relationship things and even get into relationships, stick to them, actually digest a meal of being with a partner. And whether that's the right or wrong person for them, they will get many lessons about the type of partner that the Sagittarius ultimately seeks. So when they're young, Sagittarius with Saturn in Gemini, if there's no other afflictions there, Saturn is delighted in Gemini. It does well in the 7th house. They will learn over time what they're seeking in a partner by constantly speaking to it and developing friendships that help them remember the memory of what makes them happy and what gives them what they want in a partner, so that they can be dedicated in a hard way to finding a partner that will, in a Saturnian way, help grow them through that 10th house emphasis of Mercury. Anyway, I could go on forever about these, but I was hoping that I could burn that part of this lesson in. So, let's talk now about the next part of Mercury here. This is still Mercury as the 7th and 10th lord. This is coming from Ernst Wilhelm. Mercury is the centaur's charisma. Mercury, as the 7th and 10th lord, gives a natural capacity for productive partnerships, particularly business partnerships. With this lordship, Mercury inclines one to desire a marriage that supports their career or one that gives status. Mercury also gives for Sagittarius. It gives public status. It gives success and the ability for public speaking, especially if Mercury is well placed. The professions of Sagittarius may well likely involve other people. Mercury also balances work and play. Ruling 2 angles, Mercury is a temporal neutral. But as a natural benefic, Mercury ultimately gives professional skills and partners that support one's endeavors. Generally speaking, no matter what, Mercury as a benefic is probably going to give you a partner where your instinct is just to attract someone who feels good about providing encouragement and support to your growth and to your career. Just, that's funny. Astrology teaches us this. You don't realize how much you attract people, because what does it mean to say that you're attracting someone who encourages your growth? What it's also saying is that those who want to support someone's career, it's like, if you're a man and you're bound to find a woman who has just a natural sense of dedicating themselves to supporting their man's career and wants to be respected and admired for that. And if you have a good Mercury, you'll mention and communicate how much you love the partner for helping them with the support that they give, because Sagittarius will always get that support, or at least a partner who has it in potential. It's only when you have afflictions that you get antagonized by this naturally inherently good archetype. Again, the best example I could give is Mars in Gemini. You'll always say, be careful with the advice that you give me, honey, because I'll follow it, and sometimes I don't think it's the right advice for me. At which point the partner says, well, I don't fucking know. I don't know I'm just going to give you the advice that I have, and why don't you decide whether it's right for you to take it or not? But then the person with Mars and Gemini Mars is scattered by too much thinking and not acting on what's good for the self. So they think maybe my partner knows better what's better for myself. And it's never, what am I really? It's hard to know when you got Mars and Gemini. Unless you've got friends delighting that Mars and kind of helping it out. That scatterment will still be there, but it could still get through it. But this is just kind of how it all goes there, with things with Mercury. Very important planet for Sagittarius, owning those two cardinal angles. The cardinal angles are always important for everybody. Mercury rules 2 cardinal angles. It's one of those things where Sagittarius can be strong where it's strong, but it's tough and hard where it's tough and hard. Most people have neutral of most planets. That'll just be specific afflictions kind of happening. But if someone's really got a lot of difficulty with Mercury, then you've got a lot of difficulty with 2 load-bearing walls. But if you've got a great Mercury, if it's delighted, if it's got good Shadbala, good Vimshopak, all of these things that we would associate with a strong planet, then you've got 2 load-bearing walls that are fucking solid and very good in that way. Right? So I'm glad that you guys are all digging what I'm laying down here. So now we got 3 left here, folks. This next one is obviously also going to be quite important. And time is flying. Damn. I was looking at our time at first, and I was like, damn, I got so much time. I can just reel out on Mercury. And now I'm like, oh, damn, we still got 3 planets left. Now, I think I am going to go to the bathroom for a moment. And when we come back, we're going to start getting into Jupiter. What does Jupiter mean for Sagittarius rising? And of course, as you can imagine, just like with Mercury, this is a load-bearing wall if there ever was one. This is the rising sign lord as well as the fourth lord. So let's move through it as soon as I come back, folks. See you in just a sec. Yum. Okay, folks, we're back. Welcome. Next up on the chopping block, we have got Jupiter as the first and fourth lord for Sagittarius. Now, since we've already talked a lot about Jupiter, obviously there's only so much that can really be said here, but there are things to be said. Jupiter is the rising sign lord. It is in cahoots with the first three planets, Sun, Moon, and Mars. And it is, generally going to do better in fire and water signs, therefore. And Jupiter, like Mercury, is a load-bearing wall for Sagittarius. Even more of a load-bearing wall. You can have everything else being trash in the chart. See, this is one of the things about Sagittarius is that, let me say this statement first. Because I'm gonna say two statements, okay? Number one, you can have everything trash in the chart, but if the rising sign lord is doing well, it saves it. It can get you over a lot of trouble because you have a basic intelligence and capacity to look over all the damage, all the gunk, all the bullshit that's happening in your life, and use the rising sign lord's energy and vitality to make the best of a bad situation. Conversely, if everything else is great in the chart, but the rising sign lord is having trouble, you're going to have a hard time manifesting the best that you can out of a good situation. It's going to dwindle the strength of the whole rest of the chart. We could also say the same thing about Jupiter for everybody. Jupiter is the planet of Dharma, the planet of our following guru, which is the whispering of Krishna's flute, signifying the dark, unevolved recesses of the unconscious and of the spiritually evolving self. Those aspects of ourselves which have not yet matured, but have a principle of maturity inherently there that we just have to grow into if we're patient and strong enough to do so. Jupiter is the planet that allows us to grow into what we seek to be despite the pain. So, Jupiter is like the rising sign lord. If you've got a good Jupiter, the rest of your chart is trash, you've got a huge lucky boon of benefic energy that will allow you to have the faith to pursue and keep pushing despite everything falling apart. If you've got a good Jupiter, it could save your whole chart. In the same way, if you've got a great chart but no Jupiter, you're gonna have your means are gonna be settled, but you're not gonna have an idea of the end. What's the purpose of all these good things that I have in my life? It's like a wealthy person with no Jupiter. What are they doing with it? They're just moving money pointlessly for nobody, for corporatocracy. Great. You pressed a button. You picked blue sweaters instead of yellow sweaters at the marketplace, and you moved society forward. You moved yourself forward. Nah, you just were the person pressing a button for something. So that's like a wealthy person with no Jupiter. If you've got a crap Jupiter, it's going to be hard to get the best out of the rest of the chart. The rising sign and Jupiter are 2 points that are like this. They're both load-bearing walls for everybody. So for a Sagittarius, if your Jupiter is trash, you're in a lot of trouble. But if your Jupiter is doing well, then you can probably skate over top of a lot of the other difficulties and issues that you can expect in your life. Francesca's asking, sometimes a sign can be good by dignity, but not by directional strength. With moon in the 4th. Yeah, so there's lots of things, Francesca, that will convey whether a planet and a sign are good. You know, if you've got afflictions to the rising sign, you know, thankfully nobody has Sagittarius for an enemy. So even if you've got Saturn in Sagittarius in the 1st house, Saturn is not good there by its dig ball, but that's more of a Saturn issue than, you know, Saturn in Sagittarius for a Sagittarius rising. It's going to do some difficulty early on, but it's not inherently in a sign of an enemy. No planets have Sagittarius for an enemy, have Jupiter for an enemy. So any planet could be there in the 1st house and kind of do okay and not harm Sagittarius. But if you have the Sun and Saturn together in Sagittarius, that's a Lagitati Avashta. The Sun and Saturn are harming each other. If it's happening in the rising sign, that's going to be systemic. That's going to be an issue that happens to you in your life that obstructs every other point in your life, right? So Jupiter is definitely the load-bearing wall of all load-bearing walls for Sagittarius. And, you know, it's very important and good for you to learn what you can about afflictions and see if there are any afflictions going on for your Jupiter if you're a Sagittarius rising, because that's going to show systemic aspects of your very present mindfulness that are going to mess with your ability to make decisions at every corner of your life. Marriage, entrepreneurship, creativity, career. All these different things are going to have the issue of your blocked mind with a weak Jupiter or rising sign. In which case, again, do your best. We talked at some point in this video about remedies for Jupiter. The best thing is to pay for the tour guide, pay for the teacher, pay for a guru, meaning invest time and energy into manifestation and meditation especially. Because Jupiter is the connection of the ether that goes into the nothingness that's beyond the astral karma of the individual. If you can dedicate yourself to some kind of meditation that gives you a deep connection to your superconscious principles, to the forces that are above and all around us, then you will tune into your Jupiter in a way that won't be wasteful. And you can use that as a remedy for an afflicted Jupiter. It's meditation, developing a relationship with the libidinal, luminous unconscious, which people convey as gods, but it's really the self, the Atma, the Brahman, within you. Good advice for all of us, but especially good advice for someone with a Sagittarius rising with a difficult Jupiter. Awesome. So let's start delving into this. We're looking at Jupiter for Sagittarius rising, and obviously we can see Jupiter rules the 1st house and the 4th house. Jupiter rules 2 angles and is a benefic, and this causes Jupiter, even as the 1st lord, to act as functionally neutral. Very interesting, because the 1st house and the 4th house, having this benefic Jupiter, kind of is a little bit willy-nilly about letting things through the gate in terms of identity as well as emotions. Especially Sagittarius has to be careful not to identify too strongly with what it feels about anything. You know, Sagittarius is, if for whatever reason they've got some affliction that indicates it, you know, these people can almost be like racist. They can be nationalist. They can be afraid of other people from other cultures, or people who are just very different from the type of family they grew up with, because they feel very comfortable with the type of family and culture that they grew up with. And they identify with it at a first house level. Their first house will feel a little bit off if they are dealing with anything that doesn't resonate with the root that they have in their own ancestral lineage, in their own philosophy, and their own familiar experiences with Pisces in the fourth house, because Jupiter rules Pisces as well as Sagittarius. So the first house can get messed up by the fourth if there's any afflictions there, and the fourth house can get messed up by Sagittarius if there's any afflictions there. So, Ryan tells us that, you know, we almost see Jupiter as the first and fourth lord can almost be functionally neutral, because as we said previously, you know, I can almost probably, for those who might just only be tuning in now and didn't see the start of our conversation, what we learned is that the cardinal houses are auspicious depending on whether a planet is gentle or cruel. If a benefic like Jupiter owns an angle, it's not good, because the angles are like these open gates that bring action and opportunity and confrontations with reality. That's what the cardinal houses do. They're changeable in this way, just like the cardinal signs. So this brings through the gate of the first house and the fourth house for Sagittarius, everything. Everybody is exposed to everything. Sagittariuses will allow into their private life a lot, because they love to have good things. They love the good. So whenever they feel it, they want more of it. And they can be undiscerning when someone gives a little bit of a sense of the good thing, the familiar thing that I've always loved. Yeah, come on in. You seem to be that thing on the surface. But then they don't discern, because it's optimistic, it's faithful. And Jupiter is definitely ultimately a good planet for Sagittarius. I would even say it's more benefic than neutral, and that's what Parashara gives. As we can see, it's green. It's not neutral, it is auspicious. But this auspiciousness comes with a little bit of growth needed. You're going to drink a little bit of mud before you get at the water when it comes to emotional satisfaction for a Jupiter early in life, for Sagittarius rising early in life. But it ends up that through experiences with what you don't want deeply and emotionally, you find out what you do want. And at some point, you just got to let it flow. Don't be afraid to take in what is not good for you if it seems like it's in flow at the time. Just be willing to let go of it. It's one of the things that shows a good Jupiter is its transformation. Cancer in the 8th house, being willing to let go of that which no longer serves you, but still trying it out when it seems like it might serve you in the moment. It can be painful. Sagittarius, falling from a high height all the time, constantly. The only way to get away from the pain of that transformation is to accept it. Running from that transformation in your life is never going to work, Sagittarius, if you haven't figured that out already. And I'm sure you probably have. Ryan tells us that the first lord rulership of Jupiter adds auspiciousness. By Parashara's general theme, it's generally conveyed that Jupiter has a neutrality. Jupiter rulership of the first house and the fourth house shows an identification with one's mother, with one's land of birth, possibly a foreign land. It's common for Sagittarius is that they find, because their first house and their fourth house, you know, they identify with Sagittarius. They identify with things that are far away, which means it's common for Sagittarius rising to be born to a child whose mother had immigrated. And now the child resonates with their home culture, which is far away from the culture they've been born into. Not always, but sometimes. Sagittarius rules over the natural ninth sign. So it's the ninth sign in the first house. This gives an inclination for philosophy, belief, and faith. And there is certainly an inclination towards inner work that leads to contentment. It's the first house being blended with the fourth house there. In the end, Jupiter tends to be more auspicious than Parashara leads us to believe in some of his statements. Right? And this is what we're saying here. Remember, we looked at the general conveyances of all the planets. This is Parashara. Parashara says that Jupiter causes neutral effects. It's not necessarily auspicious per se. What Ryan is telling us here is that, just because that statement is made doesn't mean there's not underlying things to be understood on top of that general note. It's just often how the Vedic texts work, is that there's various of them looking at different perceptions, and you got to color in all the color by numbers in order to see the full picture. So with Jupiter as the first and fourth lord, Jupiter is the centaur's body, the actual central body, the vessel through which Sagittarius gets around. Jupiter, being a benefic, ruling the fourth house of happiness and the first house of personality, gives a jovial, optimistic personality. Jupiter gives a need for some purpose to their existence in order for the native to be happy. Jupiter gives a strong affinity with their homeland, making them patriots of the finest sort. Right, so purpose, meaning Sagittarius, really on the first house, is necessary for happiness, which is Pisces on the fourth house for sure. And this the patriotic nature, as we've already kind of talked about it a bit. Now, there's a strong identification with the mother for obvious reasons, the first and the fourth house being together. And there's generally some shared ideals and beliefs with the mother, usually. Now, due to ruling the rising sign, Jupiter is a temporary benefic, and this gives meaning and happiness to the Sagittarius native's life. As a natural benefic, because Jupiter is naturally a benefic no matter what, Jupiter gives increase, fortune, and wisdom, largely due to the native's own abilities and manners. So we've got a benefic on the first house. This is like the personality, the rising sign, is expressing the nature of Jupiter, which is fortune, wisdom increasing through their abilities, their manners, their behaviors. Set esoterically, Jupiter is the vehicle of the body used for the spiritual journey. Because Jupiter is really a spiritual journeying planet. For that to be ruling the first house, the house of the body, that spiritual journey is going to be embedded in the experience of the person, of the body. The body is for that purpose in that way. Very good. That was Jupiter, ladies and gentlemen. Sign number 5 was Jupiter. Oh, stretch. Oh, damn, that felt good. I'm going to do a good meditation session after all this. Today's my chill day, Sunday. I've been writing a book, as I've been saying on all these, all my live streams lately. And I can't wait to be sharing that book with you. I think that I'm probably going to try and put it out about in a year or so. Feel free to check it out if by the time you're watching this, it's out. I don't know what it's going to be called. Right now, I think it's going to be called Leaves of the Season. It's going to be a poetry and spirituality book mixed with the themes of psychedelics. Keep your eye out for it because it's going to happen at some point. But anyway, I guess what I was going to say is that I was going to spend time on my book today, but I've been working on that a lot. So today I'm going to do some yoga, chill, might smoke some weed at the end of the day, and just relax. I think that I have been waiting for something like that. Thank you, Francesca. Thank you, Robin Evans. Francesca is saying, my plan is very Venus Atmakarica, and I feel like I'm with you on that. A book about poetry. Awesome. It feels nice to be seen. Okay, folks, we got 2 more planets left, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying these deep dives into these rising signs. Next up, oh yeah, so this next one is an important one. This is the most difficult, evil, inauspicious planet for Jupiter. Says who? Says Parashara. And this is one where the, Parashara ain't kidding. There's nothing underlying that that's secretly exalting Venus in the Sagittarius rising blueprint. Venus is a bitch for Sagittarius. Venus is the one evil. Come on, you bugger. Venus is described as the one evil. And Venus also has Marika characteristics, which is weird because it's usually the 7th house and the 11th house that have the 7th house and the 2nd house that have Marika characteristics. Here, Venus rules the 6th and the 11th, and it has Marika qualities. Robin, I do not have any videos on the Atmakarika, but you're reminding me that I probably should. Sometimes I'll convey that, if you've got this planet as the Atmakarika, it's going to be intertangled with all the themes we've been talking about in this series. So whatever your rising sign is, if you're Cancer rising, you have Mars Atmakarika, go to my Cancer rising video and look up Mars. You're going to find whatever Mars means to Cancer rising is going to be central and entangled in your soul experience. That's something I've implied with all of these videos. So keep that in mind. So we are now talking about Venus as the one evil. And I would like everybody to remember that evil is a matter of a lack of awareness. When you have awareness of a planet like Venus, if your Venus is well placed, it's not going to be evil at all. But it's always going to still bring Sagittarius difficulty, because Sagittarius is too much of what it is. We all are with whatever our rising sign is. We all have enemies, planets, no matter how you dice it or slice it. So enemies being a key word for Venus, because Sagittarius is all about principles. Sagittarius often gets into trouble, makes friends with people through ideology. That's what Sagittarius is. So it bonds with people, especially Venus. Venus's Mula Tricona is Libra, and that's in the 11th house. This shows you, how does Sagittarius make friends? Well, the same planet that rules the 11th house also rules the 6th house, and it's Venus. Venus is already a social planet. So a rising sign that has the Lord, that has Venus ruling the 11th house in general, is going to be someone who makes friends through a social pipeline with shared ideologies, shared field of interest, the same group the alignment and attainment. Sagittarius wants to make friends based on an ethic, on principles, on shared principles. And people change. People especially change their principles. Like, principles are a very mutable thing. Values are kind of different, but principles do fluctuate. You know, values is like a Venus thing. It's Taurus. It's kind of a little bit more fixed inside us. Values are something that will always fluctuate, but our principles can change. Sagittarius, being one who abides to people with shared principles, shared interests, shared social prerogatives, will be with them for a while, hang out with a friend. Oh, you like, you know, it's like a Sagittarius is like a, you know, this sort of beatnik character, let's say, who wears a leather jacket and rides a motorcycle, but is a genuinely evangelical person, believes in spirit, believes in God, believes in connections and compassion and all these things. So the Sagittarius goes to a concert and parks beside another guy who's also got a motorcycle. Oh, you're into motorcycles too? Oh, dude, yo, that's sick, man. High five. Oh, man, what kind you got? It's a Harley. Wow, you got one of those chopper types. And then they talk for 2 hours. They share a beer. They have a great time. Sagittarius doesn't think about just anything other than, wow, nice to meet this chap. And then the Sagittarius walks into the concert, and they find that motorcycle guy who they'd been chummy with is all of a sudden putting on like brass knuckles and beating up an innocent person or person who did something or is just being very violent. All of a sudden, this evangelical, peaceful Sagittarius person who's a hippie does the motorcycle thing, but is not like a really gritty person, all of a sudden finds that this friend they made out of an ideological principle is actually holding other ideological principles that don't mesh. All of a sudden, now we're not friends anymore. That's a small example of what can really blow up for a Sagittarius. Thank you, Kate. Awesome. So this is how these things happen, is that Sagittarius, they make friends for such mutable ideological reasons that, like, what is it that really makes their friendship? Well, it's not only this ideological thing. You know, if a Sagittarius has a good Venus, they are going to make friends and not... It's similar to what's going on with Mercury for them. Mercury is someone... A good Mercury will allow Sagittarius to make friends with someone, whether or not that person will help them grow. Because Mercury rules the 7th house of intimate relationships and the 10th house of personal growth. Venus is going to seek out friends who share ideological pursuits that can actually help with self-progression in an improvement way that's different from Mercury. Venus's self-progression is more like, I want buddies who are good mechanics in case my car gets a flat or in case my car blows up. 6th house, specific things, you know? The 10th house of Mercury is going to just be an overall, this person is pulling me forward in life in general. Through their attitude, through their gusto, this person's pulling me ahead in life. That's Mercury. Venus is more like, this is a friend who's a part of my group that I hang out with who will help me down the road in case I need my oil changed, in the case of a mechanic, or any specific reason. Sagittarius can tend to find people who fit specific purposes, and they become friends through those specific purposes. You know? It's like there's a reason for them to come together first, and then they find that through the reason they came together, they also end up having to be friends. Just what happens is that Sagittarius will find, this is my buddy. You know, they have acquaintances, and this is my buddy. This is a good buddy of mine. I've just known them. We've been through a lot of different things together. You know, I haven't seen them for like 2 years, but they're a good buddy of mine. If I was to say my buddies that are good buddies, because when Sagittarius is thinking of buddies, they don't think about it in a Venus way, really, because they're Sagittarius. They are Brihaspati and Shukracharya. Venus is just a very different archetype. Sagittarius isn't thinking about all the bonding that we've done. Because, Taurus can be friends with someone who's an absolute drug addict, who's gone through the bottom of the top, who's been an alcoholic for years, and they've gone through 2 or 3 different abusive relationships, and they were part of the abuse and all this fucking shit. But Taurus rising is, we've been through so much, I'm never going to let them go. No matter who they are, no matter how much they're messing with me. But Taurus is good with boundaries, too. That's one of the reasons they're usually good with boundaries. They can get into trouble if they have a bad Mercury. But Tauruses generally are stubborn enough to look, man, I can't take you in wholesale right now, but you're always going to be a good buddy to me because of the bonding they've gone through, regardless of principles and any of that shit. Sagittarius is kind of superficial in this way. They can be, especially if they have an afflicted Venus. If they have a good Venus, though, they're just as capable of making good, deep friendships as anybody else. It's just that how they get those friendships and the bones of those friendships are often energetically felt. And it's because Sagittarius is so mutable themselves. Taurus rising it stays the same. Even Libra rising stays the same within its changeability and still operates on a Venus principle when it comes to friendships. Sagittarius is mutable, and because it's so changeable, the people they take on affect their energy field, and that's why they want the people they take on as a quality friend to be generally well-disposed, to be good folks who have got their shit together, who are stable, who are not going to be like a parasitic, toxic influence on the energy field of the Sagittarius. If they have a bad Venus, they'll end up taking those people on anyway, because they'll take them on because, oh, buddy's a mechanic and, I need my car fixed. And then they go and get their car fixed and they find out, they read into the person as not being generally good for them, but they'll make buddies with them because you help me with my car, Then one day something happens where something happens with the car, or something goes on where they get into a fight and they are frustrated, and they're still a friend with this person. Like, Sagittarius takes on friendships that don't serve them sometimes, especially if they have a bad Venus, because the person could be useful to them at some point down the road. This is the keep your friends close and your enemies closer thing of Sagittarius. They'll be friends with people who aren't in their side of the tracks, call them friends, do favors, have favors done for them. It's sort of like mob gangsters helping other mob gangsters come together so that we can defeat that bigger possible enemy of the third mob gangster. It's like there's A and B are stronger together than C, but C is huge and can easily knock the two of them out individually. So A and B need to come together to diminish the numbers of C, even out the playing field. And it's like, okay, we've done our work together. Now get away from me. You're an enemy again. Sagittarius can get into things like this. And it's whether you got a good Venus or not. If you got a good Venus, you can be smart about those kinds of things. There's probably lots of mob gangsters who have Sagittarius rising with good Venus, who know who to make friends and enemies with. It's a hard thing to think about, but gives us an understanding of what's going on with Venus for Sagittarius and why it can be so heavy in the way we've talked about. Venus rules the 6th and 11th house. And, I think I should say at this point, before we get into this even more, remember that these are astrological archetypes, and thus anybody who's got a debilitated Venus, or a Venus that has difficulty for some reason, something going wrong, you got afflictions or Lagitati Avashtas in Taurus or Libra, you can still operate Venus as best you can. The best way to do it is to meditate on your attachments. Meditate on the nature of your desire for certain attachments and reflect qualitatively on what type of attachments you would like to have, on what type of people you would like to keep close to you. Find ways that you can interact with people through practical, functional ways where you support their group ideology, or you help them. You're a mechanic yourself, and you help them with their car one day or something like that. Help people, but ultimately meditate. Observe where you've got a compulsion leading towards something that would pull you into a relationship that doesn't ultimately feel aligned with you. This is the remedy of Venus. Extracting your own personal values. What do you truly deeply value? Meditate on that. Even get counselors. Ask your mother, ask your sister, ask females in your life who you trust very deeply about what you seek in a partner, what you seek in relationships, what you seek in associations. The relationship thing especially will be more for men. Venus for women is about friends, really. Friends are very important for Sagittarius. It's the 11th house. The 11th house is an important part of our dharma. It's something we truly live for. So Sagittarius wants to be useful to their friends, and they want their friends to be useful to them. And they want, like, friendship and social gatherings is actually a big part of the dharma, of the desires of Sagittarius. Men and women, but especially of women. Women want to enjoy doing things for their friends and doing things with their friends, partying with their friends, having excitement, that joie de vivre. So that is an important aspect for everybody. But for men in particular, Venus, the wife, the partner of a man, is ultimately going to be a key arbiter for that man's social group. And the man will align his social group with his wife through some kind of ideal, typically, where they all get together at the community and play solitaire together, or they play music together, or they all hang out and talk about motorcycles together, that kind of thing, you know. So let's start getting into Venus here, and remember, whatever you got going on can always be remediated with consciousness. Venus rules the 6th and the 11th house and represents the one evil in a Sagittarius chart. Venus contains both the first and second worst houses in its rulership. That's the 11th, which is the strongest difficult house, and the 6th, which is the second strongest difficult house. And then finally, Venus is also an enemy to Jupiter. So remember how we said that Jupiter gets a lot of luck. Jupiter has a lot of lucky things. You know, again, Jupiter's exalted in Cancer, where it's also delighted. Jupiter, where Jupiter's debilitated in Capricorn, Capricorn's neutral to Jupiter. So it's not that bad when Jupiter's debilitated. There's a lot of stuff that makes Sagittarius' life a little easier. Venus is the one heavy crack. It's the Achilles heel for Jupiter, for Sagittarius. Look for afflictions in Venus if you are a Sagittarius and you're wondering what is the one vulnerable space that could really bring you down as a Sagittarius. And this does also show Venus, especially for a man, is going to be a significator of marriage, of communication, of boundaries, which means Mercury, since Venus is a marriage planet for everybody, not just men, but for women too, Venus is a part of the marriage consciousness. The themes of Venus are, of course, interspersed with Mercury as the 7th lord. And Venus and Mercury are friends. They both rule earth and air signs. So Venus and Mercury are part of this Achilles heel. Sagittarius, like Saturn, is not as bad. But if you remember, when we look at Sagittarius's enemies from our discussion, Jupiter has Saturn for a neutral, and its enemies are Mercury and Venus. These are the two planets, and it's the planets of relationship that are going to really cripple a Sagittarius rising. Saturn is not as bad. Saturn rules the 2nd and 3rd house, which are social, earthy, and air houses as well. And Saturn has to do with the type of values you seek in friendship in your community and how you want to hang out with people. It's erotic confidence in a way. That's what Saturn is going to slowly bring out. And it's a personal erotic confidence that needs to get carved through your interactions with people, for sure. Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, and Saturn are always the externalized planets of relationship for everybody. But it's especially so for water and fire signs rising. It's because an earth sign is going to have other earth signs for its 5th and 9th house, which means then the fire and water signs are the 7th house and the other relationship houses, if that makes sense. For fire signs like Sagittarius, the earth and air signs are also owned by earth and air houses, which are relationship houses. They're denser. They have more to do with people outside of us, communication. Venus, Mercury, Saturn. So Venus and Mercury are the Achilles heels, particularly for Sagittarius rising. And they need to kind of help each other. If you've got a good Venus, then your bummed up Mercury is going to have a little bit of help. If you've got a good Mercury and you've got a bad Venus, then they're going to help each other too. Really, Venus also needs the moon. The moon is an important relationship planet for everybody as well, for Sagittarius. And of course, Jupiter is going to be important for the personal happiness that you get and that you seek to get from relationships. It's a key part of it. But it's very separate from what Venus and Mercury are doing as your embodied relationship, as your ability to communicate. Jupiter allows you to find a relationship that will ultimately give you happiness, but that is something that comes from within you. It's something that you apply to the objective facts of the lover that you get. The lover that you get is going to be reflected in Gemini, Virgo, and Mercury, and Taurus, Libra, and Venus. I digress. I could go in squirrely circles around it for forever. Now let's start getting into what RYAN tells us about Venus. What we read is that Venus is described as a killer. People typically associate with Jupiter a jovial planet that likes to have a good time, helping things to grow and prosper. So that means Sagittarius. I see there's a mistake here. Jupiter is a jovial planet. And so Sagittariuses can be overly indulgent and extravagant and excessive. They love to have a good time and want to help things grow and prosper. This is partly one of the reasons why we often see scandals with religious figures related to sexuality and the like, because these people are trying to be Sagittarius and they aren't getting in tune with Venus, because Venus is still something that Sagittarius needs to intersperse itself with. Sagittarius that doesn't have a good Venus is going to distrust its unconscious. It's going to distrust the inner voice that tells it what its true expressed physical manifestation of its likes and needs and desires are. Its conveyance. And so it's not going to trust those things, and it's going to have an ill relationship with its own internal desire complexes. Probably just get a lover that'll just be purely functional, but they won't be reading that functionality through their emotions. This is especially true of Sagittarius men in particular. For women, it's really more about Jupiter. They need to have a good Jupiter to get a good partner. Their happiness is going to convey how they get their partner. Jupiter is the marriage planet for women. Venus is the marriage planet for men. So men have a double... men are men. They are a masculine person wearing a masculine rising sign, which means they're more brought out of this masculine, the problems associated with strict masculinity at the expense of feminine intermingling in terms of learning the feminine. So Sagittarius men are susceptible to problems, especially if they have a weak moon, weak Venus, weak Mercury. For women, they naturally are feminine, so if their feminine planets aren't great, it's not going to serve them for sure. But they need to look for Jupiter to see if they are going to ultimately get a partner that's going to help them grow through their own personal happiness, which is how Sagittarius really works for women especially. We read about Venus that one of the reasons why Venus is an enemy to Jupiter in general is because Venus takes the natural wonder and happiness of Jupiter and draws it out into the world. Jupiter's true character as a free spirit is stifled by the annoying, compulsive, egoistic desire to employ Venusian things. The desire and the need to embody the internal happiness sought through Jupiter in the physical embodiment of Venus as a person external to themselves who they've got to cater to. Let's go out to the movies, honey. I really want to see this movie. Honey, you always choose, though, the partner says to the Sagittarius. Hold on. I've been really wanting to see this movie. All right. I guess we'll do what you want to do. Let's do all the things that you want to do. It would never be that extreme, but there's a part of Sagittarius that likes to grab the handle and say, this is what we're going to do. Again, especially Sagittarius men in particular. Sagittarius women will like to be in service to the man, typically, and to jump at the opportunity for something that they probably both would like, especially if the Venus is well placed. If the Venus is well placed for both of them, a man or a woman, there will be a capacity to meet in the middle and to cater to the other person's needs for the sake of the bliss that comes from the friendship of Venus as a planet outside of the 11th and 6th house. If Venus is doing well, you're having good relationships with friends in friendship ways. In Sagittarius's case, that also includes a lack of the evils associated with the 11th and 6th house ownership, if that makes sense. Ultimately, Venus friendship is its own thing, regardless of the rising sign, because there's the planet and there's the rising sign, right? So, this gives us a clue as to what Venus is all about. Let's start looking at it from Ernst Wilhelm's writing. Venus as the 6th and 11th lord. Venus is the centaur's metals, meaning things that, attainments that they've won. Because it takes Venus, this fixed desire nature, to get through to those desires, those specific attainments that Sagittarius seeks. Again, Sagittarius can find marriage to be a trophy in a certain sort of way. A conquest that they want to, by keeping the belt. It's like, the ruling champion that keeps the belt. And if any man wants to challenge my love for my wife, I've got the belt still. Despite all the competition, I'm still keeping this lady in my life. And I'm staying in her life. It's a conquest. It's an accomplishment. It's an attainment. And the things they do together can have this attainment sort of quality, which can be very recreational, very fun. Like Sagittarius loves to play when they love to play. They play hard. And this is one of the reasons why Venus can feel like such a dragging influence, because Sagittarius will get really loving doing some things with their partner, just really get revved up by it, have such a great time, going partying with friends especially. Like Sagittarius loves to spend time with their big group of friends and their little bits of friends with everybody, and their love partner is a way for them to channel and hold and express and contain the friendship that they have between each other, with and through everybody. It's a very social thing. It's an attainment, and it needs to be constantly worked on. It's a 6th house energy that allows them to do things for themselves and others that bring them closer to those people as well. It's a mutual service that Sagittarius often does with and for friends, where, we're going to do the party at our place this time, and then we'll manage it and organize it so that we'll do the party next time at your place. or favors and skills that the Sagittarius can do. They'll do for neighbors in the hopes that they'll develop a connection so that in case I ever need a favor with that thing that you're good at, I'll be able to go to you for it. This is just part of the nature of Venus for Sagittarius, is this, it rocks hard. It works hard when it works hard, and it plays hard when it plays hard. It's basically when Venus is afflicted, there's a constant balance that's going to be going flip-flopping back and forth and never finds the center. What that is that you love hanging with your friends so much that it takes you away from your work, your career, and your destiny, which is deeper for Sagittarius. So Sagittarius will put up with that for a while, hang out with their friends for a long time, but then eventually they'll get bitter towards it and say, you guys are taking up my time. Which is just a matter of communication. You just need to communicate and say, okay, guys, I've done enough. Now I need to go and do my spiritual thing. My career, my passion, my creative jive. I got to dedicate myself to that, which is ultimately what Sagittarius, again, is more looking for. But they'll do it for a while. They'll begin to miss hanging out with their friends. They'll get a sweet tooth hankering, and then they're like, all right, let's go hang with our friends again. Again, it's when you have afflictions to Taurus, Libra, or Venus that the time that you spend, you'll unfold your love for hanging out with people. You know, a Sagittarius with, let's say, anything up there, even a positive planet. Let's say Mercury's in Libra. Sagittarius with Mercury in Libra, there's going to be a planet catching the 11th house energy there, and you'll find yourself wanting to spend a lot of time, especially intimate 7th house time, creating things, possibly doing things, some kind of expertise that you love to do with your partner, sharing it with your group of social friends. And it's even that Mercury is embedded. It's part of your career. You're expanding on your career by hanging out with your friends at that point. But whatever you do with your friends in that 11th house way that feels so fun, feels like you're in a group community, it's still a planet in the 11th house, which you have to be careful of. Now, Mercury there actually does well in the 11th house, so it wouldn't, that would be helping the Venus thing. That would actually be giving you an opportunity to be friendly, have a skill, so that you have a reason to hang out with your friends, so that when you go and do your work, you can focus fully on your work, because you know you've got this satisfying thing with your friends that's already set. Now I can focus on my work. That's a positive planet in the 11th. But if we were to say have like the sun in the 11th, then the sun really at some level is living very strongly for the 11th house desire of being recognized as doing something for your friends. And the sun is debilitated in Libra. If it's got aspects from enemies, what's going to happen with any affliction to the 11th house is that the desire to hang out with your friends is an abysmal suckhole that you'll always be thinking about wanting to do, and it will ruin your single-pointed focus that you want to apply to something outside of that recreational activity with all of your friends. It's going to be draining. Like, you're going to want to be a yogi. You're going to want to sit in front of the mat. You go to meditate. You finally have got everything unfurled. You're sitting, you're standing up, and there's just this pressing thing. There's this thing that keeps coming up and saying, what am I going to, like when I'm finally done this meditation, how can I develop on more music? How can I develop, what do I have to buy? What kind of speakers do I got to put in front of the hull of the boat to make my friends and I have an even better time when we're hanging out at the cottage? Like, you're thinking about all that instead of meditating. That's because you've got some affliction going on in the 11th house of Libra. So this is how Venus gets carried away for Sagittarius. And it's that internal desire is so strong that you might find, especially if there's afflictions in the 11th, whatever you're doing as your dharma, you'll find that it's in service to the 11th house thing. And if that's an affliction, it's not going to ultimately be serving you your soul growth, your evolution of what you truly are in the long run. And that's something to look out for. And to be concise, your partner will encourage, depending on if there's afflictions or delight in the 11th house. If you got good planets happening in delight, your partner will say, honey, it's good for you to take a break once in a while. Let's go hang out with our friends at the cottage. But I promise you, when you come home, we're going to get it out and we're going to have a great experience out there so that you can focus on you, because I believe in what you're doing with your career. I believe in what you're doing because the 11th house is involved in the gains from career and our dharma and the attainment of that. If you have positive planets there, your partner through Libra is going to encourage it and push you to do your best with it. If you have afflictions there, if you got two planets that don't get along there, if you have Jupiter in Libra especially, that would be the killer. That would be a tough one, where Jupiter has Venus for an enemy. So Jupiter, being the rising sign lord, is in the first house. You are going to probably attract through your energy a partner that loves the partying that you guys do together. And your partner will always, when you two are planning what you want to do next year, your partner's not talking with you about how to increase your personal dharma. They're talking about how much more fun can we have with Susie and Jane at the cottage next year. Your job, honey, talk with me about your job some other time. Right now, let's talk about fun things. Let's talk about important fun things. Your job is just something to get you from A to B, honey. Let's talk about important things. And that's going to take inspiration away from Jupiter, from the deeper dharma that Jupiter could be doing when it's in the 11th like that. So the partner will be involved in the afflictions of the 11th house for Sagittarius. It's a constant management that Sagittarius needs to do. The 6th house, Taurus. You need to manage the axis of friendship, hanging out with friends, versus doing the work that's going to advance you personally, individually in your life and in your career. It has to be balanced in a 6th house way, where sometimes you have to struggle to endure, to get past your internal, just like when you're fasting. You have an intention, Jupiter, but your body wants comfort, Venus. Stick to your intention, and the comfort will be that much better once you've finished your intention with the fasting. A certain amount of days, certain amount of hours, stick to it, and then do your thing after. That's like a 6th house endurance through the candy desire phase in order to get the end of it and properly manage that habitual gratification that Venus represents. Managing habitual gratification is a very good way to put what Venus is doing for Sagittarius rising. And the partner is going to either serve that or not serve that. And if they don't, you need to use your Mercury to communicate your boundaries with regards to this, because it's not the partner's fault. It's your fault for being a Sagittarius. But you will do this naturally if you have good relationship planets and if you have a good Mercury, right? It's never the partner's fault. And if you communicate, it's only after you've communicated and expressed yourself, been firm with yourself, meditated, let go of all attachments to the external world. If your partner's still not supporting you, then you just got to tell your partner, look, I got to cut you off sometimes because you're not aiding what I'm doing here. If you want to still be lovers, we can, but I've got to focus on what I'm doing. And then the lovers just got to figure that out. And if it all goes to shit there, you go to relationship counseling, just like the rest of us do. That's not a Sagittarius thing, that's a human thing. So let's read again what Ernst says. Venus, as the ruler of the 6th and 11th houses, is the centaur's metals. It gives the Sagittarius native a tendency to become increasingly proud of their success. Venus, ruling these houses, the 6th and the 11th, may also cause overindulgence in the good things their hard work has earned them. Due to these lordships, Venus becomes a first-rate temporal malefic because it rules malefic houses. One that, due to pride, will involve them in oppositions and competitions, trying to be the best, and especially a man, Sagittarius, with afflictions to Venus, is going to be very territorial and testy when it comes to how they gain their lover. And a lover that you got to fight to get is a lover that you got to fight to keep. That's like a statement of an afflicted Venus for a Sagittarius man in particular, but even for women too. It'll be similar. As a natural benefic ruling the 6th and the 11th, Venus affords Sagittarius a tact and diplomacy to help them turn difficulties into success and defeat into victory. And that's part of the thing, is that Sagittarius is willing to fight, willing to put in effort to get the best of what they seek in life. It's just that, having a good Venus will allow them to see their own selves in context when it comes to defining what is the best in life and what do I seek and what kind of partner do I want. I had a feeling this would be a long video, and look at that. So it was. That's how it goes here, folks. Behold, our next and final planet, after I eat a bit of chocolate. That's the goods. I love dark chocolate. Yeah, I'm going to eat all the food after this, too. Today's my rest day, like I said. So I'm going to be chilling after this. Thank you, Robin. Okay, folks. We got one left, one left, one left, one left, one left. Next up, we're going to be reading about what is Saturn all about for Sagittarius rising. Saturn rules the 2nd and 3rd house, and Saturn is not as hard for Sagittarius as Venus and Mercury are. Venus and Mercury are, what's interesting about Sagittarius is that they can learn how to define their own personal boundaries for what they want to do with their time and energy and effort. Because Saturn rules the 2nd house. And Saturn is a tough, blunt energy. If you have a weak Saturn, then you've got boundary issues probably related to what you're ultimately building your life for and towards. And that's, an afflicted 2nd lord can be tricky for everybody. Sagittarius finds that they expand themselves, their personal resources, through a conservative attitude towards their resources. Interestingly, when it comes to their own resources that they hold for themselves, they can actually be miserly. You wouldn't think it because, Sagittarius ultimately, on the rising sign, they're charitable people and they're very generous, and they will most times be optimistic enough that they can get things back. When it comes to excess money, when if they got $10 in their pocket as change, it's not the same as them possibly giving up a job that is keeping them balanced and stable. Sagittarius can oftentimes be crass about not leaving their bottom line of material security. And that's not a bad thing. Because especially with all the lopsy-daisy, free-flying, seat-of-the-pants stuff that Sagittarius through Jupiter can do, it's not a bad thing that a lot of Sagittariuses, the one place where they are kind of conservative is how they stick to a job that they can slowly move up and get more comfort through some kind of corporate ladder, some kind of effort through the third house. Aquarius on the third house cusp. Saturn is involved with this whole boundary thing with partners, helping them to grow. A Sagittarius person would want to have a partner, again, who's going to help them grow, who's going to give them a good time through Venus, and who's ultimately going to make them feel stable and help them to even get past their own personal, psychological limits through talking, through the third house. So Saturn is very useful for a Sagittarius. It's not as critical, it's not as load-bearing as Venus or Mercury is, but is still an important planet in relationships and in how one retains their own personal integrity as they move through the world of other people. The other planet, like having integrity in general, is like a Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter thing. What is that integrity? What are you moving towards? What do you seek to display and honestly be in your essence? That's all those fire and water planets. It's Saturn, Mercury, and Venus that's going to show how is you mingling with other people going to deteriorate or support those things that you're trying to do. Saturn is one of these things. Is your need for your own personal boundaries when it comes to resources, when it comes to having a job, having a stable, routine life? That's the second house. Sixth house is involved in that too. But the sixth house is like, especially for Sagittarius, a stable, routine, emotional habitation. But for Sagittarius, it's like, what do I need to stay healthy? What do I need? Saturn is like, what do I absolutely need to stay healthy, to have resources, to have a stable, routine job that keeps me waking up 9 to 5 and having some rhythm and structure in my life. And one's partner is going to convey this through whether the person has a strong Saturn or not. If you've got a weak Saturn, then it might be tougher for you to maintain this desire when you get in with a partner, because you'll get in with your partner and you'll sacrifice for the partner. You'll do things for and with the partner, but if your Saturn is not strong, you'll lose the ways through which you again remain stable and slowly moving upward in life, because the second house is that Capricorn stability, third house is that Aquarian moving forward in life, in your personal career. Mercury will allow your partner to share opportunities and to talk about growth and opportunities. And Saturn will be how you actually convey to your partner, now that we've talked about it, I need to get up early in the morning, go to sleep tonight, wake up, make breakfast, and go for it. And the partner will support the quieter dimensions of what you two organize together as your private life. So, let's start reading a little bit about what we can see with regards to Saturn for Sagittarius. We read that Saturn is a killer. That's what Parashara tells us about Saturn. Saturn is a killer because it's a Marika, because it rules the second house. Saturn as a killer rules the second and third houses. Remember, one of the reasons that this is happening, that it's inauspicious, even though Saturn's neutral to Sagittarius, we see it rules the neutral second house, but the white wire is the black wire is being painted white, just like electricians would say. Here, The second house, which is neutral, is being painted the color of its shared partnership. Saturn rules the second and the third. The third is one of our inauspicious houses. That's the least inauspicious. The 11th is the most, the 6th is the second most, and the third house is the third most inauspicious, but it's still inauspicious. It's still a heavy, annoying, agitating house for every sign. So one reason we consider Saturn to be inauspicious is that the shared evil third lord rulership is combined with the Marika status of the second lordship. And this turns bad by the influence of Saturn's Mula Tricona Aquarius as the third house. This is especially the case. Aquarius is the Mula Tricona for Saturn, which means whatever house Aquarius rules, that house's auspiciousness or inauspiciousness is going to be louder than Capricorn. Capricorn is neutral as the second lord. Aquarius is the Mula Tricona. It's more of the feeling for Sagittarius. That's why Sagittarius is, again, can be blunt in their speech, which is a second house thing, but it's like their speech is made to further them. And they'll often go to the ends of a conversation rather than paying attention to the means. You know, it's like, look, be careful if you're a person who's sensitive and you ask a Sagittarius person, okay, what did you think about that music piece? What's the thing that Sagittarius always says? Do you want my honest opinion? Because I have one, and it's going to really be straight up and honest and authentic. But if you don't want what I really think, you better not ask me for it. It's because Sagittarius has the main rulership of Saturn, which is part of how Sagittarius gains resources. It's honest and blunt, and people can go to Sagittarius for that. And this makes Sagittarius useful to people. And when you're useful to people, you gain whatever usefulness they also want to share with you. So people, when they need someone to be a straight, sharp shooter about problems that they're doing, they go to Sagittarius, and Sagittarius has a very third house way of just being straight up. You want my actual opinion? Because that's probably what you're going to get. You'll learn this. So by asking me what I think, you've engaged the lesson process, my friend. Here's what I actually think. Yes, that does make your ass look fat. If that makes you offended, good. Now you know not to ask me next time, or to be more discerning with what you ask me about. We love Sagittarius for this. We want them to be that person. They're uncompromising about it, We want them to be. Somebody needs to be. So if you're a Sagittarius, consider, read the room. You catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. But do this thing. Be real. Learn tact. Mercury will help. If Mercury is delighting Saturn, then Saturn will be able to be this real hard thing that people can lean on for it. But Mercury will give tact. So will Venus, if Venus is delighting Saturn. See you, Robin. Thanks so much for everything and hanging out. We love Sagittarius for that. And it's a very important part of how Sagittarius keeps everything together. The tricky thing, with Sagittarius is when they're not honest with themselves. If they have troubles with the numerology of 3, if they've got a troubled Mars, if they've got a troubled third house, afflictions in the third house, if they have a troubled Saturn, if Saturn is showing some kind of difficulty in the chart for whatever reason, they will have difficulty being honest with themselves. The best example I could give is, again, Saturn in Scorpio in the 12th house for a Sagittarius is a tricky state of affairs, because then the person is probably usually very blunt about their own 12th house things, but that means that they think in very black and white ways about 12th house things, and such a person will inevitably hide things from themselves, because they're going to be more blisteringly honest and clear than their own nervous system can catch up with. And so they'll think in broad, brass terms where they're psychically hiding from a truth that has happened to them in their past that actually makes them vulnerable and weak. And the bluntness in them will say, okay, so whatever this weakness is, I don't care about it. I'm just going to do what I got to do to fix it. And they'll do what they think they got to do to fix it. You know, it's like I got called a pussy by some guy when I was in grade 4. And you know what? You know what I did at that time? I became a man, and I told that idiot that if he ever wants to fight, we can fight. And then we fought, and then I beat the shit out of him, and I showed him that I'm not fucking weak. And this is what I should do anytime anybody ever considers me to be weak. What, you think I'm weak? This is very Saturn, you know. It's like, you know, then the wife or the person, somebody comes and asks that person, why do you get so angry? And the Sagittarius says they have an instinctive third house reaction of bluntness to their Saturn in the 12th is what I'm talking about still, right? If they've got Saturn in the 12th in Scorpio, which is never a good place for Saturn because they hide their vulnerable weaknesses from themselves. Saturn in Scorpio is learning to have inner strength by confronting that internal thing, but they can't do it forever. It's like a scorpion. It's that old story of the scorpion trying to cross the river, and the old man takes the scorpion across the river, and the whole time the Scorpio's stabbing the old man and stinging him. Someone asks the old man, why did you help that scorpion cross the river like that? And he says, you know, even though the scorpion abused you and stung you, the old man says, it's his nature to sting me, and it's my nature to help people cross the river. That's almost like Saturn in Scorpio in a way, is that you have to sit and be that old man and carry yourself through your pains, but even though you're going to want to sting yourself and hate yourself through it, you would have to have a delighted Saturn. You'd have to have your Saturn delighted by a friend, delighted by Venus, something like that. Like imagine if you were Sagittarius, if you had Saturn in Scorpio, but Venus was exalted in Pisces, very strong, and trine to that Saturn, it would be delighting that Saturn. Then the Saturn could find people, lovers, whatever, who will sit with them through the pain of talking about how when they were in grade 4, someone made fun of them, they felt weak, and then they've been fighting that response in reality for the rest of their whole lives. They'll have friends who will help them comb through that difficulty, and that difficulty will always be there because Saturn is in the 12th house in a very vulnerable spot, and there's a lagitati of Ashta because Saturn has Mars for an enemy. It's a whole string of things, and that, you know, this is how we got to understand the nuances of astrology. It's very nuanced in this way. The whole point there was that Saturn, with this bluntness, this, you know, oh, I know what the problem is, thinking it knows what the problem is. So then when a lover looks at them and says, why do you get so angry? It's, what are you calling me weak? Them's just fighting words, bitch. You know what? I don't think I want to go out with each other anymore. You know, what are you calling me weak? And the person says, no, I think you're strong. I know you have something that happened to you in the past, like you were saying in grade 4. Would you like to talk about it? And the person says, you know what? We're breaking up. You know, that's like someone very unwilling to... They're blunt, but Saturn is expressing that bluntness through the hidden shadows from itself in the 12th house in Scorpio. So Susie's asking, how would Sag rising bluntness work with Saturn in the first house? I would say because you'd have to see what else is going on in the chart there, Susie. That's more of a Saturn issue than an intermixing of Scorpio like it was in the 12th house. But if you've got Saturn as the second or third lord in Sagittarius, it's not happy because Saturn gains Digbala in the 7th house. Saturn would be much happier in the 7th than it is in the 1st house for Sagittarius. But Saturn's bluntness in the 1st house would just basically be, whenever I've got a problem or an issue, I've got to fix it inside myself, and they're very hard on themselves. That's what that would be. Hard on themselves, and when they are hard on themselves, they'll put in constant meticulous effort into improving themselves, improving their resources, developing on material resources, and pushiness inside themselves that would help them to conquer the feeling of limitation that they constantly feel by having Saturn in the 1st house. Saturn in the 1st is never a good thing, really, unless it's in a delighted sign. In Sagittarius, it's neutral, which is not good or bad. But you'd have to see, like, what else, is that Saturn being delighted by friends, or is it being damaged by other planets? That's going to convey whether the victimization that Saturn would constantly feel in the 1st house is going to be so heavy that it actually stops them from living their life the way they deserve and want to live it. They'll probably always have this feeling that I've got to be better. But someone like, I'm pretty sure that RYAN KURCZAK has Saturn on the 1st house. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure. He's an example of someone to me who's very dry, very Saturn, but he will do what he needs to do in order to get forward with things. And I love him for that. I appreciate that about him. So, there are people who just dryly, this is what I got to do. I might not even get as much enjoyment out of it as I could. But if it's what I got to do, I'm just going to be no nonsense about it and do it. And I might even come from a guilt place. I deserve to put myself through the suffering that's going to liberate me. If you're just chewing the cud of suffering for its own sake, that shows afflictions to Saturn. But if you are just looking for the problems first so you can eliminate them, so you have the freedom to enjoy afterwards, that's more like a positively placed Saturn in the 1st house. So I hope that gives a little bit of clarity of how I would define Saturn in the 1st house there, Susie. What do I got going on back here? I got a bug bite there. Is this a result of their relationship with their siblings? It very well could be a result of their relationship with their siblings, Francesca, because Saturn rules the 3rd house as well as the 2nd, and both of those, the 2nd is like a family childhood thing. The 3rd house is like siblings. Usually every sign, every person is going to manifest their 3rd house, their competitiveness, their ability to stand strong and not become a runt in the face of a bunch of people growing and living together through the 3rd house, and the 3rd house resonates with siblings. So oftentimes our siblings are what allows us to go against runt tendencies that are just natural to the human condition. So you might be right there, Francesca, that having Saturn in that 1st house or any house and having difficulty will be played out on the stage of their siblings as a microcosm of the troubles to come later on in the future with friends, with teammates, with even lovers. Confronting your lover with things that you need to be honest with them about. So if you got afflictions to Saturn, that's a good point, Francisca, If you've got afflictions to Saturn, look to your relationship with your siblings to see how that might have manifested and what you might be able to do about it, how you might be able to make amends to it inside yourself. Now, what we read from RYAN is that it should be clear as to why Saturn is inauspicious, because of this 3rd house influence, especially with Saturn as the Aquarius is the mula tricona of Saturn, which means there's more of a 3rd house influence than that neutral 2nd house influence. This makes a Sagittarius put a lot of focus and direction towards wealth. since it's third house related, there can be some sort of harshness or impulsiveness, a compulsion towards wealth. And they can sometimes put too much thought force, interests, and hobbies, which can overtake them to a degree, with Saturn ruling the second and third. It's like a survivalistic desire to get material external needs met. And really, if you have a good Saturn, then you'll get them met in just the right amount of ways. You'll work smarter, not harder. You'll probably do some kind of good education. Sagittarius is a sign of education. The sun identifies with higher education, and Saturn is going to make sure that you got to work whatever job, do whatever, tie together whatever bows and ends that you got to do in order to sustain yourself while you're pursuing your higher education. Second house is kind of like this more school, high school, elementary school, regular job capacity, work ethic type of education, education of the street. So if you have a difficult Saturn, it's going to be difficult to sustain yourself on. You're trying to get your higher education. And once you get your higher education, it's going to be harder to make a sustainable living off of it by working at it constantly if you've got a weak Saturn from the beginning. This is the realm of Saturn for Sagittarius. They can put too much time and effort in working harder rather than smarter. It's like if you're trying to get, a Sagittarius who has big dreams and desires, they have a good sun, they have a good Jupiter, and they really have this deep, deep desire to climb to the heights of something, to get the right education for it and everything. But they have a really run-down Saturn. Let's say you've got Saturn in Aries. It's being afflicted by Mars there. And let's say the sun is in trine to it in Leo or something like that. There's going to be something embarrassing that cripples that Saturn that makes them probably feel like they're, doing labor work or some kind of menial task or job is beneath them. And they'll never be humble enough to develop money and work in a constant way that would be bringing out, that would sustain their journey to the higher education and heights that they seek to go to. Saturn incorporates its focused, endurant, fixed, cautious planetary element here. And it puts cautiousness towards one's wealth, towards one's finances, the second house, and as well as mental habits when it works well. Saturn is not technically evil like Venus is for Sagittarius. It's a killer. It can be a killer because it's a Marika planet. So that Marika situation makes Saturn something that can end up causing your death or the loss of great things, or even cause illness if you don't pay attention to it. If you don't have, it can stress you to death. If you don't have if you're a Sagittarius, let's say you went to school to be a doctor, to take on the big things, and if you've put yourself to a practice where you're doing your practice for a bunch of people, you're getting recognized, you're getting accolades, 11th house, you're getting all this good stuff. But if you don't have a good Saturn, you're stressing yourself by performing like a monkey without developing boundaries that keep your personal needs met, for survival reasons, Saturn things, the second house, then Saturn could be the thing that kills you because you never develop the security and stability. That's like a musician that's on the road, that's living life 1 gig at a time, never has a stable sleep schedule, doesn't really have a solid sense of what their money is all about. They could be getting crippled in debt, but they're like, man, I make enough money off of touring that it's going to be fine. Then something like COVID happens, they're in debt, their body is shambles because they've been doing this creative work that causes them to not have stability. That's a classic Sagittarius with a bad Saturn that ends up killing them in inconvenient times and places. Saturn as the second and third lord. Saturn is the centaur's strong arms with which he aims his arrows. Saturn ruling the second house of possessions and the third house of intellect, skills, and talents indicates the Sagittarius' attachment, possession, to their intellectual capacity, and a resultant rigidity with which the insecure ego protects its few precious bits. Often Sagittariuses want to be regarded for their opinions and for their knowledge that they have, and they get frustrated because it's a possession of theirs. When someone makes them out to be a fool for holding on to a certain idea, it's like losing a possession for them. Saturn also gives precision to the native's intellect, along with the ability to give a very orderly presentation of ideas, making them great teachers. If anybody is wondering, I have Sagittarius moon myself, and I think that I carry into that a little bit. Now, unfortunately, unless modifying factors are there can be a lot of rigidity and attachment to their ideas, making them not always the best of students. However, they excel at learning from life's experiences, right? So having blunt, old, clunky Saturn on your third house, regardless of how it's placed, can make you you pick up on the ideas that work, and then you go and apply them in life. Sagittarius is a dual sign. It's always improving on its actual experience of things. So it can be clunky when it comes to trading off new ideas, exploring how it can expand itself. But once it gets out there in the world, uses the little predictable, simple circuit, simple thing that they know works, it's tried and true in a Saturn way. They'll use that, and they'll see where it does work and doesn't work, and then they'll slowly, meticulously, in a third house way, see where they should plan to break out of the limitations that they're experiencing with this present level of knowledge and understanding. It's when they go out into the field and experience their limitations is when Jupiter comes through in the fourth house and says, all right, I know the next thing that I got to do to learn. But on the way there, they can be very limited in their intake of availabilities available to them. Ruling the house of wealth and effort, Saturn gives the ability to acquire wealth through one's own efforts, third house. Wealth, second house, through one's own efforts, the third house. Oftentimes, this will be lacking, or there will be delays in obtaining it. And there are some lessons in manifesting wealth that the native is in need of learning. Their family and younger siblings will generally be the areas where they have to make some sacrifice or experience some suffering. Family, personal family, and even friends. A lot of times Sagittarius doesn't get to hang out with their friends like they would like to because they have to sacrifice or experience some suffering of being away from them, or just being tough and hard on them with their boundaries in order to do what they want to do in their career and to establish themselves financially. Boundaries are key for Saturn becoming stable, for Sagittarius becoming stable. Due to ruling the third house, Saturn becomes a temporal malefic and tends to give some selfishness with what one's efforts have earned them, or with what they may hope to possess. As a natural malefic, Saturn tends to cause separation and loss that is due to selfishness or lack of needed resources. It's because it's a malefic, so wherever Saturn is in your chart, whatever house and sign that it's in, it's going to show that there's a lack of a certain, you find yourself separating from what you could be exploring there in order to just develop external survivalistic security, which is not a bad thing so long as it's well placed. The example I keep giving in the 12th house, where Saturn is in Scorpio in the 12th, every time there's a flash of some type of healing that the person needs to do for themselves, instead of taking on that healing, they sublimate that energy into some kind of energy for creating money, for being productive, for essentially, it's like a shell game where You're taking your body, your unconscious mind is telling you that you have a vulnerability from emotional entanglements in the past. Again, it's the same thing. Grade 4, some bully came along while I was holding a girl's hand, said, "Watch out, loser. This girl's mine now." And you felt some kind of weakness at that moment, and you've been just plotting revenge against that person for years. Now you're 25 years old, you're in school, or you're doing something in life, and you feel the same thing. Some bully comes along and makes you feel like small. With Saturn in the 12th house, instead of exploring what's going on internally, maybe seeing a therapist, talking with people, seeing how you can unfurl the vulnerability there, the 12th house thing, you separate yourself from the 12th house. You separate yourself from the reflection needed there, and you just go and work hard and sacrifice to get away from that 12th house. That's an example of it going bad. The Saturn will sacrifice the 12th house for the sake of the 2nd and the 3rd. You'll sacrifice your inner peace for the sake of developing some kind of external attainment. So Saturn in the 12th, especially being hated by Scorpio, is a tough place. Saturn in the 11th would be a bit better. Saturn would be delighted by its friend Venus there. It would be exalted. And it would separate you from the 11th house, from your friends. But what that would be doing is Saturn would be securing specific friendships for specific ways that will actually increase your basic financial security. And you're feeling like you can progress through your effort and your own making money through your own efforts. Saturn in the 11th, exalted in Libra, being delighted by Venus, because when Saturn is in Libra, it's in the sign of Venus, and Venus is a friend of Saturn. So Saturn finds itself exalted and delighted in the 11th house. And so it's going to be putting a lot of its energy towards friendships that will actually contribute to the 2nd and the 3rd house, if there's no other afflictions there. So when Saturn is in a tough house, it's afflicted, that house, they are not going to spend as much time in that house as they would like. They'll sacrifice some of that house in order to fortify Saturn. And if there's an affliction, fortifying Saturn through that house not only causes you to neglect that house, but it's also you're working harder, not smarter. You're not getting the real Saturn fortification that you seek through it. But it's the only way to do your Saturn thing. You got to follow wherever your Saturn is in order to do your Saturn. At that point, you would just want to seek some kind of remedy to make sure that whatever it is that is, you'll still need to do that thing in order to survive and to get what Saturn needs. It would just be good to see what would be causing the issue, what would be causing a malefic, malfunctioning way of surviving, where the will to survive is causing a separation from a very important thing in life. Again, if you got Saturn in the 5th house in Aries, Saturn is going to take you away from some of the creative passion. You're probably going to use your creative passion, like if you're a musician, for example, you'll be finding yourself using your music, 5th house, love, and a thing that you dedicate yourself to through the 12th house. You'll be using your music and love as a way to help gain erotic confidence, sensual confidence, as well as just general resources and masculinity and ability to push through and conquer your limitations. But this would be stopping you from doing what the 5th house could be, which is just the love of that music, the love of that passion for its own sake. Saturn is going to intermingle itself there because it is damaged by in Aries by being debilitated and also being in the sign of its enemy, Mars. That's an example of it going bad, of a specific type of affliction where Saturn is not only taking away from the 5th house, but the 5th house is also not really fully serving Saturn because it's afflicted. By being in Aries, it's going to feel the frustration of this is the only way that I can sustain myself, is by wasting my talent. and that's going to make the second house and third house feel bad. So we can see how nuanced these things are, like I said, you know. But this is how we read such things. Saturn causes separation and loss that is due to selfishness or a lack of needed resources, or the feeling that you don't have enough. If Saturn is afflicted, there will always be the feeling that you don't have enough. If Saturn's in a well-placed position, if it's in the sign of a friend, Saturn will still not have enough. And it will feel at some level like it doesn't have enough, but it can do what it needs. It gets done what it needs to get done, and it will be happy enough there to survive, so it can use the opportunities of the other planets to get it further in life. There's always lots there, always lots to talk about and survey there. But, you know, I think for now, I'm pretty satisfied with what we have conveyed for Saturn. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. This has been Sagittarius Rising. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I feel like this one was almost too long, but I always say that, don't I? That's okay. I love these long deep dives. I keep hearing from people that the deep dives are better, you know, better than not having as much information. So I hope that you guys have enjoyed this. I love talking with you guys. Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Anna Isabelle Maison. Thank you, Teria Fields, Susie. Thank you, Francesca. Robin Evans, was nice having you in the chat for a long time. Kate Altum. And Indigo Iris. And everybody who's been hanging out, watching throughout the whole live stream. For all you guys at home who will be watching this after the live stream, I love you guys. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me while I do my thing here. Stay tuned. Keep your eyes on the skies. Thank you, Susie. I'm glad you dig the deep dives. There's always so much to think about with astrology, isn't there? Human life is complex. So keep your eyes peeled. Writing a book soon. That's another thing. Watch out for that, because that's going to be my next reel. I'm putting so much passion into it right now. But all things come in due time. Keep your eyes on the skies and stay in tune with the moon. Meditate. Reduce your compulsions. See yourself in context. And for all you Sagittarius risings out there, I hope I did it justice. I got Sagittarius moon. I love vibing with y'all. I love learning about Sagittarius. Let me know what you think in the comments. Let me know if you thought that this was on point and did the thing that it needed to do. Sat Nam. Blessings to all. And thanks to everybody for watching. I'm Dustin Cormier, and this has been another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Thanks so much for watching, folks. I'll see you guys not for a bit. I think the next video is going to be, I'm going camping next week, and then I'm doing a chart on Sunday. So I think it's 2 weeks from today's Sunday. I know it's the 27th. Thursday the 27th is our next live stream, folks. Awesome, Jules. I'm so glad to hear that. Thanks, everybody. I'll see